Patriot Shield, Blades of Grass, Book 4. Written by Austin Chambers. Narrated by Stephen Floyd. Chapter 1. Camp Longhorn, Northern Arizona. Granger Madison rubbed his arm where it had healed from the cartel gunshot months earlier. It was a lottery of sorts for the 49-year-old medically retired firefighter. Which injury would hurt the worst on any given day? He sat on the light brown horse's saddle, taking in the northern Arizona desertscape before him. In his thinking about the pain of his permanent burns or the concussive damage of the narrowly escaped roadside improvised explosive device, he was trying to assess the level of the nearly 24 irregular and insurgent, or I&I, volunteers training before him. Deemed too valuable to continue long-range recon missions, the lead roadrunner and former coyote hunter from Acme Ranch was being nudged to a tactical leadership role he didn't relish. "Drones!" The Overwatch 10 yards away suddenly yelled through the bullhorn, snapping everyone's necks under the March Arizona sky. His sole job was to look west at the early warning scout. In the 6 weeks since the Allied Mexico-China-Venezuela invasion, autonomous drones had become the predominant threat to the rebel training camp. Not usually armed, the six-bladed spies could rain havoc on a Patriot camp by notifying the birds of prey circling in the sky. The Chinese battle drones, attack jets, and helicopters had proven quite effective, as one camp close to the border with New Mexico had found out in horrible fashion. The front line had been moving slowly, roughly 100 miles north of and parallel to the U.S.-Mexico border. In Texas, the line was approaching San Antonio, and in California it made a curve north about mid-state, heading all the way up to Oregon. Everything south or west of that line was now firmly in Chinese control. Granger pulled his binoculars off and scanned for the outer Overwatch. Sure enough, on a hilltop 3 miles west, one member of the 64th Irregular and Insurgents was waving a tan flag wildly while she looked east through her own scope. Line-of-sight visual warnings were costly in manpower, not just for staffing them, but for setting them up to begin with. "Here's to hoping whoever is out there doesn't have to go to decoy," Granger worried. He gazed down before him and saw everyone reacting. "Run to the snake pits," he yelled, adding as much motivation as he could. As the trainees ran and slid under the hideouts, he hopped off his gelding and quickly pulled the saddle, pad, and reins off. "The bridle is just going to have to stay on, Maximus," he said as he slapped the horse hard on the rear, sending it running to the north. He piled the gear up as tightly as he could and unfolded his desert camo tarp. On the valley floor below his slight slope, the teams were unslinging rifles and backpacks as they ran, sliding into the frames as fast as they could. The visual countermeasures had proven somewhat effective, but they were time-consuming to build. There were 2 teams of 3 people each who did nothing but move farther into the desert each day to build new ones. They built the structures barely 2 feet tall, using anything a human could slide under. Scrap lumber and branches made rough king-size bed shapes, which were then covered with everything from tarps to plywood. In turn, those structures were covered with the dirt, rocks, and plants of the surrounding terrain. Granger had restricted training to daylight hours in the worry that at night the flying robots would use heat sensors instead of shape recognition software. Fear had replaced gunshots and unit movement training for the citizen army, mostly non-veterans. They ranged in all ages, races, creeds, and former occupations, united by love of country and a duty to fight for it. They were the Patriot shield that was desperately trying to prepare to fight alongside the battered American army. Men and women desperately pulled the last stragglers onto the elevated cover as they heard multiple electric motors, their attached propellers slicing the air with a high whine. The small cellular structure of the various I&I units was not unlike what the enemy had done to America for many years earlier, smuggling trained teams of paramilitary units across the border disguised as migrants. Hundreds of the cells had successfully assisted the cartels to stir up mayhem in cities as the Venom Spear operations unfolded. Others had ambushed the American military from behind the line in the days of the outright war. The I&I was training to return the favor. Satisfied the team had all squeezed themselves and their gear under the 8 dugouts spread out around him, Granger finished covering himself, his gear, and his saddle with the plastic barrier. "Turn yourself into a giant rock," he thought as he tried to control his breathing. 7 miles south of their home camp, an old shooting club about 20 miles east of Flagstaff, they'd realized weeks earlier to always train far away. Nothing at the gathering at the former gun range was allowed to look like anything other than a refugee camp. The pistol line was being converted into a large garden. The rifle line was full of tents and trailers. If Camp Longhorn had ever popped up on the Chinese recon reports, they'd never indicated it since the first week when the drones quit coming by daily. It was a delicate art to downplay the militant look of the location, as they also were contending with people wandering in from the highway, people looking to steal food and supplies as they evacuated east. "Uh-oh," Granger thought. He heard at least 2, if not 3, units fly by. The noise indicated they'd started to turn. "Come on," he whispered out loud. "Blow it." He vainly commanded the outer overwatch miles to the west with an order she could not hear. To call her on the radio would be suicide, as the drones would pick up on it and immediately call their human and AI-piloted cousins. Just as he could hear a drone slow to hover somewhere nearly over him, he heard the motors ramp up and to take off to the west as fast as they could. "Yes," he thought with jubilation. The Western Overwatch had done her job nearly perfectly. Seeing the drones circle the group like gray vultures, she popped 2 emergency flares 500 feet into the sky. Immediately after giving 2 squelching bursts with a mic button on her radio, she hid herself in a deep recession in the hill's side and pulled a large bush in front of her face. Called a crybaby, one of the INI's members had mimicked the distraction tactic from an old sci-fi show he had loved in the old days. At both locations, people sweated in their hides for nearly a half hour, trying not to fart or cramp up in the tight confines. Granger looked at his wristwatch and then slunk out from under his tarp, cautiously peering around. He looked north, seeing Maximus had stopped running and started grazing about 400 meters away. Protocol dictated that the team move to the next training location, a full kilometer to the southwest. Seeing that they were all packing up for the short march, he did the same. "How many times is that I've had to slap you, Maximus?" he subconsciously asked the horse. 4? 5? Granger wondered if he'd turn one day to never find the steed again, the horse tired of the war in its own way. Hawthorne Army Depot, Hawthorne, Nevada. Colonel Freeman Lewis Caldwell and his co-pilot, a mostly black German shepherd named Rusty, banked the plane from heading due north once he flew over Highway 95, which paved its way into the small remote town's eastern side. He continued to cut power from his usual cruising speed of 320 miles per hour as he lined up on the one asphalt runway on the town's north border. The morning sun was starting to crest the horizon behind him, teasing that the day would be typically bright and beautiful. Lou was getting more comfortable in the long, single-engine craft. Called the U-28 Draco by the Air Force, it was a basic model of the civilian PC-12 made by Pilatus, a small utility craft but still bigger than most privately owned prop planes. He guided the craft down to a landing speed of 92 miles per hour, about 15 over the stall speed, and set it gently on the runway. Modular in design, the craft could configure 6 to 9 seats without impacting the rear storage area, accessible by a separate cargo hatch. There was plenty of payload capacity for what the military had tasked Lou to do in America's time of growing need. He'd just dropped off 6 Marines and 2 Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal, EOD sailors, on a mission he hadn't been given the operational details. 40 miles almost directly west was Bald Mountain, near the border with California. A tad farther west of that was Highway 338, which left California and headed north. And farther west by several dozen miles, 2 warring armies had spread themselves across a front line which stretched from northeast of San Diego and well into Oregon. And though the Chinese had taken heavy losses with their initial beach landing in Southern California, the surviving ships had successfully offloaded troops and equipment, returned to China and other strategic locations for resupply, and were almost back across the ocean with their second wave. Their smaller landings in Northern California, Despite resistance from locals and the Marine raiders Lou had flown into battle, were largely successful. The front was taking every major eastbound highway they could, and the Americans were pulling out every trick to stop them from crossing the mountain passes. Near Mariposa, California, southwest of Yosemite National Park, a lopsided tank battle had occurred. The various air forces of the U.S. military had taken heavy losses in the early days of the conflict. Most of the newer fighters, bombers, and ground attack planes had become infected with malicious spyware months earlier. Hackers had flown planes straight into the ground while pilots, screaming in terror and confusion, could do nothing about it. The result had been for the surviving older craft to take painstaking efforts in communication, navigation, and enemy targeting transmissions. Any transceiver on the planes was a conduit for the cyber enemy to enter, and with no air cover, the Chinese Air Force could destroy American armor with little resistance. The Charlies, the military phonetic letter for C for China, were headed east, and the isolated Nevada town of Hawthorne, unbeknownst to most Americans, was one of the most tactically important locations they would have to take in the entire war. To one army, Hawthorne must fall. To the other, it was a critical last stand. 2 facilities surrounded the small desert city of 3,000. Both the Army and the Navy kept bunkers full of warheads, torpedoes, bombs, mortars, and ammunition of every flavor and persuasion. Just the Army depot contained nearly 2,400 bunkers dispersed across over 200 square miles of desert. The nastiest of the nasties still resided in the bunkers, including chemical and biological weapons. A few decades earlier, custody of the facilities moved from civilian DoD and active military to general contractors. The saving grace should have been the fact that the Marines and certain Army Special Forces groups trained regularly for deployment to desert locations at a mock base and town in the mountains of the depot's south side. Unfortunately for the depot, the fact was that other than the squad of Marine raiders, a few still healing from the wild ride and lose C-17 on Invasion Day, and 2 Navy EOD they'd picked up in Fallon, there were no other infantry warfighters in Hawthorne. The wiry colonel had heard there was a brigade of nearly 4,000 soldiers moving from the east, due to arrive at Hawthorne in days, if not hours. Lou had flown his Marine Raider and Navy EOD guests and extra equipment down from Fallon in 2 sorties 5 weeks earlier. Once he'd commandeered the plane under the handy excuse of working directly for Joint Chief General Judah Montgomery, keeping it had been easy. He'd been calling in any favor and twisting any arm he could to find out the location and status of his friend and protege, Marine Captain Brandon McDonald. "I'll fly this tin bucket through an alien invasion to come get you, kid," Lou thought daily for over a month. "I just need to know where you're at." The status of anything and anyone was getting difficult to come by. The cyber attacks had permanently knocked out power and made the communication systems too risky to use. Good old-fashioned ham radio and simple language code had once more become the most reliable way to relay information. Lou had half-jokingly wondered when carrier pigeons would make a comeback. Working for Monty was losing its effectiveness, too. There was confusion and dissension about all things federal. Washington, D.C. was mostly a crater created by space-based weapons. The government was trying to function from multiple secret locations, some of them not so secret. And the Joint Chief was in the process of being replaced, so some flag officers were refusing to acknowledge his authority. The military leadership was fraying at the top. And that wasn't the worst of it. The Eastern Fleet mobilized, choosing to travel around South America instead of going through the Panama Canal, which would have been a shooting gallery. A Chinese planned submarine had been waiting and wiped out the majority of them with a nuclear torpedo. Rumors circulated that those who had survived were seeking refuge and repair in Australia, but the rapid decay of satellite integrity, hacking, and AI-led cyber warfare had made cross-world intelligence highly untrustworthy. Lou taxied the plane to the 4 small buildings on the airport's west side, not too far from where the highway headed north toward Fallon. "Come on, Rusty," he said. The dedicated companion's ears perked as he smiled and cocked his head. He followed Lou down the small stairs extended out of the plane's hull and hopped on the ground. He looked at Lou with leash in hand, waiting. "Later," Lou said as he slipped the leash into the water bottle pocket on his backpack. He stood for a second and performed a decent side lean, one each way. With his heel gunshot wound getting better daily, he had ditched the cane. Rusty went to what was becoming a usual spot near the small hangar's corner to lift his leg. Lou did a post-flight walk-around and chalked his wheels. He'd been parking outside, and the sole local plane owner who was still in town had been kind enough to help keep the plane's maintenance caught up as best he could. The dog and his man walked over to the idling Humvee. A civilian depot security guard was waiting to return them to the base or the small town's one motel, whichever he was instructed to do. "Where to, Colonel?" the man asked. In 5 weeks, most everyone left in town knew who Lou and his raiders were. The only secrets kept in Hawthorne were what was in each individual bunker. "Pepper's place," Lou answered, not recalling the man's name. "You're welcome to join me for some grub." "I heard they'd shut down and bucked out of town," the balding man said. "Half of town is gone. Families mostly." "They did," Lou said. "But apparently she gave the key to an old vet named Hound Dog, and he's surely there brewing coffee as we speak, if you want a cup." Since arriving in the isolated town, it had not been in Lou's mood to talk to strangers, except for one. He'd found himself the recipient of new bad news shortly after arriving. He learned that Angie Knecht and Travis White, the 2 surviving members of his C-17 team, had died in a plane crash. 4th member Gray Sailors had died back in their harrowing mission to insert the raiders over the port at Eureka. The news had been the final straw on this particular camel's back. Everything in the prior 2 years had taken its cumulative emotional toll on the alcoholic. Once more, Lou Caldwell was seeking solace in drink. And though he had not yet drunk on uncontrollably, he was not proud of falling off the wagon. Though he'd set himself a 2-glass-per-day limit, he'd been altering the size of said cups, mugs, or glasses. Declining the offer, the man dropped Rusty and Lou off at the outdoor diner less than 80 seconds later. The short, single-wide trailer was mostly kitchen, save a small amount of room for patrons to place and pick up orders at a counter. Inside and out were both adorned in various Americana, including several non-functioning classic cars that surrounded the outdoor dining area. Lou opened the door and entered, seeing one flickering candle lit on top of the ordering counter. Rusty went to sniffing the carpet, and Lou could see an old Navy veteran pouring whiskey into a pair of red plastic tea glasses so commonly found in old diners. The smell of coffee percolating in an old enamel coffee urn over the gas stove wafted through the air. "Maybe God doesn't care about me," he thought, "but Hound Dog knows what I need." Chapter 2. Maxwell, New Mexico. Buford Daniel Corey, Buff to his family and friends, watched his aunt's old white pickup turn right onto the first entrance to his dirt circular driveway off State Highway 445. Another vehicle pulled in behind her, an older lime green Toyota Land Cruiser. As they traveled the semicircle, both rigs parked near where Buff was leaning against his wife's metallic gray Kia minivan. The 38-year-old moved over to his own burgundy F-250 and fired it up, allowing the diesel to warm for the coming trek to his employer's massive compound. The pudgy 5'8" tall former chemist and engineer had dark brown hair matched by lighter brown eyes. Buff heard the house's porch screen door slam as he got out of the truck. It was an older farmhouse with peeling paint that was once yellow baked into a pale tan by the desert sun. He saw his mother-in-law and oldest son coming out to greet her sister. Technically his wife's aunt, he'd seen more of Kimberly Mackenzie in the previous 6 weeks than he had for the entire 3 years since he and his family had moved back to Susanna's childhood ranch home. The 55-year-old widow wore her age beautifully, with skin that had done its best to resist most of the wrinkles caused by a life of farming. "Morning, y'all," Kim's son, 14-year-old Christopher, one of those surprises of life couples who thought they were done having kids sometimes received, greeted as he hopped out of the passenger side of the truck. He was followed by his preschool niece, Amy, who he and his mother took care of. The worn screen door banged once more as Buff's wife and her mother came out to greet their relatives. Buff headed over to the group, which had grown into 3 unfamiliar men and 1 woman, as Aunt Kim's guests exited the Toyota and started introducing themselves. The usual small talk and admiration of the beautiful view of the forested mountains to the west took a few minutes. Susanna's parents eventually ushered the kids into the house. "Pardon me for a moment," Buff said to the guests as he waved his wife and her aunt over toward his idling truck for a quick private conversation. "I don't know why you keep bringing them to me," he told Kim in a tone that reflected a slight level of anxiety, something he'd been learning to deal with for the last 3 years. "You started this whole movement when that Air Force guy brought those soldiers to you and your wannabe militia at the American Legion. I helped those guys set up their camp at WC. Can't you just take them up there yourself?" Up there was the Whittington Center, a dozen miles to the north, Buff's employer since they'd moved from Albuquerque after his career-ending injury at the Sandia National Laboratory. A subservient business of the National Rifle Association, the 35,000-acre facility was a premier shooting, hunting, and camping retreat before the invasion. Buff was one of 3 full-time year-round maintenance workers, usually working in the relatively quiet Frank Brownwell Museum as an accommodation for his sensitivity to loud noise, a result of his work accident. When Colonel Lou Caldwell had shown up at Kim's farm with a pair of Special Forces soldiers, she knew immediately what she and the Legionnaires in her small town of Springer would need to use the famous establishment to make the best use of the opportunity. "Look, Buff, I know you like to keep to yourself, but getting involved might do you some good," Kim replied. His wife's defensive reply overrode Buff's groan. "Look, Aunt Kim, you just don't understand how much the noise, not just the noise, but the pressure waves of gunfire triggers Buff's medical issues." "I know," Kim started, before Susanna interrupted. "No, nobody really gets it. He suffered a traumatic brain injury in the explosion. They still don't know a fraction of all the issues that causes. And with Buff only half-dosing his meds because of the power outage and war—" "Suze," the quiet husband and Memphis native patiently cut off his wife. "It's okay. Don't make a fuss." I'm sorry, Buff," Kim said. "I just thought maybe you'd be able to slowly build up a tolerance to the noise. I mean, you've been working there for a few years now." "The ranges are a couple of miles from where I normally work, and the cabins are far enough away, too," he explained. He glanced over at the 4 people making small talk amongst themselves. "But I'll keep taking your recruits up there if you want. I didn't mean to imply I don't want to help." "It does help, dear," Kim said with an exasperated sigh. "I've got Amy by my side all the time, and Christopher is itching to get involved." The woman grew moist eyes. "And I just don't think I could deal with it again." She started to cry, causing Susanna to move in for a hug. In 2009, Kim's son Daniel was killed in action in Afghanistan. "I need to keep him away from it as long as possible." "I'm kind of surprised April hasn't come back," Buff said about Amy's mother, who was Kim's sole daughter. "Surely her drug dealers are running out of product." Susanna whipped her head around and shot her husband a dirty look for bringing up the painful topic. "It's okay, dear," Tim told her niece. "You all have your crosses to bear, and so do I. There's no shame in that." To Buff she said, "Thank you for helping, and I'm sorry I didn't fully appreciate what you're going through." Buff had worked on a classified project at the Sandia National Laboratory. A chemical reaction, though not fire-producing, had exploded with enough force to throw him and 2 colleagues across the lab. One of them had perished. Buff slammed into the corner of a large counter and centrifuge, the back and left rear side of his head taking the brunt of the force. In the months of recovery, it had become apparent to his family and his doctor that some lingering effects might keep him from going back to work. After the skull and brain had healed themselves, Buff showed signs of anxiety and a sensitivity to loud noises that caused immediate blinding headaches. Sometimes they were so bad he'd pass out from the intense pain. It had only been the previous year that Buff felt comfortable enough with the quiet background noise in the New Mexico wilderness to start driving himself again. "There's nothing to apologize for, Aunt Kim," he said. "And there's a logical voice in my head that knows I should be able and willing to take your volunteers up there." He blew out a small sigh. "I just have to learn to suppress the scared voice and listen to that one instead." The sound of a truck's tires slowly caught the trio's attention. Looking south, they saw an older Chevy Suburban crest a small rise on the desert highway. As it passed, they could tell it was stuffed. There were several plastic totes strapped down to the roof. Kim waved at the woman in the passenger seat, waving back. "That's Melissa from Mingo Night," she said. "Oh, what is her last name?" "They look like they're leaving and never coming back," Susanna said with a bit of anxious worry. She looked back at her aunt. "Have you seen or heard of problems from people evacuating east?" "Only rumors, dear," Kim said, trying to give a comforting smile. "Silly stories of violence and murder. I think we're so far out here off the beaten path, you don't need to worry about any of those folks." Interesting, Buff thought. You just said their rumors, and then immediately tried to downplay the level we should worry about being murdered. Camp Longhorn, Northern Arizona. Granger Madison and Karen Kirkland moved arm in arm slowly along the trail amongst Jerome and Robin Washington and others from the old Acme Ranch group. On its other side strode Donna Wolf. Before and behind them, other mourners moved through the northern Arizona wildflowers and milkweed that were starting the late winter bloom. Most of the pedestrians were somber and quiet. Whispered conversations were but weak murmurs to others nearby. Nothing drove home the appalling truth of New America quite like a child's preventable death. 12-year-old Dixon Bridges had succumbed to his type 1 diabetes for lack of insulin. The boy's parents and siblings had been understandably distraught. His was the second grave to populate the unplanned cemetery 300 yards east of the main camping area. The grave's perimeters had been lined with stones in case the lumber crosses became lost to weather or fire. "I wonder how many of these will be digging," Granger pondered in silence as Karen and Donna made talk of sympathies across him. "I recall the old guy we buried a few weeks ago passed because he had stopped his cancer treatment." His thoughts turned to concern for his daughters in North Carolina. When his wife divorced him 6 years earlier, the girls returned with her to the state from their childhood. Bailey and Gail, ages 23 and 20, had not strayed far from their mother, more for her sake than their own. Granger had last seen them at Gail's high school graduation. Seeing that his ex Kathleen had still not mastered the drinking she'd taken to while nursing Granger through his career-ending burns, he advised his daughters to put their own lives first, to pursue their dreams and passions. He wasn't sure why, but both had chosen uninspired lives, simply working day jobs and hanging with their friends, with no attempt to move and try new things. "But it's a matter of time," he said aloud, absent-mindedly. "Pardon?" Donna asked. "Huh?" "You said something," Donna explained. Granger looked at the widow's face with confusion. "You did," Karen concurred, making him look at her in disbelief. "I was just thinking about Bailey and Gail," he said. "It's a matter of time before the reality of this war threatens them and everyone in America." "Maybe the world," Donna said. Granger looked back at her. "Yeah, I suppose you're right." Karen squeezed his interlocked arm against her ribs and the side of her chest with her own. "You should try the Ham guys. See if one of them can contact someone in Jacksonville to go check on them." "Huh," he grunted, pondering. "Maybe you're right." "Of course she is," Donna agreed. "I've known you for years, Granger. Like Dave, you bury your feelings under layers of bravado. But I know you love those girls. Worrying blindly doesn't suit you. You absolutely should try to get some news." The trio peeled off the trail and headed for their tents to rest and change back into their dirtier daily clothes. After a minute of silence, Granger agreed. "All right, I'll go to the radio shack and see if someone can help me out." Camp Awatiga, Supai, Arizona. Pedro del Sur's teeth clacked in the cold, late winter wind. The short Hispanic man tucked the tan and black cloth into the pulled-up collar on the well-worn woodland camo coat, an attempt to keep the wind from rushing down his front and sapping all his heat. Both the coat and the large wrap had been hand-me-downs, surplus items given to him by other men in the group. The wrap, called a shema, was offered by a veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom, who showed 3 different ways to wrap it around the head of the lean 39-year-old. Pedro preferred the method that allowed him to wrap the tail across his face like a ninja. It seemed to be the best at blocking the wind. He looked into the deep, dark valley below and to his north, seeing the I&I unit wrapping up their training as the day ended prematurely in the shadows. A few more minutes, he thought, anticipating the pleasure of the evening's fire-brewed cup of prickly pear cactus tea. As guests of the local Supai tribe, a combination of 2 bands, one from the south rim of the Grand Canyon and one from inside the canyon itself, the growing insurrectionist army had been treated to the tea. An acquired taste, the urban Americans had learned to find it a decent alternative to the now absent coffee they'd all come to depend on in the pre-war days. Though lacking caffeine, to Pedro it offered a small amount of joint pain relief in addition to the mental boost of having something warm and flavored to drink. Pedro turned his gaze south by southeast once more, squinting to look for signs of enemy aircraft, piloted or otherwise. He thought of his friend Tracy Rogers, who he'd followed from the Acme Ranch to Camp Longhorn, and ultimately to Camp Awatoga south of the Grand Canyon. They'd worked together for nearly 6 years, removing parts from old planes in Tucson for a government subcontractor, and though Pedro had become fond of Karen and Granger and a few others from the Acme group, his commitment was to his friend, who had kept him from losing his mind during his divorce 3 years earlier. Tracy was the person who had introduced Pedro to the sports of practical shooting and steel plate matches. More than for fun, Tracy had opened Pedro's mind to the reason for owning a firearm in the first place. When your life will be decided in the next few seconds, the police are only minutes away. That initial lesson, along with Pedro taking up the activities at their shooting club, had made him realize just how far he'd let the media and the apathetic public convince him of lies about his fellow patriotic Americans. Scanning the valley below once more, he saw the mule train moving east. He picked up his water bottles and pack, not cherishing the idea of riding one of the stubborn critters again the next day. Despite having followed his friend to the new camp when summoned, Pedro had wound up in a different unit, one composed entirely of Americans of Mexican descent. There were 7 of them, including 2 infantry veterans who conducted the training, though they were expecting a few more. Each day, 2 of the remaining few took their turns providing overwatch, each at a different perch. The steep canyons provided excellent cover for hiding from the occasional enemy aerial patrols, and the overwatch every 3rd day provided a chance not to wear one's butt out riding a saddleless mule. Pedro put on his pack and picked up his rifle and walking stick. The local tribe had taught them how to make good hiking poles out of the local trees instead of using commercial poles. A walking stick was one less piece of metal to catch the sun's reflection from prying eyes. He moved off the ridge several feet on the side that went down toward his team's canyon, keeping the stick planted below him. He'd been taught the importance of staying below the visual horizon of anyone who might be watching from afar. And while more tiring to walk on the side of a slope, it still beat getting shot at. Several minutes later, the mule train pulled out of his sight to the northeast, forced to take a route longer by a rock slide, which he could bypass on the slope. He moved southwest onto a different slope and trail and descended to the next canyon floor to the south. Pedro took a bearing with his compass, confident he was on the correct path. 37 minutes later, he walked into the village the tribe had allowed the I&I to construct on the reservation. They were only a mile south of the small nation's main village. Seeing the mules already in their pen for the night, he headed to the largest tent, an army surplus tent that ran 18 feet square. There were 7 similar tents in the camp, each a small HQ for the several I&I units in training. In between were dozens of smaller tents of a random variety. Most of the teams included a mix of various races, but one team had specifically been designed by race, the American Chinese unit. Pedro set his rifle against the simple wooden rack outside his unit's HQ tent and removed his pack, setting it on the ground. Moisture wouldn't be a problem for it in the time he went in to warm up and eat. He retrieved his water bottle and stepped inside. "Brr," Pedro said with a smile as he opened the flap and walked into the canvas structure. He unwrapped the chamois and started the process of unbuttoning the collar of his coat from around his neck. "I don't care what they say. It's still winter out there." He received the usual round of greetings from his crew. The sole female and her husband were already seated at a long table offset from the middle near the wood stove. He recognized one of the men as the older overwatch for the day, who was just settling in for his bowl of stew and piece of cornbread. Pedro looked up at the dry erase board and saw one of the two veterans, a former Marine named Javier Garcia. He was looking at a notepad and drawing out some maps and notes on the board. The smell of the cornbread and stew was too tempting to keep him away from the Dutch oven sitting on top of the wood stove. Pedro made the return small talk to his teammates while he scooped his piece of the bread straight off the top of the stew in the large cast-iron pot. He spent the next few minutes getting his water and bowl ready. One of the others entered the tent as he sat. "Anything to report?" Javier asked without turning from the dry erase board. "Just high altitude contrails, fast movers. Nothing we're not used to," Pedro said. He looked at Amelia and Guillermo Gil Contreras, a young married couple seated across the table from him. "Where's Pookie?" he asked. Retired U.S. Army Master Sergeant Pedro Arellano told his teammates to call him by his nickname once New Pedro had reported to the team. In his late 50s, Pookie had shied away from any of them trying to call him Sarge. His Army days had come and gone, and he didn't want anyone making the mistake of thinking they were in the military. The experienced infantry leader knew what was in store for the team, but he hadn't been cleared to tell them just yet. "Went to pick up our newest member, I guess," Amelia said. "Huh," Pedro said. "Guess I won't be the lowest one on the totem pole anymore." "Actually, the low spot is the best spot," Jaime Contreras added from the distant end of the table. At 19, he was the team's youngest and, in his own mind, the most knowledgeable member. He would often interject his facts into conversations unasked, which was akin to pulling a cringe chain on Amelia. "Actually, that's a myth," she barked. "There's no absolute. The culture of the totem varies from tribe to tribe." "Boo," Gil said, using his nickname for his wife softly. The laid-back photographer rarely said much, reserving his energy for calming his spicy wife down. "Well, I'm right," she said to her husband. The tent flap opened, and two figures, still bundled for the desert wind, moved in. The tall and slightly overweight frame of Pookie Arellano moved to the table's end and peeled off his gloves. He then pulled his hood off his head, letting it fall to his back. "Morning," he said with his normal grin. He'd been conditioning his team to always think of it as morning, to be mentally ready for a full day of work or combat, no matter how tired they already were, no matter how long they'd gone without sleep. And though Pookie hadn't explained why he did it, Pedro had figured it out. Greeting them as such was the leader's way of gauging his team's mindset under duress. They would answer the silly greeting back a different way, depending on their mood. "Good morning," all but Amelia and Javier replied in near gleeful unison. The former Marine was still deep in thought at the dry erase board. "Say hello to our newest and last member," Pookie passively ordered as he turned and motioned an open palm to the man unwrapping winter gear behind him. The group stayed silent for an awkward moment when a smiling Chinese American waved at them. "Hey, y'all. I'm Bill." Chapter 3. Over the Anchorite Pass, Nevada-California border. "Colonel, could you take me west of Powell Mountain, please?" The front seat passenger, an Army colonel, asked Lou as he scanned a detailed map in his lap. "Sure thing, Colonel," Lou informed the senior of the several Army officers he was flying near the Nevada-California border. Colonel Temple Lucas K. was the commanding officer of the 3rd Brigade Combat Team, which carried the moniker the Patriot Brigade. They were part of the 10th Mountain Division, based out of Fort Johnson, Louisiana. The BCT had arrived via highway and rail just hours earlier under the cover of darkness. He and a few of his subordinate cavalry and infantry regimental commanders were already in the air, scouting where they'd make their stand. They had but one mission: stop the Chinese army from getting to Hawthorne at any cost. They were the last of their division to join the war, the rest being linked up with various armor units in California and New Mexico. Lou listened to the colonel mentioning key features of terrain to the other passengers on the headset intercom as he banked right and guided the plane west. They were flying over Highway 359, south of Powell Mountain. The highway had a large number of civilians traveling east to escape the coming war. The Patriots, he mused to himself, repeating the army unit's nickname in his head. Should have been the Spartans. It didn't take a rocket scientist to realize this choke point was going to become a valley of death, ironically north of America's Death Valley. To the southwest, Mono Lake in California appeared in the windscreen. At the elevation of 11,000 feet, the smoke of burning American and Chinese tanks could be seen roughly 100 miles to the west. That smoke reminded them of the harsh and deadly reality. Americans were burning to death to buy them time. The contrails of 4 American fighter jets streaking west at 35,000 feet appeared in the vision of the 2 front-row colonels, reminding them that just being in the air was a combat risk at this point. Unfortunately, it looks like the best point for the ambush is this mountain pass 15 miles into Nevada, Lou heard one of the other Army officers say. It'll do, Temple K said. Our mission is to make that pass so dangerous that it forces them back into Cali and take that northern highway that will eventually force them by Bald Mountain. Bald Mountain, Lou realized, where I dropped off the raiders in EOD yesterday. His mind started working overtime. There has to be a reason for that, Colonel K, Lou quipped. There is, his passenger said. Captain Thorne, give Colonel Caldwell the big picture without ruining the surprise. The Army leader invited the lone female officer in the plane into the conversation. Captain Ora Thorne broke her silence for the first time. She was the commanding officer of the brigade's intelligence company, which was part of the engineer battalion. The Chinese took heavy supply losses off the coast on the day of their invasion, thanks to the few remaining Navy ships we had. They're dug in hard to Central California, but they don't have the logistics to move too far east too quickly, even with procuring every comparable resource from us as they take the area under control. So, you're just trying to make them travel farther? Lou asked skeptically. I'm not buying that, he thought. That's part of it, sir, she said. Lou could sense she was dancing her words around whatever the secret surprise was. But they'll have to pass through Bridgeport, California to find a northern route to Nevada. So? Lou said, continuing to scan his instruments and crane his neck. He had a case of jitters that enemy fighters or drones might attack them. Bank us northwest, Lou. Colonel K jumped in. We'll show you. The Marines have their mountain warfare training center there, Captain Thorne explained. I'm guessing any units that were training there have already been sent to the lines, Lou said, not agreeing that there was some sort of tactical advantage. Sure, Colonel. His partner Colonel jumped in once more. But we're banking on the fact that the Chinese haven't accounted for the instructor staff based there permanently. Again, Lou debated. To what relevance? That may be what, a few dozen Marines? A few dozen Marines with intimate knowledge of the terrain and how to ambush in it, Temple said. And we have solid intel that the enemy vehicles are suffering from equipment failure when they drive uphill too long, Ora Thorne added. The transmissions can't take the heat. Lou wasn't seeing it. I sure hope they have some trick up their sleeve, he thought skeptically. His mind wandered back to Rusty, who was in Harry Hound Dog Keller's care, and the seemingly bottomless bottle of whiskey that Hound Dog possessed. Camp Longhorn, northern Arizona. Granger and Maximus moved across the bed of Fry Lake, a shallow seasonal body of water already showing signs of disappearing. There hadn't been any new snow in nearly 4 weeks, and the waters were disappearing into the desert in direct proportion to the warming days. He was deep in thought as he headed toward Camp Longhorn after evaluating the training of 2 different teams of new INI recruits. The sound of a snort from Maximus accompanied the horse's perking ears. Granger looked up. A cloud of dust was trailing a rapidly approaching horse. As it grew closer, Granger scanned in all directions, looking for the ambush to the distraction ahead. He was still at least 4 miles from camp. Eventually, the shape and the face of a girl he'd seen many times became clear and recognizable atop the gray stallion. She slowed the horse's gait to a trot and eventually brought it down to a walk, allowing the animal a chance to catch its breath. Granger had left his rifle slung to the side of the saddle and saddlebag, ready to retrieve his pistol from his belt holster if something caught him off guard. Mr. Madison, the girl called out as she approached. Granger didn't know her, but she was a recognizable girl, perhaps 17 in his estimation. She's one of the ones who handles the horses, he realized. I'm sorry, young lady, I don't know your name, Granger called to the petite brunette as she rode up to close proximity. What's the matter? He knew he hadn't heard the sounds of an attack, which surely would have reached his ears across the open desert. It's Heather. Message for you, sir, she said. She fished the folded paper from a pocket inside her zipped dark brown duck cloth vest. Granger took it from her and read it. News from NC. RTB at once. That's it? Just returned to base with nothing else? He worried. Thank you, Heather. Don't worry about trying to keep up if your horse needs a rest. He bumped Maximus with his heels and made a clicking noise with his mouth, prodding the animal to start running in a moderate 3-beat canter. Despite his sore butt and inner thighs, he was starting to enjoy the familiarity of riding, alongside the practical benefits of using the horse. 12 minutes later, he slowed Maximus in the main parking area and dismounted the horse near the shipping container they were using for long-distance amateur radio operations. With the increased use of horses, old-school hitching posts had sprung up around the camp. Granger tied up Maximus's reins and went into the red, 40-foot-long metal box. Hey, brother, Granger greeted Bob Salvage. Seeing him, Bob removed his headset and got up from the long skinny table covered in gear. He moved over to his friend near the double doors. I actually didn't take the message, he explained with a grim look and gravel in his voice. He handed the lead roadrunner a clipboard with an official relay message form. Tim did, he added as he pointed to the far end of the box. But I thought it should be me. I am so sorry, my friend. To report Bailey Madison in critical condition, he read aloud. He continued to read silently, learning that a riot had broken out at a food distribution center when clans from both ends of the political spectrum converged on each other to fight over President Jeremiah Allen's handling of the Chinese attacks and invasion. Granger learned the crowd had trampled his older daughter, unable to stand and flee to defend herself. Apparently, she was one of dozens hurt in the large melee. A local American contingency radio volunteer had taken it upon herself to go check on Granger's family when she received Bob's call for help. The only other news included was that her older sister Gail was alive and caring for Bailey, and they hadn't heard from their mother in several weeks. I don't know what to say, Bob told his friend. He could see Granger's jaw setting as he clenched his teeth, face flushing. Thanks for hunting this down, Bob, Granger muttered. He turned and left the boxy structure. He untethered Maximus and mounted him, riding the horse west to the nearby creek. He'd let the creature get a well-earned drink of water while he cooled off and contemplated the deep choice ahead. I should have been there. I should be there, he corrected himself. My number one job as a father, and I failed. Chapter 4. NRA Whittington Center, Raton, New Mexico. Buff turned the dusty burgundy Ford pickup left off of Highway 64 and cruised west up the quarter-mile entry to his workplace. He took the standard right-side path around the X-shaped Brownell building, circumnavigating the guest parking area to find himself at the small employee parking near the back. Before the invasion, his job had been a standard 9-to-5 janitorial position. Cleaning and vacuuming were the smaller pieces. Usually it entailed all the other odd jobs, changing bulbs, fixing the air conditioner, filling in as the projectionist at the visitor center's small auditorium when needed. The invasion and the lasting power outage had caused much of that to simply disappear. Buff's job had come with the accommodation to let him work in quiet environments, which meant when there was nothing to do in the main building, they would assign him to tasks such as making minor repairs to hunting cabins. This had allowed him to familiarize himself gradually with the lay of the land over the 2+ years he'd worked there. He wore earplugs underneath noise-canceling earmuffs on those small outings, a result of coming too close to one of the shooting ranges at the wrong moment once. His first summer working there, with the truck windows down to enjoy the morning air, a volley of fire by 17 students started up as he passed that rifle line. The blinding headache slammed into Buff like a freight train, It had taken a conscious effort to brake the truck to a stop before he drove off the road in severe pain. He parked his truck, noticing that both of the facility's utility trucks were absent from their home parking spots. Lewis and Eddie must have both come in today, Buff deduced. Heading toward the employee door, he heard the now familiar roar of big knobby tires coming up the main gravel road from the rest of the facility to the west. He'd learned to associate that noise with a military Humvee. Good timing, he realized. Need to find those targets for the soldiers Lewis told me about last night. The job had morphed from one of tending to campers and NRA members on hunting trips or training retreats to one of keeping the Army in supply. A Special Forces Alpha team had set up shop at the center, and though they had brought enough supplies to sustain themselves for quite a while, the volume of people showing up for training quickly depleted it. Like the 4 that Aunt Kim had asked Buff to deliver the day before, folks were showing up regularly. And like the Whittington Center's director and 3 other full-time administrators, Buff often found himself acting as an in-processor for the new arrivals. Word had slipped out for 100 miles in every direction. Patriots needed. The invasion had sent an instinctive response out to Americans, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or gender. People were learning to overlook the divisive elements that had subtly infiltrated American culture for decades. At the WC, they were all patriots. Someone had even half-jokingly hung up an aged Uncle Sam poster, complete with top hat and crooked pointy finger declaring, "Uncle Sam needs you." Lewis said there were some cases of targets in the storeroom, Buff thought as he passed through the unlocked back door and stepped onto the gray carpet of the back office hallway, growing dirtier by the day. A candle's light danced on the off-white walls, providing enough light once a person had been inside for a few minutes. The table that had held the now useless break room microwave had been moved out into the hall, spare candles and a pair of lighters at the ready. "Hello?" he heard Samson Worth's voice call out from his office. Sam was the director of the entire facility. He'd taken the job 5 years earlier after retiring as the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. "It's Buff," Buff called up the hall. "The A-team is coming up the road," he added as he turned left from the hall to head into the storeroom. He pulled his penlight from his front shirt pocket. "Lewis said to dig up some targets in here." Buff heard Sam's distinctive grunt echo up the hall as he turned on his light and began to scan the shelves of the dark room. He'd already started on his second set of batteries since the power had gone out permanently. He turned his head from his spot in the doorframe and saw Sam heading toward him in the hall. He thought he could see the good-natured man's teeth smiling in the shadows. Sam clicked on a much larger flashlight as he reached Buff. "Here, I'll light the room for you." Under the much brighter cone of Sam's light, Buff pocketed his own light and moved into the room. Tall shelves lined the walls around the entire perimeter, while the middle of the space was a disorganized pile of boxes. "I think you'll find them in the back left corner," the director said. "Hard to believe they've gone through all the targets at the IPSC range," Buff mentioned. There were close to 24 shooting ranges at the center, from shotgun to .22 only, to pistol to long-range rifle. Each had a storeroom with supplies, but the Army had focused most of the training on the practical shooting range, with a small percentage of shooters training on the 1,000-yard high-powered rifle range. The 2 men heard the familiar squeak of Humvee brakes outside. "I think they're up to," Sam searched his memory, 412, he guessed. 412 trainees? "Found 'em," Buff announced as he tried to slide 2 large wide boxes off the bottom shelf. He pulled his multi-tool and penlight back out of their respective pockets, using them to open and see that the correct targets were in the boxes. "That's a lot of people," he concurred. "But is that enough to fight an insurgency?" he wondered. "Ahoy inside," both men heard a familiar voice. "Morning, Sergeant," Sam replied after turning his head. The daylight slipped into the dark hall as the soldier entered the same door Buff had 2 minutes earlier. Sergeant Cleo Berry, 24, was the junior member of the 12-man Special Forces team, and as such was the inheritor of all tasks deemed menial. One of the 3 engineers in the team, he was also one of the leads in teaching guerrilla improvisation. It was just as much about dismantling the enemy's infrastructure as it was about building it for the friendlies. Whereas the medics were dealing with the issues from the fat and out-of-shape volunteers more than they were teaching trauma classes, the other three SF trades, engineering, communication, and weapon specialists, were almost 100% in the process of instructing. There was more than one class of volunteers by this point. The senior sergeants were continuing to work almost exclusively with the original militia members. The idea was to take the brightest and most capable of them and harden their proficiency to turn them into junior instructors for the future arrivals. "Morning, sir," he said crisply, as he found his way to the doorframe. Cleo arrived just in time to receive a heavy box from Buff. "As will keep you guys in supply of human-shaped silhouettes," Sam said. "That's good, Mr. Worth, but ultimately we can just use cardboard or used paper. We've always had to make do with a lot less on past deployments." Buff retrieved the second large box and followed Cleo back out into the employee parking area, reaching the military vehicle. "How are the classes going?" he tested. The staccato sound of gunfire drifted in from the ranges in mild waves. While he'd given no thought about taking up shooting, either recreationally or for self-defense, Buff had never been opposed to it either. As a scientist, he always approached the horrifying news about violence pragmatically, realizing the core problems were social and moral. "People in other parts of the world still kill each other for territory," he used to tell his dorm roommate back in Tennessee, "even with clubs and machetes." Still, the recent months since that colossal disaster caused a domino-like chain of events had woken him up. "I'm desperately unprepared to defend my family, and now I have a TBI that makes it impossible to learn to shoot." "You should come get involved," Cleo said as he placed his box into the back of the GMV-S model of rig, tailored to the needs of the Green Berets. "The sound and pressure would kill me," Buff said a bit sheepishly. "I had a head injury when I worked at the Sandia National Lab." The light bulb clicked on for Cleo. "You're the guy who's always wearing ear pro." Even at that moment, he just noticed the foam inserts in Buff's ears, unnecessary for most folks in the quiet Desert Visitors Center. Buff nodded. "That's me. Even with that on, I'm prone to having blinding headaches if I get too close." "What about a suppressor?" Cleo offered. "There are a ton of guys using them out there." Buff shook his head from side to side. He was hesitant. "I don't know." Cleo could see the fear take control of the man's face. "Man, those headaches must be pretty bad." "If I'm lucky, I'll pass out from them," Buff said. "Look, man, I'm not trying to make excuses." "Oh, no, I get it," Cleo chimed in. "Migraines suck." He took the box from Buff and added it to the back of his rig. "Just think about it. Come by and join the new rookies before we start shooting Monday morning. I or one of the weapons sergeants will take you to a private bay. We'll start with a suppressed .22 pistol. Do you double up the ear pro?" Many folks would wear the foam plugs under the electronic muffs to double down on the effectiveness. "Uh-huh," Buff said, the glimmer of hope that maybe there was a solution for him drifting from his eyes to his cheeks. "I'll be looking for you," Cleo said as he made his way to the doorless driver's seat of the Desert Tan vehicle. 0700. Buford Corey watched the rig turn around and start south on the gravel lane, turning west about a third of a mile away. The hope was fading with the departing dust trail, the memories of his intense headaches and the fear of having more of them reminding him where his place was. Camp Awatiga, Supai, Arizona. "You from around here?" Yanling, a.k.a. Bill, a.k.a. the new guy on the team, asked Pedro. The two were spending their Sunday morning in the team's HQ tent, waiting for some of their small unit to come back from a church service a mile north in the main Supai village near the Grand Canyon's southern rim. The wood stove in the dusty canvas tent was dying down to smoldering coals, but still plenty hot to keep a tea kettle warm. The team's newest arrival, an obvious American of Chinese descent, had shared a couple of small packets of instant coffee with Pedro, and they were on opposite sides of the main picnic table. "Nah, man. I'm from the Tucson area. I followed a buddy here, but he's a special operations veteran and is on a deployed insurgent mission right now." Pedro took a sip. "Why do you go by Bill?" The curiosity had been too much. Bill let out a small breath and a smaller chuckle. Maybe when you were a kid, other kids knew how to say your name, or not to be disrespectful jerks. Try being one of the few Chinese kids in a mostly white school in Oklahoma City. Pedro nearly choked on his coffee with laughter. You're from Oklahoma? He asked, his face unable to contain his surprise. See? Go Sooners! Bill mocked with fake enthusiasm, but a genuine grin, providing a fake rah-rah pump of his fists. I get it, but why Bill? I eventually made a few friends. It was a joke because they think yan is the Chinese word for money. It isn't. And they couldn't seem to remember that yan is my last name, not my first name. Oh, I see, Pedro said, laughing at the simplicity of youth. They nicknamed you Bill, as in Dollar Bill? They both had a good laugh. I was okay with it because it sure beat being called Jan, which was what they were starting to do. How did you wind up here? Pedro asked next. He guessed the new team member to be about 30, give or take. He noticed Bill was wearing dirty jeans and a hand-me-down fatigue coat, just like most people. Bill let out a more serious, deeper exhale upon that question, leaning back on the bench to figure out how to start. After college, I met this girl. Pedro grinned. Aha! Bill laughed and shook his head. Yep, anyway, she took a job in Flagstaff. I followed her. Then a year later, she dumped me for her boss. Ouch, Pedro groaned. Was he rich and good-looking? Yes, she was, Bill said, the pain still showing in the slight wrinkles around his eyes. Both men laughed a bit. Anyway, by then I'd landed a job in my field at a manufacturer. Fast forward to the Chinese invasion, and now all I could think about is how the U.S. government rounded up Japanese citizens after Pearl Harbor. I decided I'd better get involved, he said, only half joking. Pedro had been contemplating what it could possibly mean to have Bill on a mostly Hispanic team when he heard two voices approaching the HQ tent. A couple of seconds later, the flap opened, showing two figures stride in, squinting to adjust their eyes from the high desert sunrise to the dark of the HQ space. Morning, Pookie Ariano proclaimed. Morning, Pookie, Pedro said a bit more calmly. He watched Pookie and Javier set a large green pelican box with a handle on each end on the floor near the far tent wall. The two men with rifles slung to their backs went back outside to place the firearms in the small wood rack before returning to take off coats and gloves. Don't you want to know what we got? Javier said with his usual arrogance. As he spoke, the flap opened once more, allowing Amelia and Gil Contreras to enter. I figured they'll tell us when they want us to know, Pedro answered. Was I ever this brash when I was 19? Pedro asked himself. He thought about some of the stupid things he'd done and decided he should probably be a bit more tolerant of Javier. Pookie moved to the center of the tent and looked around at the members present. We want you to know, he declared. No need to wait on the others, he said as he scanned his watch. We're fitting for uniforms this morning. Sick, declared Javier. Uniforms? Amelia asked loudly. No way. It's not quite what you all think, Pookie said, even as Javier was already unsnapping the buckles on the case to open the lid. The heavy plastic lid and aluminum hinges creaked a bit as he opened it. Whoa, he said. Bill and Pedro stood and moved into position to look in the box. One neatly folded Chinese military uniform was lying on top of several sets of Mexican Army uniforms. Chapter 5. Camp Longhorn, Northern Arizona. Righto, Granger. I'm hearing you, but... No, Vince. I really don't think you are, Granger replied calmly, albeit with an elevated voice. And if you righto me one more time, I'm going to stick it up your... Babe. Karen Kirkland cut off her mate and closest ally. Don't be rude. They're just trying to do what's best for all the I. She put her hand on his forearm, trying to get him to sit back in the camping chair he'd vacated to disagree with a decision in which he'd been given no voice. The couple, along with former Arizona State Senator Vince Delaney and over 20 of the various group leaders, were sitting around a quasi-round table they'd built out of folding tables just outside the former gun club's office. Granger looked at his newish girlfriend, knowing once again that her soothing presence had been placed in his life on purpose. He had fired deep behind his brown eyes, controlled, but ready to burn whoever was being unjust. And the thought he should head to North Carolina to find his daughters was planting the seed of second-guessing deeply into his psyche. He turned his head back, moving his eyes around the various people. "I'm sorry, Vince," he said when he'd finally reconnected his gaze with their primary leader's eyes. He kept their stare locked as he sat back down. "I just think you and the other I&I locations are making a mistake putting your most experienced operators in tactical planning spots in the rear. We belong on the front. We vets are the ones who will be able to interact with the active duty troops. We speak the lingo. We know how not to get killed doing something stupid." "And you all have been doing a bang-up job passing that knowledge along," the Patriot politician replied. He took his cowboy hat off and set it on the table in front of where he sat, dusting the brim as he continued. "But the generals have admitted that they're going to need to give us extensive areas to conduct our own ops in. And for that, we need you combat vets to plan and execute the big picture. We just can't afford to lose you boys." "I get it, Granger. Some of the experienced vets and cops and such will still be on the teams. But every I&I camp in Arizona is pulling their hardened leaders offline, and we're going to be no different." "Okay," Granger said with argument itching to drip off his words. "What about Tracy? Is the Grand Canyon unit making him pull off the line? I mean, experience is the entire reason they wanted him or me to go there in the first place." "To be frank, I don't know. I imagine they will hold him in camp once he gets back. I know several squads are south of Flagstaff conducting recon and ambushes. I'm sure he's leading one of them." Granger calmly stood back up and scooted his chair out. "I guess I don't even get a say in the matter," he grumbled as he scooted past Karen's chair and left the meeting. Karen looked at the rest of the council with an apologetic expression as she stood. She folded both of their chairs and leaned them against the white plastic table before grabbing her and Granger's water bottles and moving out to catch up, which took a light jog to achieve. "Baby, calm down," she said. Granger had already managed to gain 40 feet. He stopped and turned for her. "Sorry," he said, not trying to fake a smile. "Those clowns think they can make decisions without even consulting the people they affect." "In his defense," Karen said, "you've said at least 10 times since we've been here that there has to be a chain of command, that nothing ever gets done by committee." Her boyfriend just looked at her with an annoyed look. "Shut up," he said mostly playfully, his hallmark reply for any time he knew she was right. When she'd reached him, he turned and continued the walk south. They progressed the rest of the way in silence, reaching the spot to turn east toward their tent. "I think I want to take an evening stroll, just have some time to think." Karen had learned in their time together that he needed some alone time every night, time to decompress and enjoy not talking to anyone. "All right, but I have to say what I think, which is that I wish you would really consider what they're proposing. I'll be honest, I don't want you to go to the line. I think we should find a place to hide deeper in the mountains of Utah and make them come root us out." She leaned up to his face with pursed lips and gave him a quick kiss. "Just think about it, and watch for snakes." It was her usual warning, in lieu of the fact that neither of them had used the L word yet, and they didn't have a standard departure like most couples did. Granger received his kiss and said goodbye. He turned south, walking along the center of the gravel road that cut through the desert bushes and grass. The lane had been smooth when they first arrived, but so many vehicles, tractors, carts, horses, and wagons used it that it had developed ruts. He progressed south, passing the shotgun range several hundred yards down. The sun was slowly setting itself, and he could see one sentry replacing another in a watchtower on the far side of the shotgun range. Similar to the rifle line, they had converted the former shooting area into camping space for a variety of trailers and tents. There were also a few sets of mobile pens that contained the horses and cattle. On top of the annoyance that he was being railroaded into a training role, Granger was also worried that Vince and the others weren't fully paying attention to the immediate security threat. About an hour before dawn, they'd had to contend with scavengers trying to sneak in from the deep ravine to the west. Though no shots were fired, a loud fight had erupted, which triggered a full security alert and lockdown of the camp. The Chinese could pack up and leave today, and this country would continue to destroy itself for years, Granger knew. After another 2 minutes of walking, he came to the camp's trash-burning pile. Attendants had dragged a few logs near the burn pit to sit on during the day. Unlike a recreational fire, this fire pit wasn't particularly pleasant to smell. Granger had found it a decent place to park his keister and think in the evenings. Most people didn't want to smell it, but the wind at that time of day usually pushed the pungent odor south or east, and the medically retired firefighter was certainly used to the less pleasant burning scents. He saw a figure sitting on one of the logs. He was going to find a different log to place himself until he saw who it was. He thought. This is the younger kid from the funeral family. He sat down on the far end of the same log the young boy of about 8 was sitting. Granger saw the boy look at him quickly, then avert his eyes back to the coals of branches placed on the fire about an hour before shutting down the burn each evening. He had sandy blonde hair, long like a mop. Like most everyone, his jeans and thin coat were dirty, though he wore dirt streaks on his face too, like most boys that age do. His expression was as close to anyone else's expression Granger had ever seen that reflected a state of hell. "Sorry to bother you," the old Marine said. Granger noticed a backpack on the backside of the log, behind the boy and away from the dwindling fire. The boy said nothing, so after a few more seconds, Granger added, "And I'm sorry about your brother. I can't imagine how you feel. Well, I can. I've lost brothers, but not at your age." The boy looked at Granger in silence. The pair locked eyes for over 20 seconds before he spoke. "Your brother died?" he finally said, voice still a high pitch. It possessed an innocence that contradicted what Granger knew he must have lost already. "Several. One of my own, and a bunch of men I loved like brothers who I've met over the years." More silence. Finally the boy said, "Dixon had diabetes." "Yeah, I think I heard that. Man, that's tough. How the hell do I talk to this kid about death?" Granger worried. "My mom won't stop crying," the boy said. "Even my dad cries. I sometimes cry. The only one who doesn't cry anymore is my sister." "How old is she?" Granger asked. 16, the boy guessed. "She just had a birthday a couple of weeks ago. Maybe 17. "I guess I didn't pay attention to that kind of stuff when I was 8 or 9 either," Granger thought. "I'm sure she's sad. She's dealing with it in her own way." The conversation grew cold for a couple of minutes as the older man and extremely young one stared at the coals, deep in their thoughts. "I'm running away," the boy finally announced. "Oh, yeah?" Granger feigned surprise. "Where are you going?" "Florida," the boy said. "I hear they have a Disneyland there." "I think they do," Granger said, not bothering to correct the boy about the park's name. "But it might not be open. I know it doesn't seem fair, but—" He had a hard time saying it to the lad. "But this war will eventually affect our entire country, maybe the world. Sorry, kid." The boy looked at Granger to see if he was being messed with. He looked back at the fire. "Figures." "I'll make you a deal, kid," Granger said. "I can't make up for not being there for the girls," Granger thought, "but I can put one piece of good karma out to the universe tonight." "Damon," the boy corrected. "All right," Granger said, smiling for the first time since a time he could not recall. "Make you a deal, Damon. If you delay your decision to run away tonight, then I'll treat you to something cool tomorrow. With your parents' permission, that is." "Like what?" the skeptical boy asked. "You ever shoot guns?" "My dad has guns. I've shot. My mom's got guns, too," the boy said with just a hint of elation. "Cool. We'll figure something out. I bet I have some cool stuff your old man doesn't. But you have to stay. You won't be disappointed." The boy sighed, the temporary happiness fading already. He looked back at the flickers of flame. "On one condition," the boy negotiated. Granger gave a small, genuine chuckle. "What's that?" "You gotta tell me how you got those 6 scars," the boy said with the excitement and innocence of a child who temporarily forgot his world was at war. Round Mountain Pit Mine, Hadley, Nevada. "I've always wanted to see the open-top mines," Army Captain Ora Thorne told the other 2 service members. And though the U-28 Draco's intercom and headset system made conversation possible, it was still instinctive for people to yell. They were, after all, sitting directly behind the engine and single propeller. "Mines?" Marine Raider Gunnery Sergeant John Paul Mateo said from the seat behind Ora, as Lou finished turning the plane around. The short, raspy-voiced gunny was known by JP amongst his team when they weren't around other Marines or civilians. This distinguished him from their squad's sole officer, First Lieutenant Jonathan Patrick. JP was the last wounded Marine from the ill-fated flight on Lou's C-17 to make it out of the growing field hospital in Fallon. He was the ranking enlisted man in the Raider squad, and one of the few not out in the field preparing the special secretive operation Lou hadn't fully been briefed about. "As in, there's gold in them thar hills type of mines?" he joked. It had been pre-dawn when the trio had landed hours earlier on a small runway lined with road flares. They were on a mission to meet with the local militia that had formed up. Word had spread throughout central Nevada like wildfire. "The Chinese are coming!" People with nowhere to flee east were preparing to make their stand. Ora had asked for a ride from Lou, heading out at the request of the communities of Hadley and Carvers. Her motive wasn't to help the civilian organizers so much as to figure out if they were plumbed into an intelligence network. While it was a long and a roundabout drive that chewed up precious gas for the civilians, the small plane could be there in just a few minutes. Lou felt the meeting was straight out of the playbook for his assignment with Rampart Edge, and though that had fallen apart with the attack on the Pentagon, it was necessary now more than ever. JP only tagged along because almost all of his squad were at the place they were headed next. They'd met with the civilians at the nearby high school baseball field, grown over with spring weeds as the approaching war had sent so many people bugging out. Lou gunned the throttle, aiming the craft up the cracked asphalt nearly due north. "Exactly," Ora said. "Miles long and miles wide. They don't dig sideways mine shafts anymore," she explained. "It's just easier to carve the entire mountain down with machinery." "What did they mine?" JP asked as he tried craning his neck to the starboard, seeing the layers of heap leach pads built up around the mammoth hole in tall, flat tiers. They looked almost like a dirt Mayan pyramid, albeit hundreds of feet tall. "Gold?" "That and any other metal they find," Ora said, the distaste for the environmental impact not disguised in her voice. In prior conversations, Ora had made her stance as a peacetime environmentalist well known. The irony, Lou thought. I'm all for being a responsible Earthling, but a person can't logically be both anti-mining to save the planet and pro-everything is now battery-operated. "We'll do a flyby before we head west," he announced about the time he was pulling back on the yoke to induce lift for the takeoff. The trio flew northeast as they climbed past the large location's northern end, before Lou banked south. He leveled the Draco off at 1,000 feet above ground level. In reality, there were 5 different pit mines, and the overall scale was nearly 3 times wider and 5 times longer than the entire town they'd just left, let alone its runway. "Man, you could hide a whole battalion in a couple of lows," JP announced with a low whistle. As Lou turned west, he scanned his plane's instruments. They were headed past Hawthorne toward the secret location where Lou had dropped off several Raiders and Navy EOD days earlier. He scanned his watch. "ETA 45 minutes, he said. "And now this is where I get to bring you up to speed, Colonel," Captain Thorne said. The Raiders had been attached to her company of infantry that had been in Hawthorne training. She'd briefed JP and the few other Raiders not out in the field on the scope of the special op the evening before. "Oh?" Lou asked with genuine surprise. "We'll be picking up the rest of Gunny's squad, the ones you dropped off 2 days ago, as you know. We think that they'll confirm what we expected to find." What's that? Lou asked, taking the bait. An uncharted cavern system on the mountain's northeast region, one that goes hundreds of feet in and down. She looked directly at Lou. This is top secret, sir. I can't emphasize that enough. There were only a few true secrets in Hawthorne, and Lou's nightly drinking wasn't one of them. I understand, Captain, Lou said, saying her rank with just a slight hint of annoyance. When the Army makes their stand at the pass and drives the Charlies north in California, the Mountain Warfare Training Center Marines are going to set off a series of explosions at key parts of the mountains to keep them from retreating south. They'll have to continue north. She took a cleansing breath and cleared her throat. We're going to blow a small tactical nuke in that mountain and bury them. She let that sit for a moment. Lou sat silently, fully analyzing what she'd just told him. I guess the pit mines aren't such a big eco disaster now, are they? He laughed. I'm not joking, Colonel Caldwell, she said with cold precision. We're nuking ourselves. Got it. I heard you, Lima Charlie, Captain, Lou said, loud and clear. We'll be bringing the raiders home today for a full analysis and debrief, she said, controlling her emotion once more as the craft plied over the flat tan desert, headed toward California. And this all hinges on the 10th 3rd Brigade repelling them at that pass to the south, Lou realized. If they get overrun, we now have a barely secured American nuke sitting behind enemy lines. He thought once more about civilians, militias, and open-pit mines. Not everything is as it seems on the surface, Colonel, she said mysteriously before deflecting the subject. You work for General Montgomery, right? Can you relay to him we need more resources here? I'm sure he knows, Aura. But he also thought about something JP had said earlier. But I wonder if he knows just how big those mines are. Chapter 6. Camp Longhorn, Northern Arizona. The EA-18G Growler, which was circling the meeting at 15,000 feet, along with its two Guardian F-18 fighters almost 2 miles higher, left short contrails of vaporized cold air in the purple and royal blue sky as the sun rose above the Arizona desert. The electronic warfare aircraft's only mission at that moment was to provide several forms of electronic protection to VIPs visiting the I&I base camp. It flew in a 20-mile diameter loop that was moving about from time to time, so as not to provide a subtle clue to the meeting location. Its high-tech electronic pods were scrambling any air or ground-borne fire control radars the enemy forces might use to the south. Even drones' control signals were affected. For the duration of the meeting, the threat of an aerial attack using anything other than gravity bombs was severely hampered. 3 Black Hawk helicopters had landed to the northeast of the base camp. Once the rotors had stopped and the dust had settled, several Army officers and senior NCOs clad in body armor and helmets moved toward the gun club's main offices, followed closely by the squad of Rangers assigned as their protective detail. Once the usual meet and greet had finished, and the Rangers had established their security perimeter 50 meters from the office in all directions, the meeting began. Granger Madison, along with the other Camp Longhorn leadership, was standing in the tight confines listening to the plea for help, the general doing his level best to keep his desperation at bay. After listening to him and a pair of colonels detail the known and expected battle plans of the enemy coalition for several minutes, Granger had a better idea of what was about to be asked. And make no mistake, folks, Brigadier General Walter Forbes said in wrapping his brief, this is frontline integration. Real combat. You're helping us with rear security, handling of prisoners, and even some more dangerous assignments like long-range reconnaissance and patrol. In fact, as we are taking off to come here, I learned that one of our I&I units on just such a mission has failed to check in. I just want you all to be completely aware of the risks. General, Granger signaled from his spot leaning on the wall at the opposite end of the packed office trailer from where the general and his entourage sat. He'd met the general while on his recruitment tour with Delta Force operator Mikhail Voodoo Hudson several weeks earlier. Yes? The general trailed his voice as his eyes led his brain to recognition. Granger, correct? Force Recon Marine? Yes, sir, Granger confirmed. Obviously, Flagstaff is important because taking Interstate 40 gets them the easy path to Albuquerque, which gets them to Denver and Oklahoma City. But wouldn't our civilian militias be better off setting up ambushes at connecting roads, overpasses, railroad crossings, things like that? Great question. Eventually, yes. But right now, slowing the advance is all about buying time. We need to get the civilians out and the East Coast units still arriving in. And it is imperative that at least some of the combat veterans, just like you, train the rest. Not just in basic infantry tactics, but in true insurgency, just like one of the I's in I&I stands for. Not every civilian can get out. There are still millions trapped behind the collective line that stretches from San Antonio to Southern California to Southern Oregon. They are the resistance. The general scanned the room. Everyone needs to recalibrate their minds on this just a bit. The Chinese and their allies may have the numbers and technical authority to take half or more of America, but they'll never win the hearts and minds of the civilians. The resistance behind enemy lines is where this thing will be won, and I think I should make it clear. Albuquerque will be taken from the south. What happens on the New Mexico border had a great deal of impact on the decisions we make. Sometimes things are changing several times per day. Heads started turning, and a few of the civilians let out audible grunts of doubt and disagreement. "Hear me out," the general continued. "What's the big lesson we've taken from every war and conflict since Vietnam?" "That you can't fight the insurgency?" one voice asked the room in answer. "Partially," the general said, "but deeper than that. We Americans have arrogantly tried to instill our way of life, our form of government, our very cultural values onto those who didn't ask for it. And that's something the Chinese have shown no signs of understanding. They're in Los Angeles right now, setting up hospitals and food distribution centers, trying to buy loyalty. But history has shown us repeatedly that never works. At their core, people are always pissed that the aggressor had the audacity to show up. They start working in the shadows to resist. As long as they can stay hidden and armed, yes," a different Camp Longhorn leader chimed in. "Do they expect some of us to stay behind enemy lines on purpose?" Granger wondered as he listened. "I have zero interest in that." His mind went once more to the hefty decision to just pack up and head east to his daughters. At his core, he loved Arizona as much as America and did not want to leave it. Not just yet. "So what we need," the general wrapped up, "is for a mixing of veterans and well-trained civilians to be ready to head to Flagstaff for assignment today." He looked at Granger. "And older, experienced men like Sergeant Madison here to continue training the rest." Granger groaned with the barest of audible perception, but his face betrayed his silent protest. A few more questions in the Q&A were asked and answered, and the meeting started to break apart. "I have just one more question," he heard Vince Delaney ask as the room emptied. "What unit did the missing I&I come from?" This caused Granger and most who were filing out to stop in place and listen. "The Grand Canyon unit," General Forbes replied. "But keep that in this room. There's no need to mourn or spread information that hasn't been confirmed." Granger felt his stomach drop and turn. "Tracy," he thought, feeling the wave of frustration and worry move across his body in a nearly physical manner. "God, please watch out for my friend." NRA Whittington Center, Raton, New Mexico. Buff Corey came to with an ear-splitting headache. "No!" he yelled in his internal monologue, feeling the constant, nearly unbearable pressure, like his head wanted to compress. He'd told his wife it reminded him of what that character on Game of Thrones must have felt like when the giant man squished his head like a grape. "Except I don't get the relief that death would bring," he'd only joked once. Suze was not amused. Not one bit. As the feeling of coming to, it wasn't the same as waking, aroused his senses, he groaned from the pain. "He's coming round," he heard a stranger drawl in what was clearly an Alabama accent. Buff moved his hands to his eyes, covering them as backup to intense squinting. The thought of letting light in was secondary to the pain. All things were. But his first order of business would be to figure out if he was about to puke. He wasn't even sure what happened. There were a few other voices, mostly the hushed whispers of respectful men in other areas. Buff didn't care. He was here. They were here. Nothing mattered but the blinding headache. They could paint his toenails or cut off his legs, if they were the evil sort. And there isn't a damn thing I'd be able to do to stop it, he thought. Dang, Buff, you weren't kidding. He heard a slightly more familiar voice chime in. How? Buff started, still confused. I mean, what happened? We were shooting. Eyes clenched. He knew the voice of Cleo Berry. Conversation was the last thing he wanted, but the curiosity about not even knowing what happened was killing him. This is on me, man, Cleo said, a sincere remorse ingrained in his words. Everything had been going well with the suppressed 22s and double hearing protection. You wanted to try a 9mm pistol, but I didn't have a suppressor for it. Any of this sound familiar? He asked. I think so, Buff said. I remember shooting a few. Seemed to be going okay. Better than okay, Cleo agreed. We'd been out there for a good 4 hours. Took a break for lunch. We geared back up. You talked me into letting you learn to move around barricades and obstacles. But you moved to take a kneeling position around one of our plywood obstacles and knocked your ear probe just a bit askew on your ear as you shot. I'm still lost, Buff said. A headache, sure. Not sure how it made me pass out. You'd taken the foam earplugs out for some reason at lunch, or so it seems. You didn't have any in when you passed out, Cleo explained. Ah, Buff internalized. Where am I? And does anyone have a tryptan-type med I can take? I've got some if you're ready, an unfamiliar voice said. Sergeant Malecki here. I'm one of the medics. We halted at the hunting cabin we've turned into our med shack, Cleo added. I'll take whatever you got, Sarge, Buff told the medic. And some Excedrin, too, if you got it. Sure thing. Sergeant James Malecki knelt next to the cot they'd placed Buff on and held a water bottle against the back of his hand. This gave Buff the hint to take the water and pill from him. After that was finished, Malecki went to another room to find the additional med. Do you mind if I ask how you got like this? Cleo probed. You said something about Sandia a couple of days ago. I worked there in the Albuquerque office attached to Kirkland Air Force Base, Buff said, not wanting to talk but trying to tough it out. He liked Cleo and appreciated the chance to learn from him, and he was embarrassed about the whole thing. A chemical explosion threw me into a cabinet head first. Yeah, that should be enough. Did you work on some of the cool classified stuff? Cleo probed. Not to be rude, man. I'd just like to sit here in the quiet and dark for a couple of hours, Buff said. I'll tell you more a bit later. People would not believe some of the tech we worked on. Malecki re-entered the hunting cabin's bedroom as Cleo stood from his chair. Roger that, Buff. He moved toward the open door, but stopped and turned back. Sandia is probably going to be taken by the Charlies soon, he pointed out, planting a seed for an idea he'd just had that he definitely needed to tell his officer in charge about. Camp Longhorn, northern Arizona. Granger and Maximus trailed the returning trainees of the 64th Irregulars and Insurgents by most of a mile in the high desert evening sun. Each was on horseback, heading into the sun and spread out by a few hundred meters. They'd been several miles east of the camp. Granger pulled his old forest camo boonie hat down over his eyes just a hair more. The new sweat mixed with old salt crystals, the scent of the long-lost electrolytes reminding him of more than one mission in his beloved Marine Corps almost 30 years earlier. He'd learned to trust his borrowed horse, who deftly transited the dirt and scrub to avoid ankle-snapping crevices or anywhere else a rattlesnake might cool itself. The dust trail ahead grew, but just the one. The rest of the trainees' horses just kept their normal walk pace with the occasional 2-beat trot. Must be a messenger, Granger realized as the horse and rider were approaching him at full gallop. A seed of angst began to fester in his gut. He squeezed his legs and gave a slight heel bump, prodding Maximus to pick up speed. After closing the distance some, he pulled back on the reins, watching the same young female messenger he usually encountered slowing her horse. As they pulled up, the steed was breathing heavily through flaring nostrils, and the young lady wore a concerned look. They want you back ASAP, she called through her own heavy breathing. A full-speed run was in itself a workout for the rider, too. Granger gave her the courtesy of letting her catch her breath in silence. In the radio shack, she gasped. Do you need water, Heather? He asked. Maximus was already bouncing in anticipation. We're good. Granger gave her a nod and gave Maximus the jolt he needed to sprint. He'd learned that the gallop, while more tiring, was a more efficient stride for his Mustang over the slightly slower 3-beat canter. 6 minutes later, horse and rider were slowing down and approaching camp from the southeast. He slowed Maximus down through the gates and hopped off when he saw Karen and Donna Wolf jogging toward him from the direction of the collection of Connex boxes across the dirt road from the office. Both of their faces were flush. They've been crying, Granger knew, the seed in his gut blossoming. He started walking his horse by the reins, giving the animal a chance to slow his breathing and relax his spent muscles naturally. What is it? He asked, afraid someone important had been hurt or killed. You need to get into the ham shack. Donna's voice cracked as she took control of Maximus. Karen nodded and wiped her eyes. It's Tracy, she said. They... Her lips quivered, not finding the words. Granger started to run as fast as a man nearly 50 dared without pulling a hamstring. His sweaty boonie hat flew off his head, the thin lanyard wrapping itself around his neck like a thin noose. He reached behind his head and grabbed the hat without even thinking as the gravelly road crunched under him in his sprint. He reached the shack. Make a hole, he yelled. The two closest men in the crowded Connex box saw him approaching and scooted back out the door for him. Granger stepped in, still nearly running. Bob Salvage, one of the original Roadrunner base camp radio operators, stepped away from a computer monitor and pushed his way past several men with the gravest of looks. Just hold up a minute, brother, the old Grenada and Panama veteran started. What, Bob? Granger exclaimed. Something with Tracy, they said. His eyes darted from Bob, past several other onlookers stuffed around the radio shack's long bench full of equipment, and to the screen Bob had been looking at. The Charlies, Bob said coldly. I'm going to kill every last one of them. We're the last ones, brother. We're the last Roadrunners. Granger pushed past him and bent down over the monitor. The INI had received 3 photos via a digital ham radio, easily reassembled by a computer running the right software. They'd come from the Army, who had received them in an electronic warfare propaganda blast by Chinese aircraft. The first was a photo of a group of INI warfighters, the volunteer veteran and civilian patrol that had gone missing. They were lumped together and bound, obviously beaten and bleeding. Roadrunner Tracy Rogers was barely recognizable. The former Navy Swick-boat special operator had been the leader of the squad. The second photo showed the entire squad lined up side by side on a long scaffold at an airport taxiway. The level they were standing on was about 12 feet high. Above them was a beam of wood, draping a rope down to each man's uncovered head. Granger moved his eyes to the third photo, his heart pounding like a war drum in his ears. It was hot in the tiny middle box, hotter still under his dusty long-sleeved shirt. He saw what he feared, a photo of Chinese soldiers gawking and pointing at 9 swinging dead Americans. Granger felt his knees buckle. He caught himself on the back of the tall empty chair between him and the radio bench. He scanned the photos once again. Outside the Connex, Karen approached, with Donna towing Maximus not far behind. The piercing scream pushed its way past the huddled men, out of the Connex and toward the 2 ladies, a war scream of pure rage and anguish unlike any of them had ever heard. Chapter 7. Pepper's Place Diner, Hawthorne, Nevada. Rusty ran around the outdoor eating area of the classic American diner upon seeing the old man, tail wagging. He doesn't look good, Lou thought. The older Gulf War veteran had been nearly a diabetic at one point, having reversed his insulin resistance by cutting out processed carbs and fasting. But he'd never truly taken his health seriously, and each time he'd gotten better for a few months, the crappy diet would slip back in. The scarcity of food in Hawthorne by this point was slowly starving the man, who wore his pale, ashy skin like a badly tailored suit. Are you doing okay, hound dog? Not gonna lie, Lou. The old man trailed through a rough voice and white frazzled beard, looking 15 years older than the 59 he was. He was leaning against the umbrella-covered table. Lou sat down on the bench across from him. Hound Dog turned the two red plastic cups upright and separated them. The nearby whiskey bottle itself barely had an inch left in it. The evening sun was rendering the umbrella mostly useless, any shade coming from the red kitchen building itself. The low-angled light beams made the flitting dust easy to see. "I've been better," he announced. Lou saw Rusty was busy trying to chase a rat under the trailer's skirting. "I can score you some MREs easy enough." He was worried about his new old friend. "If you're out of food." The bearded man pulled a lighter out of his dirty green T-shirt pocket and set it down. "Guess I'm done smoking now, too." He laughed softly. "I'm kind of impressed I was able to make 13 packs last nearly 2 months. Lou could see the man's gears of thought turning as he stared in introspection at the worn-out Zippo. "Thinking about family?" he guessed. Hound Dog's face pressed into a negative smirk as he shook his head side to side. "Nah, my kids moved on with their lives without me many, many years ago. The only one I've heard from in the last 3 years is my daughter." He went quiet for a moment, moving his stare from the lighter to the red cups, which he grabbed and moved into place. "My drinking drove them away, and now I can't take it back." He took the bottle and split the small amount into the 2 cups 50-50. "Sorry, partner. This is the last of it." "I lost my only son," Lou said, his voice cracking a bit. He was no longer in danger of breaking down sobbing any time he thought of Terrence. "It took me getting myself nearly beat to death." He picked up his cup and let the liquid just touch the corners of his open mouth before tilting it back down and away. His face became dark, his brow furrowing in recollection. "And a man lost his life saving mine." He set the cup back down and shoved it back to the center of the table, the whiskey still in it. "It's time to stop again, Caldwell," Lou thought. "And it needs to be a choice, not because we were out." "How old was your boy?" Harry Hound Dog Keller asked in genuine concern and interest. He knew, based on Lou's age, it would be a young age. 16, Lou said, staring at the bottom of the cup. In his mind, though, he was only seeing Terrence in his coffin. The room fell silent except for Hound Dog's sipping and the occasional yip from Rusty in the kitchen as he attacked his prey. Eventually, Lou shifted his eyes toward the lighter. He could tell the faded pewter emblem on it was probably an old Navy ship's crest or logo. "What did you say you did in the Navy?" "I gotta change the subject before I finish that whiskey," he knew. "I was a gunner's mate on a tin can, at least at the end. I was only in 5 years. Spent the first year training and the second on a Stinger det." Lou shook his ears a bit as he looked up. "A what? As in Stinger missiles?" "Yep," the old man said, almost showing fondness, if not pride, as his eyes drifted off in memory. "A Stinger missile detachment. See, Iran and Iraq had their war for most of the 80s. "I remember studying a bit about that in college," Lou said, nodding. "Then the Stark got shot on accident," Hound Dog said while making air quotes with his fingers. He was referring to the USS Stark, a U.S. Navy frigate which took 2 Exocet missile hits, killing 37 sailors. "The Iraqis claimed mistaken identity and tried to say the ship was in the declared war zone, which it wasn't." Lou noticed the man's energy picking up. "Between that and the Iranians attacking merchant oil tankers, Reagan had had enough." He started making direct eye contact with Lou, no longer needing distant memory to think about. "After that, for years, every American Navy ship, and remember, we had a 600-ship Navy back then, that went into the Persian Gulf had a Stinger missile detachment on it, even the ships with their own guided missile systems." Lou hadn't recalled seeing Hound Dog get so worked up in the prior conversations. "Go on," he prodded. "Tell me more." "Not much to tell," he said. 4 of us GMs to a detachment, a first-class petty officer and a bunch of raw boots. We were over there for a full year, switching to a new ship every 3 months or so. "You ever get to shoot one?" "In combat?" the man guffawed. "Nah. Just in training." "Was that here in Hawthorne?" Lou asked, thinking of the literally thousands of weapons bunkers just a mile away. "El Paso. Fort Bliss. Ever been?" Lou damn near crapped his pants. "Oh, yeah," he thought, voice and face reflecting the truth. "If you only knew." "Well, then you know what a hot, boring—" Hound Dog wasn't stupid. He knew a major part of the cartel violence in America several months earlier had taken place in El Paso. Downtown and several other areas had been attacked with bomb drones. "Place it can be," he finished, voice trailing off. Lou let it sit for a moment. "So you got to shoot stingers there, in training?" "Just one, at the end. They are trying to get rid of the red eyes, so that's what we mostly trained with." Lou started thinking. "You know, I bet there are a bunch of stingers out there in those bunkers," he said casually as he nodded that direction with his head. Camp Longhorn, northern Arizona. "We have a tough choice ahead of us," Granger told the group of trainees. Counting some newer additions and himself, it was nearly 36 people, all seated in camping chairs in a loose group near the cold trash fire ring. After a breakfast of canned oranges an hour earlier, he'd ordered the trainees to grab their gear and meet him there. "No training today," he'd ordered. Now, as they looked at him in the early rising sun, the stubble in his gray beard had gone nearly pure white overnight. He looked exhausted. "I'm taking 7 of you tomorrow in the wee hours. We're heading to Flagstaff for assignment." The scattered whispers started as trainees of all demographics and ages looked around. "As you have all figured out, once we have a squad looking decent, we've been splitting it into 2 and giving each half fresh rookies to mentor. This not only allowed us to multiply the training, but it allowed me, as your lead instructor, to see how your temperaments work with each other. The point is, I don't need a particular squad. I'm first looking for volunteers." Several hands shot up immediately. "Right here," one man even called out. "Hold up, everyone," Granger said. "I know some of you are full of piss and vinegar, ready to kick some commie butt. We'll get to who is going later." He scanned the group, looking at the ones whose hands shot up, removing almost all of them from his list in his head immediately. "Everyone, dump your gear out." Hesitation followed puzzled looks. "Come on, right now. If you have a poncho or whoopee, I suggest you use that to dump your stuff out onto." The members all started getting out of camp chairs, the older ones grunting as they did. In moments, small conversations ensued as the sounds of gear bags being emptied became those of equipment being sorted onto poncho liners. "Give all of your equipment a good thorough once-over," Granger instructed as he paced up and down the spaces between the trainees. "See what's in bad condition. Make sure you have spare batteries. Make sure you have rations and the correct magazines for your weapons. Clean your firearms. Organize your things, talk to each other, see if you want to trade or borrow or if you have a spare item someone else needs." He looked at the smoldering ashes from the day prior's trash fire, then at the pile of brush and branches nearby that had been prepped for starting the next one. It was early March, and though it would be warm in just a few hours, there was no harm in getting a fire going for the morning chill. He spent a few minutes doing just that, passively listening to the small conversations. Who was gung-ho? Who was having second thoughts? Who was overly quiet, and was it because they're smart, scared, or angry? "Weight matters. You'll be lugging this stuff around, so you need to be very cautious with that old 2-is-1 slogan. Every ounce counts. I'll be grabbing a few of you for some one-on-one conversations," he said as he meandered through the group. He stopped at his old firefighter buddy and Acme Ranch resident Jerome Washington, who was kneeling on his tarp and starting to clean his gear of the desert dust. Jerome's wife Robin was one of the medical leads. Granger squatted and transitioned to one knee, no longer able to maintain the catcher's stance he preferred when he had younger knees. "Heads up, old friend. You're not going." Jerome looked up from his gear and gave his friend a look somewhere between shock and a glare. "What you mean I ain't going?" He nearly chuckled. "Of course I'm going." "I need you here, Jay," Granger said. "We can't take all the strong leaders on this." Jerome started his rebuttal, but Granger held up a palm. "Stop. I've made up my mind." He studied his friend, who was shaking his head. Man, I ain't a combat vet, but you know I'm better than most of these kids. Precisely why I need you here, man. For your wife, and for Karen and Donna, and for my peace of mind. This camp needs to start bugging north. This is about Tracy, ain't it? Jerome asked as he sat back on his heels. Granger just stared for a long, quiet moment. Maybe, he confessed. Jerome sighed and stared back for another moment. All right, Grange. Jerome looked around at the not quite eclectic mix of people. He turned his face back toward his buddy. I sure hope you know what you're doing. Camp Awatiga, Supai, Arizona. Pedro del Sur watched Javier and Pookie enter their small unit tent, followed by a man in a regular army uniform carrying a locking pelican case about the same size and shape as a briefcase. Huh, he thought, not sure what to make of it. I'm betting this is related to our shift in training the last couple of days. Since receiving their foreign uniforms 2 days earlier, which they'd started tailoring to fit but were not yet wearing, they'd been taught by a Green Beret who had been training them in 3 areas: foreign weapons systems, foreign military rank and culture structure, and lockpicking. The last one had been primarily on a pair of captured enemy trucks, but they'd also been taken to a small commercial building in town to try their hand on structural locks. Evening, y'all, Pookie said. Nobody had stood because the civilians had not yet felt the need to adopt a true military culture, but they had dropped all conversation when the guest had walked in behind the 2 veteran leaders of their pack. This is Lieutenant Colonel Barlow. He has the floor, so please pay attention. Those on the benches closer to the 3 men stood, turned around, and reseated themselves. Thank you, Master Sergeant, the tall, lanky officer said. Pedro sized up that comment, looking at Pookie, who had made no odd facial expressions at the use of his old rank. These must be serious, he realized. Troops, the man continued, having learned it was an easy, gender-neutral way to address the militia units. I'm here for 3 purposes. 1, to give you a chance to volunteer for something extremely dangerous. He quickly scanned the faces. And with no promise of success or exfiltration. Master Sergeant Ariano and Corporal Garcia have already given their commitments. Exfiltration? Pedro thought. What the hell is he talking about? Next, Barlow said, I want to give you the truth about what awaits you if you get captured. Finally, if you've committed, you'll learn the mission parameters. All I'll say now is that it is far, far south of the current front line. The light popping in the tent's fireplace was the only noise, save the shuffling of clothing as people adjusted their butts on the hard benches. Pedro was the first to put his hand up. I'm in. He looked down at the dirty canvas floor. I'm in, Jaime Contreras repeated, miffed that Pedro had beat him to being first. The 19-year-old had made his willingness to prove his tactical prowess well known. It only took a moment for all of them to commit. Good, Barlow said, his face stone cold. And thank you. This isn't easy for any of us. He set the pelican case on the end of the bench next to Jan Bill Ling and opened it. He retrieved a manila folder with some markings on it and stood. I know you've heard rumors of the capture and torture of the missing I&I squad. The air suddenly became hot and still in the already warm tent. They're true. He handed a set of papers to Pookie. Pookie flipped through them, face betraying him only slightly as he looked at the 3 photos of the squad hanging. He said nothing as he handed them to Javier. Lieutenant Colonel Barlow looked at the team before him as the papers made the rounds. These people were tortured before they were hanged. I need you to go into this fully aware. Now is the time if you want to change your mind. There is no shame, and we'll find you another squad. But I must tell you, there's a reason many of the squads here at Camp Awatiga have been sorted by race to begin with. Because we're not white, Jaime said with an air of disgust. Or black, Barlow continued, unfazed. Or Korean, or from any other race and culture than Mexican or Chinese. Does that bother you? He asked Jaime directly. No, it doesn't, 40-year-old Roberto Davalos answered first, annoyed. He cut off the young volunteer from answering because, like everyone else, it had only taken him 2 days to learn who the squad's weakest link was. At least not for me. No, Colonel. Pookie spoke up before the entire team started giving Jaime a verbal tongue-lashing. We've had these discussions. Everyone here remembers we're Americans first. We understand the stakes and that we can use what God gave us to a strategic advantage, even our race. Jaime took a preparatory breath to speak, but Javier gave him a glare and a loud ahem. About then the photos reached Pedro, and his worst fear smacked him in the face. Tracy! He yelled out instinctively upon seeing his buddy. The entire group whipped their heads toward him. Pain and disbelief appeared on his face like Houdini himself had conjured them. Pedro stood up, dropping the papers in a crumpled mess as he stormed out of the tent. Chapter 8. NRA Whittington Center, Raton, New Mexico. Buff passed through the civilian-staffed entry control point on the center's main driveway off the highway. He was waved through immediately upon recognition. Those staying at the center were at the point of needing to screen people to enter. They were allowing folks to establish a refugee center away from the tactical training, but they wanted a list of everyone entering off the highway. Most were escaping the south and west without enough food and supplies to care for themselves, if any at all. He scanned the fuel gauge on the F-250 and knew he'd put off an uncomfortable conversation with the center's director, Sam Worth, for long enough. The reality is that I can't afford to keep driving up here every day. If there's no money and no power, I'm just wasting gas. The harsh truth was that, like the folks on foot, bike, and horseback coming onto the property, Buff had no idea how his family would survive the coming months. The tension between his wife and her parents was nearly palpable at all times. While Susanna's mother was still fairly mobile at 62, her father's body was now racked with arthritis from doing back-straining farm work most of his life. They hadn't actually farmed in several years. Coming to WC was almost a form of escapism. They weren't angry with Buff, but there was an unspoken thought that he, as the former scientist with a Honeywell subsidiary, should somehow know what to do and where to go. The fact was that Buff was probably more stressed about it than any of them knew. How am I supposed to keep my children fed? Safe? He'd already been shot down about the idea of taking everyone to his parents' place in Tennessee. Suze's parents, though needing the most help, offered the most resistance. They'd impressed upon Buff that he should indeed move his wife and children, but they would not abandon their home. And of course, Susanna had not yet reached a place in her mind where she would abandon her parents to the approaching horde. Even as millions were trying to flee east, many folks were simply in denial about the reality of the foreign invasion. As he rounded the WC, he found one of the Humvees parked in his usual spot. He parked next to it and headed inside, hoping he'd remember to talk to Sam about getting some gas from the center's maintenance shop after he settled whatever the Army needed. Buff grabbed his water bottle and headed into the familiar dark hall, and immediately heard voices drifting out of Sam Worth's office. As he walked to it, a pair of shapes he recognized exited the office he was headed toward into the hall. "Buff," Luis Trejo said. The balding man in his early 60s and of average height with a pot-belly that told the truth about how much Miller Lite he used to drink was Buff's good-natured supervisor. "I heard you had another thing yesterday. Good to see you up and about, mijo." The grandfather of 7 took to calling pretty much any younger man he was fond of with the Spanish endearment for "my son." As Buff met Luis and the other maintenance worker, Eddie Soldado, in front of Sam's office door, he shook each of their hands. "That's what I get for playing Rambo, I guess," he said with the slightest of smirks. "But I'm feeling okay." He let out a breath, seeing 2 of the soldiers seated in Sam's office, and not sure if this was the time and place to talk about his future at the center. "Buff," he heard Sam call out, "can you come in for a moment?" He gave a little wave to acknowledge Sam and then said to Luis, "Can you wait for a bit? I need to talk about getting some gas." Luis gave a quick side-eye glance into Sam's office. "We'll be at the shed when you're done," he announced, referring to their primary maintenance shop. The 2 men moved down the hall to exit while Buff entered the office, lit by its own candle. Buff recognized Cleo, but had never been introduced to the other soldier, who was probably in his early 30s. They both stood up as he entered. "Buff, good seeing you up and about," Cleo said. The evening earlier, he'd driven Buff back down to his pickup at the Brunel building in the later evening, after Buff had rested for several hours. "Wasn't sure if you'd be in today." "I'm Captain Sidney Alden," the Special Forces officer in charge said as they shook hands. "But just call me Sid. We keep it pretty informal out here on deployment." "Sid," Buff acknowledged. He scanned over at Sam, who was standing up in the small room. "Here, take my chair," he told Buff as he moved around his desk and scooted around Buff for the office door. He gave Buff a warm grin as he passed and moved right up the hall toward the main center lobby. Buff looked back at the two men, setting his water bottle down on the desk, not too far from the candle. He sat down in Sam's worn office chair. "I'm doing fine, guys. Really," he said, scanning back and forth between the two faces. "It was my fault for goofing up my ear protection." Sid gave a little chuckle. "That's not why we're here, Buff," he explained. He shot Cleo a quick glance. "Cleo says you used to work at Sandia." A hair instantly stood up on Buff's neck, his brow furrowing a bit subconsciously. "Yeah?" he said with slow caution. "Can we trust you to keep anything we say in the utmost secrecy? From anyone, including your family?" "That depends," Buff said honestly. "I haven't worked there in over 3 years." He still couldn't fathom what exactly they thought he could provide. "What department were you in?" Sid asked, withholding any information until he was sure he wanted to part with it. "I'm not sure I can." "You can," Sid cut him off. "We're cleared for anything you think you can't tell us. And I'll tell you, we do have a need to know." The room grew quiet. Both of the soldiers wore blank, serious expressions. Buff shuffled his eyes down at the candle flame. Seeing his water bottle, he picked it up and took a refreshing pull to wet his throat. After setting it back down, he began. "I was on a team working on MFMs, what you might know as microfusion munitions." "Wait," Sid cut him off. "Fusion? As in only fusion?" He understood that modern nuclear weapons used a fission stage, one reaction, to trigger the fusion bomb. "Precisely," Buff said. "Our super collider just couldn't make enough antimatter en masse for a trigger, so we went with a chemical reaction called biotechnics." He looked back and forth at the two shocked faces. "We're talking smaller than a golf ball, deliverable by drones. Just one of these can destroy 20% of Manhattan and have almost zero radioactive fallout. Like a nuclear bomb without everyone in the surrounding vicinity suffering from the radiation." "So, the stuff of my worst nightmares," Cleo quipped. "Next time just say stuff of your worst nightmares. It'll be shorter." "Exactly," Buff said matter-of-factly. "A tiny core drilled and polished by AI-driven lasers set into a chemically reactive trigger that applies enough heat and pressure to start the chain reaction." Buff watched their faces. "Why?" he asked in confusion. The two soldiers exchanged glances. "As you probably realize," Sid explained, "Sandia is in the middle of evacuating everything they don't want the Chinese and Venezuelans to get their hands on." "They won't possibly be able to get it all," Buff interjected. "The place is just too big. They can get all the developed goods, but there are other assets. Large, permanently mounted pieces of equipment, not to mention the nuclear material in my old department." The light bulb turned on in Buff's mind, causing him to interrupt himself. "You guys have to go there after they've bugged out and sanitize the remaining tech before the Chinese get it, huh?" "Something like that," Sid admitted, not really convinced of Cleo's idea. "You need me to build you a model of the place," Buff guessed. "Give you the lay of the land." "Something like that," Cleo said this time, eyes narrowing a bit. Buff moved his eyes back and forth across both faces for several seconds as the room drifted into an abnormal silence. "You two," he started to think, "look just like the cat that ate the—" "No way." Buff exclaimed dramatically, standing up behind the desk. "There's no way you two could possibly be thinking what I think you're thinking." He started to hyperventilate. You saw what happened yesterday." The two Special Forces soldiers looked at each other, then back at Buff. "What if I told you there was a technology that would make it possible?" Sid asked. "A way to guarantee your silence and comfort." "You can't possibly promise that," Buff nearly yelled, looking to push past Cleo and escape the small office. Cleo stood and quickly scooted over to the door to ensure their prey didn't flee. "Please let me pass," Buff said with an almost neurotic fear hanging on his words. "Buff," Sid said, "we need your help. Several of Sandia's top people went missing a few weeks ago, snatched up by cells of Chinese special forces that have been living in this country for nearly 2 years. The place has been under constant cyber and drone attacks since then. Your old department was never fully sanitized, and now all the current workers there are missing, or dead. China wants that tech, and if they get it, America is done for good. The invasion force will be at Albuquerque in a few days." Buff hung his head, both ashamed to feel like such a coward and wishing they would just leave him alone. "If I can make it past Cleo, I can get in my truck and never come back," he thought. I can't." His voice lowered in both tone and volume. "I have a family." Camp Longhorn, northern Arizona. Over the course of the morning, Granger had conducted interviews for his squad. He already knew who he wanted to take, but like he'd told Jerome, he couldn't keep all the all-stars. Somebody needed to be the camp's patrol team and quick reaction force as they faced the inevitable bug-out to Utah. As expected, all the private discussions had validated to him his initial assessment of most of the men and women. "You're not ready. You're not going." He would take a person for a short walk each time, conducting 4 such discussions in total. The old Marine was perusing the group one last time, walking through and looking at their gear, offering suggestions. He stopped at a young woman of about 17 who had a meager bag and few items. She had an AR-looking .22 LR rifle and no pistol. She knew he was standing there, but had no intention of looking up. She continued to use a rag to clean a small pair of garage sale binoculars and organize the clothing, compass, rope, and small tooling she possessed. "Aren't you the sister of the boy who died from diabetes?" he asked, not beating around the bush. "If she wants to run with the big dogs, that question will show me her soft spot in a hurry." "His name was Dixon," the girl said coldly. Not disrespectfully, just with a tone that revealed a flash of anger buried deep in her spirit. "Come with me," Granger said with no emotion. Instead of the usual loop around the large burn area, he led her only 40 feet away and parked himself on a log in a straddle position. She did the same, facing him. Granger made direct eye contact but said nothing. She looked back, and the longer the stare-off went on, the more he realized how furious she was. "She's not dealing with Dixon's death very well. You don't need to have that bubble up out in the line, Madison." "Is this some sort of Mr. Miyagi thing?" she finally said. She was typically built, perhaps a bit under 5.5 feet tall, not petite, not athletic, not fat, not skinny, just average. Her shoulder-length brown hair protruded out of a dirty blood-red wool beanie. Like most people, her clothes bore the dust of the desert, dirtying what was once a pair of designer jeans with dirty stains on the thighs and knees. A black, double-lined windbreaker common to the modern hiking outfitter stores and a pair of running shoes completed the look. "I'm Granger," he said, ignoring the sarcasm. "I'm sorry, I don't recall your name." "You can't recall what you never asked," she cut back. Granger stood up. "Sorry I'm wasting your time." He pulled the one leg back over the log and started to walk away. "Typical," the girl muttered as he passed her, heading back toward the group. Most were long past cleaning gear and were milling about, harassing each other playfully. Granger hit the brakes and spun toward her. "Why are you here?" "I followed my parents," she quipped, still staring east toward the desert. "You know what I mean," he said, moving back to his spot in front of her but remaining standing. The girl finally looked up at him. "Looking for some payback? You anxious to avenge Dixon's death?" "What if I am?" she retorted with the slightest chortle of disbelief.
Even if you don't pick me, which you won't, I'll be fighting them at one point or another."
"Not with that toy rifle of yours," Granger replied, not moving.
"Would you want to get shot with a .22? She countered.
Granger gave a small laugh and then sat back down on the log. "Fair point," he admitted. The pair stared at each other again for a bit. "Look, I don't fault you for being angry, not one bit, and I respect you for taking action, but—"
"But you don't want a teenage girl on your team," she sniped as she cut him off.
"Ground rules," Granger said, for the first time using his sergeant's tone. "I've not once cut you off disrespectfully. I expect the same. Got it?"
The girl's eyes widened a bit. Then her head tilted forward as she looked down at the log between them. "Yeah," she sighed. "Sorry."
"I have no problem with who you are," he said. "In fact, a petite youth with lots of energy and stamina is sorely needed, but not one who's going to ignore orders or storm off upset at the moment the enemy is about to find us."
She looked back up. "I got it."
Granger looked skeptical.
"I mean it," she reiterated. Her tone was softening a bit. She looked past him toward the desert once more. The sun was high enough that she shed her coat, revealing a dirty, dark blue pullover hoodie. "Yes, I'm here because I want to kill someone." She looked back at Granger. "I feel like I need to kill someone." The slightest of tears accumulated in her eyes. "They killed Dixon. They ruined my life." The emotion was building as she could finally vent what had been pent up for many days. "I was going to college next year, and I'll never get that back," she said, crying but not sobbing uncontrollably. There was a loud rage as her voice elevated. Granger reached into his cargo pocket and pulled out one of the bandanas he always carried. They were useful to have around: wound dressing, dust mask, sweat rag, and in this case, eye drying. He held it out, but she waved him off, wiping her eyes with the back of her hands. "I'll take a hard pass on putting your snot in my eyes, thanks," she cracked. Granger laughed, not even bothering to explain that it was a clean one as he stuffed it back into his trouser cargo pocket. The pair were quiet once more as she composed herself.
"You know," Granger said, 3 nights ago I found out one of my daughters back east got hurt. Last night I found out one of my best friends, a man named Tracy, a man I've been in combat with, was killed horribly."
He saw he had her full attention.
"And in between those, 2 nights ago, I sat right here while your other brother sat exactly where you are. I had to talk him out of running away."
A look of surprise crossed her face. "Really?" She laughed in disbelief. "Damon?"
"That's him," Granger acknowledged. "Smart kid. I promised him I would let him shoot cool guns yesterday, but failed to deliver."
"My dad's got a few cool things we shoot," she said. "Damon will survive if he doesn't get to. But I had no idea he was running away." She looked at the large fire pit to the right in contemplation.
"Why isn't your dad training for the I&I?" Granger asked.
"He has bad asthma," she said, "and Mom is a wreck. He needs to stay for her."
Granger nodded. "If you go with me, will you be homesick for Damon and your folks in a few days? Want to come running back?"
She kept looking at the trash fire. "No. Yes, I'll miss them, but I don't really want to come back and look at Dixon's grave every day." She looked up at Granger. "And I'm already homesick."
"How's your mom going to react to you going?"
"She let me come volunteer for the patrol training," she said, shrugging. "But I think my dad will support me, and that'll be that." She looked back at Granger. "Does this mean you'll take me on your squad?"
"Not with that toy gun," Granger smirked. "You need to get comfortable shooting something with heavier ballistics. But we'll get you set up with something. Oh, and not if you're not going to tell me your name."
"It's Tracy," she said. "Tracy with an E."
Chapter 9. Camp Awatika, Supai, Arizona. Several minutes and a recess passed, and a flushed Pedro returned to the tent. After the usual soft condolences by his team members, he pressed the visiting officer to continue. "I am truly sorry to capitalize on this tragedy.
Lieutenant Colonel Barlow said. "But I think there's no denying what you're signing up for. Last chance to bail." "You can continue, Colonel," Pookie said. They all watched him retrieve another folder from his case. "These photos are of Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport," he began. He held up the first one for a moment, moving it left to right across him so they could see before handing it to Pookie. "This is a shot from space, and—" "Space? You mean we still have operating satellites?" Amelia Contreras asked in disbelief. "Some of us have been led to believe that we destroyed each other's satellites." "For the most part," the officer said, "but not all, on either side, mind you. And we still have certain top-secret craft that can reach space altitude and perform reconnaissance without their knowledge, for the time being. To my point, though, is that you'll notice not just military jets but other things as I pass these pictures around." "All the passenger jets have been told off the tarmac," Pookie observed as he passed that picture to receive the next. "Correct," Barlow said. "More to the point, it was to make room for the normal things you might expect. Reinforced hangars, staging areas for incoming troops and material." The flow of pictures continued. "What are these?" Gil, Amelia's husband, asked. "They look like big radio towers. Under heavy guard, no less." "Very good, Troop," Barlow said with a small smile. "Those are the mission. Everyone take a good look at the photos, then we'll get into it." After a few minutes, Barlow started up again. "You'll be leaving on this within the next 6 hours. If it's given the final green light, you'll be flown via Blackhawk to our theater command post just north of Flagstaff." The finality that this was going to happen started to become real for the I&I members, who shuffled in their seats. "There, we will go over the mission in greater detail. In short, you will hide in a location somewhere near the front, probably Sedona. When it falls—" "What?" Jaime asked. "You act like it's a done deal." "It is," Barlow said. "We know it. They know it. Everything the entire military from Texas to California is doing now serves only two purposes: give Americans time to flee east, and give the East Coast Army elements time to establish the real battle lines in the Midwest." "Where will those be, sir?" Pookie asked. The retired soldier had already slipped back into career mode fully. "That's above either of us, Master Sergeant, but I'd have to guess it'll be a north-south line from the border, up between New Mexico and Texas, and due north along the western edge of the Great Plains all the way to Canada." The warm tent was still and quiet. "Once they've settled your location with their second echelon units," he was referring to the command and support structures that follow the lead combat elements, "you'll pose as a group of Mexican reservists and one Chinese translator." Most of the room glanced at Bill. "What?" he tested. "You act like you've never seen an Asian before." "You never said you speak Chinese," Amelia said. "You all really didn't figure that out?" he laughed, scanning the room. "Every one of you is fluent in Spanish, right? And it's called Mandarin." "Which is highly beneficial to this team," Lieutenant Colonel Barlow added. "Mr. Yan's parents taught him standard Mandarin instead of the local dialect they'd grown up with. And for 6 weeks he's been crash coursing in Spanish. Moving on. Your team will pose as maintenance technicians. We've captured papers from them, so we've been able to forge the documents and identifications you'll need to travel. You're to acquire a truck and make your way south to Phoenix. I can't give you all the details yet, but once you stage in Flagstaff, we'll supply you with the rest of the tech and tooling you'll need to complete the mission." "Begging your pardon, Colonel," Pedro interrupted. He was still stinging mad from seeing what had happened to one of his closest friends. "Why aren't trained special operators handling this? Why are you putting the fate of whatever this is in the hands of a bunch of civilians?" Barlow sighed, turned, and grabbed his chin to scratch it as he gathered his words. "That's a fair question," he said after pacing toward the tent flap door several steps before turning back to them. "I take it you have all seen our special forces, our operators, no matter what branch of service?" Most of them nodded yes. "Well, so has the enemy." Pedro immediately knew where this was headed. "We actually look like Mexican reservists." "Even after assembling an all-Hispanic Chinese team of American Special Warfare soldiers, they'd stick out like operators," Jaime guessed. "Exactly," Barlow said. Most operators are just fit guys, not muscle-bound jocks. But the way they carry themselves ultimately presents itself clearly to any enemy who knows what to look for. But with the level of training and fitness you all are at, he let that hang, not wanting to insult them. We actually look the part, Marine veteran Javier Garcia filled in the gap. Then what? Pedro pushed. What's so important to go through all this spy movie BS with a bunch of civilians? The anger was there, but it was misplaced. Those towers and the portable buildings around them are updating and protecting their drones for hundreds of miles, no matter how big or small. We're going to blow it up? Guillermo asked in disbelief. No, that would do no good. They'd just rebuild a new one in one day. Then what? Bill asked in confusion. You're going to physically upload malware. Just plug in a small piece of hardware and it'll do its thing. Once the little light goes from blinking yellow to green, you're done. Mind you, this isn't the theater operations center where they manually fly the big ones. This facility keeps their software and cybersecurity continuously updated. It'll send out a signal for hundreds of miles, but it will corrupt every drone in their system, big or small, even the ones powered down at the moment. It will drop every enemy drone in the United States out of the sky. Camp Longhorn, northern Arizona. Granger looked at the diverse mix of people ahead of him, men and women of a variety of ages and races who were seeking shade in the east side of 4 tall 3,000-gallon water tanks on the northeast corner of the old trap and skeet range. The leader of the now-defunct Roadrunners had broken the 64th I&I trainees for lunch after announcing who would travel with him westerly down the highway to Flagstaff. They'd been told to meet him at the tanks at 1300 hours, which had given him time to go grab some stuff he wanted to donate. It had also given him time to see if Karen had cooled off. She was not hiding her disappointment with him that his reaction to Tracy's death was to insist on a frontline combat role. As they were all settling to the ground, leaning against the tanks or against each other, he moved over to a large 2-wheeled garden cart, the kind with the handle in the back to hold on to while pushing, and removed a folding chair from amongst the items. Setting it centrally, Granger adjusted his boonie hat and rewrapped his chamois to better keep his left side face and neck burns out of the sun. The scar tissue always hurt, but keeping it out of direct sunlight helped some. I think a round of intros should happen, he said after sitting. You all know me, but I think some of you may not really know each other. Mind going first? He asked as he pointed to the person farthest on his left. Sure, why not pick on the old guy, right? The man said with loud vim and vigor. Name's Greg Cook. What do you want me to tell? Give us the 60-second tour, Granger suggested. This isn't a 2-hour seminar. We're getting ready to go see the worst that life on this rock offers. He looked around at his new team. And we're behind the 8 ball on building trust. Gotcha. Though seated, 3 things were obvious about Greg. He was short, he was extremely jacked, and he was loudly confident. His gray, thinning hair and short white beard were just long enough to blow in the mild spring breeze whipping around the stock tanks they were leaning against. He was decked out in multi-cam battle clothing. Not the cheap knockoff stuff, but the actual flame-resistant gear made by Cry Precision. I'm 56, so I'm betting I'm older than our leader, he said to the group. Damn! You're how old, Pops? I'm sitting on a rock younger than you, proclaimed one of the other men. The much younger man had a country twang to his voice. In front of a giant smile from Greg was a friendly salutation requiring only 1/5 of a hand. I got your Pops right here, he said as he then grabbed his crotch and shook it. More laughter. Granger was smiling on the inside, but knew he'd better set a standard. Okay, Pops, just remember we got 2 ladies present, he advised. Please, Hannah Barnett claimed. Like you said, if we can't take this, how can we take combat? Granger looked around and realized that even the teenager Tracy Bridges was laughing. All right, Pops, keep going. Pops sighed, feigning resignation with his new nickname. Anyway, I'm divorced. My kids are adults. One's in Texas, the other's in the Air Force. I liked 2 things before all this started, working and working out. And if you think it's because of short man syndrome, you'd probably be right. But I didn't let that stop me. I've started and sold several companies, each time getting closer to being independently wealthy. I was the host of a growing business podcast until I bugged out from Phoenix.
How'd you wind up here?
Granger wanted to know. Vince, he said. Vince Delaney was one of the group leaders at Camp Longhorn and a former state-level elected representative. I'd gotten to know him in Phoenix over the years he was in the house. Eventually, we went hunting together a few times. Thanks, Pops, Granger said.
You?
He said as he looked at the next person over. My name is Oliver Hewitt. I'm 42. Let's see, he said as he looked up in thought. I was in the infantry in Iraq. I moved to Arizona 9 years ago when... The man hesitated as he looked around. When life threw me a curveball, and I needed to change. He let out a sigh.
Whatever it is, it was heavy,
Granger realized. I ran a tractor supply in Flagstaff until they promoted me to a regional job at a distribution center. But that was just 8 months ago. All my friends were here in Flagstaff, so I came back here once people started flat out robbing our center in broad daylight. And I wound up following this ugly dog here, he said as he made a fist and hit the man sitting next to him in the upper arm. All eyes turned to the man who had cracked the joke at Pops earlier. My name's Ryan Maya. He had a distinct southern accent that practically required him by law to slur certain words. Everybody calls me Hooch. I'm 33, never been married. Where are you from, man? Said the lone black man at the far end of the group, who had been extremely quiet up to that point. Georgia, which most people figured to mean Georgia. I moved to Flagstaff right out of high school. Followed a girl. That was 13 years ago. I ain't seen the girl in 12 of those, he added casually, causing another chorus of laughter.
What do you do for a living?
Granger asked. I worked at an archery shop. The round table continued. Everyone else introduced themselves to learn about each other. In the team were Tracy Bridges, the teenage girl who they all knew as the girl whose brother had died. Then there was Paco Pena, who went by the nickname Pee-Pee. He was half Mexican-American and half Hopi Native American. At 24, he was the second youngest on the team. Next was 29-year-old Hannah, who rivaled Hooch with comedic talent. The Las Vegas native had tried her hand at an ad agency in New York before moving home when her father had a massive heart attack. He'd died a year earlier. Rounding out the new team was the quiet and enigmatic Albion Jenkins. Like Pops, the attorney was extremely fit and seemed to have purchased an abundance of higher quality tactical gear in the years leading up to the war. His wife and children were living in Camp Longhorn and not happy he was volunteering to go to war as a civilian. Granger took a good scan of the new team, all decked out in their best attempts to wear earth-toned outdoor gear. After a deep breath, he said,
Who isn't using a 5.56 AR platform for their rifle?
3 hands shot up.
All right, meet me at that cart, he said with a gesture. When we're all done, we have to be able to share magazines, so no rounds like 300 Blackout, 6.5 Creedmoor.
Some of the heads bobbed in understanding.
Don't get me wrong, those are great ammunition. But in war, we have to all be on the same page. I don't suppose we'll get lucky on the pistol brand, but if you can at least all align to 9mm, then we can share ammo.
He stood and moved to the cart, pulling out a paper tablet he'd handwritten notes into the night prior. Pulling out a sheet and giving it to each teammate, he said,
This is your loadout. Anything extra you want to bring goes into a second bag that can be dumped and considered lost, forever.
Each of them began scanning the paper.
This seems kind of light, boss,
Pop said through his raspy voice.
Trust me, it won't be,
Oliver chimed in. The former 11 Bravo Army veteran had not been looking forward to rucking when he volunteered for the I&I.
I was Force Recon, Granger taught the group. Scouts have to move fast.
Will we be scouts? Hannah asked.
We'll be at the mercy of the Army's needs, Granger said. But it's what I know, and it's what I'll lobby for.
He looked at each member once more.
From this moment on, we all are Team Anvil. We're going to go by nicknames, at least if we get to use radios. But it can't be anything on your identifications or tattoos or whatever. You need to be able to default to your real identity in the scenario we get captured. Got it?"
A few of them nodded or said yeah.
"What?"
Granger asked, feigning annoyance.
"Yeah,"
came a slightly more enthusiastic reply.
"The proper reply is boom."
Granger thundered the word.
"Got it?"
he yelled.
"Boom,"
a raucous chorus announced.
"Boom is our word," Granger explained. "Nobody else uses it, and nobody is like us. We don't say hoova or oorah or hua or hua or any of the others. We're Team Anvil, and we go boom."
Bald Mountain, California. Lou saw something he wasn't expecting as he approached the small dirt runway west of Bald Mountain. There were 10 Humvees and 4 times that many Marines surrounding the strip. They were fully laden in the combat gear and had set up machine guns and mortars at both ends of the runway. Lou's sphincter puckered a hair. "Maybe the Chinese are closer than I thought," he worried. Then it hit him. "These Marines are from the mountain training center we flew near the other day." He guided his borrowed airplane down from a northerly approach and landed as smoothly as the cresting sun would allow. Dirt and dust kicked up around the single-nose U-28 Draco as the wheels hit crushed rock and the nose gear touched down. Lou powered down the craft, turning it around for his takeoff at the far end before shutting the engine down entirely. The 6 Marines, 2 Navy EOD, their gear, and the jewel they were going to plant in the mountain were all the craft could bear. The remaining members of the Raider Squad had been inserted near the mountain's top by helicopter 16 hours earlier, providing an overwatch element. Lou chucked the plane's wheel, a force of protocol more than necessity. He watched the Raider officer contact his unknown counterpart from the other element while the rest of the unit busied themselves. After staging the gear, they brought a pair of Humvees near the plane on the runway. Lou stood out of the way, wishing Rusty was there to join him for the trip back to Nevada. The last thing the squad retrieved was an unimpressive but heavy-duty green waterproof plastic case. So there it is, Lou thought. Morbid curiosity made him want to go see it, but a raw survival instinct told him to stay away from the tactical nuclear warhead. Chapter 10. Camp Longhorn, Northern Arizona. "Did you hear?" Vince Delaney, the unofficial leader of Camp Longhorn, asked Granger. "About El Paso?" "No, I guess not," Granger replied in a tone that told the truth about his foul mood. Like the rest of Team Anvil, he was moving all his equipment he planned on taking with him to the widest part of the parking area near the office. The Army was sending a truck to pick them up, despite Highway 40 being packed full of refugees fleeing east, even in the middle of the night. The peoples of California, Nevada, and Arizona that had the presence of mind to flee the invasion were still trickling by at a snail's pace, many of them on foot. The truck was going to be at least another half hour. Karen hadn't taken Granger's decision to leave well, and he was worried he was about to part on a negative note. "The First Armored at Bliss has taken catastrophic losses. What's left of them is retreating to Albuquerque." Granger mulled that for a second. "Yeah, well, they've been stretched all the way across the New Mexico southern border. I'm surprised they didn't get overrun a month ago." "I need to get your thought on something," Vince said. Like Karen, he was not pleased Granger was taking the best prospects and heading toward a front that would be at their front door in a matter of days or weeks, as it were. He waited, but Granger said nothing. He just dropped his old Marine load-bearing equipment, the big 90-liter recon version, on the ground near Oliver Hewitt, who was lying on his bags with a hat over his face. "I'm thinking of packing up the entire camp and bugging out." This got Granger to stop. "Just where do you think you'll go?" he didn't say aloud. "It's probably good to have a backup plan," he said instead. "Like it or not, we may not stop this horde till somewhere on the other side of the Rockies." "The problem is fuel," Vince went on. "Everyone is low. We've been failing to capitalize on the generators as efficiently as we could. We've wasted generator time, not fully using every amp as it runs. We've been allowing people to drive cars and trucks when horses, bicycles, or walking would have done the job. And I get the irony, considering we're running spotlights right now." Granger took his Marine Corps sea bag off his back, which carried extra clothing and rations that just wouldn't squeeze into his main pack, setting it next to the ruck and 2 rifle cases. He could see the concern on the cowboy politician's leathery face. "Have you talked to the state? Any of your old Capitol contacts? Surely they know how big this little FEMA-style camp up here has grown." Vince just shook his head. "I've called in every favor I ever banked 3 times over in the last 2 months. You know as well as I do that the big cities are turning into free-for-alls, especially at gas stations. The supply chain disruptions ever since that monster earthquake broke the internet and the shipping industry." He trailed off, the exasperation finally truly surfacing. Months of stress were taking their toll. Granger was thinking about what to say when he looked southeast toward the tent village, when out of the black of night came Karen. She was approaching slowly, and though it was too dark to see her face in detail, Granger felt it was probably still an unhappy one. "I think you're right, Vince. I think you need to make getting fuel your #1 priority. It'll take a whole lot of it to evacuate 300 or 400 people, gear, ammo, food, and water all the way to Albuquerque." "Father, even," Vince said, effectively stopping Granger in his tracks as he started to walk toward Karen. Granger turned. "You already have a destination, don't you?" "The NRA's Whittington Center in northeast New Mexico." "Not to Utah?" Granger asked. "The Whittington Center is due to get a large airdrop for the growing refugee crisis," Vince explained. "We need to go where the food is." Granger gave a curt nod and turned back toward Karen, meeting her halfway in a matter of moments. The light from the floodlights near the office and gear staging area was softer this far out, casting longer shadows. "I was starting to wonder if you'd say goodbye," he admitted. "I was too," she said, putting her arms around his neck. "I'm still pissed. I'm only here because—" She stopped herself, knowing how cold what she was thinking would seem if said aloud. "Because what?" Granger said, pulling out of her hug a bit. She tripped over her tongue. "Just say it," he urged. "Because I've got a bad feeling, baby," she said. "Like I'm never going to see you again." "That's something I've thought a lot about," he admitted. "It's probably the #1 reason I haven't tried just a little harder to—" Now it was his turn to go speechless. "To what?" She pushed just a bit. "Just tell me how you feel," she said with desire in her heart. I feel—" The rumble of a military diesel engine and large tires on gravel echoed up the wide valley floor. They both looked and could see headlights bouncing up the dirt road. "You feel what?" Karen demanded. Granger just stammered. "Granger Madison, this may be the last time we ever see each other." She put her anger aside. With hands cupped below and behind his jaw and ears, she gave her man a passionate kiss on his agape mouth. When she pulled her face from his, tears had made their way down her cheeks. She released her hold on his head, took a step back while turning, and walked away. Until just a few months earlier, the retired firefighter was sure he would never again find the right woman for his fractured soul to spend eternity with. And now he would probably never see her again, too afraid to tell her how he felt. Maxwell, New Mexico. Buff Corey and his wife and children stood in the grass between their dirt-circled driveway and the country road, mouths wide open. They'd come running outside at 10-year-old Daniel's panicked insistence. He'd noticed the strange sight while feeding the goats. Susanna's parents didn't even bother, assuming it was a snake or something. "Mama," 8-year-old Belle called out in fear, unsure what the dogfight in the New Mexico sky meant. It was early, just after dawn, and the sky a cold blue. Contrails crossed each other like pixie sticks, both from jets and missiles. It had been 3-on-1. Though not a military aficionado, Buff guessed the 3 were Chinese. Now it was 2-on-1 as they watched a jet take damage. It trailed off toward the west for close to a minute before it impacted the ground. It had been nearly too small to see by that point. The fireball and the noise, nearly 2 minutes later, told Buff all he needed to know. It dawned on him too late that he'd just let his kids watch someone die. "Go inside," he suddenly ordered, uncharacteristically loud for him. Dear, Suze started to argue, not fully comprehending what they were watching. She'll figure it out, Buff knew as he ignored his wife. Daniel, take your sister inside right now. But, no arguing, Buff ordered once more, this time making eye contact with his wife. You gonna help? Your father's right, she said more rationally. You two, in the house. No back talk. They turned their attention back to the battle as the kids moved toward the farmhouse. The thunder of the jets echoed off the mountains to the west, even as the jets themselves moved farther west. A silent explosion turned into a bright point of light against the blue backdrop. Someone else had probably just died. Buff locked eyes with his wife. We have to go east, he said with worry dripping off his words. For the kids, Suze. I know, she agreed, the worry carrying with her words. I don't know what to do with my parents. Knock 'em out and throw 'em in the truck, Buff mumbled loud enough to not truly be quiet. The remaining two planes made a wide circle, all of it still farther west, before they disappeared on a west-by-southwest heading. They got him, he thought with remorse and regret. Regret that he couldn't do anything but watch someone die defending the homeland. Are you done going to the center? Suze asked as they made the slow trek toward the house. You've been awfully quiet since you came home the night before last. Or have you just not been going because we're almost out of gasoline? There's something I should have told you, but I didn't want you to worry. Susanna stopped and pulled her hand out of his, forcing Buff to stop and face her. What? She asked, concern furrowing her eyebrows. Buff sighed. It doesn't matter. The Army wants a favor, and I can't provide it. What favor? She insisted. Buff turned and started walking again, and his wife followed once more. Something to do with Sandia. He pulled on the worn screen door for his wife to enter, the mesh meant to keep out bugs containing as many holes as his plans to evacuate. They crossed the porch, Susanna getting ready to open the front door at the same moment the screen door banged close. The telltale sound of large tires on pavement caught both of their ears. Vehicular travel had been less and less frequently seen or heard this far out into the desert and off the beaten path. The couple glanced at each other. Susanna reached around the front door she'd just opened and grabbed her father's varmint rifle. I'll stay back here, she said as she came back onto the porch. Buff remained calm as he went back out into the front yard, stopping in the circle drive and looking past the workshop building. As if magically spurred by their conversation, a lone Army Humvee crested the small rise in the road, the sound of tires winding down as it slowed, finally turning onto his property. Jiffy Lube, Prescott Valley, Arizona. You see anything? Pookie asked Pedro in Spanish. The pair were peeking up through the false floor in the bottom of one of the oil change pits. They and the husband-wife combo of Gil and Amelia had been hiding in it. Javier, Roberto, Jaime, and Bill had been in the other pit about 20 feet away. The store was in the city's south, a literal stone's throw from Highway 69. It had taken a near miracle just to get the squad into place before the line shifted north, and though their little unit had no official title, they'd learned that Operation Binary Raptor, if successful, would be noted by future historians as a key moment in the taking of momentum from the invaders. Though most oil change pits were set to standard height over a concrete floor, this particular facility had been forced under threat of lawsuit to accommodate one of their employees, a little person who had tended the front counter of the lobby successfully for years, had been declined pay raises commensurate with what the oil change techs were getting. The settlement that ended the unfair labor practice lawsuit had required the store to install removable temporary decking consisting of a 30-inch tall aluminum frame and composite plastic planking that ranged the entire length of the pit, enabling him to be trained for the tech job. That little person had been Amelia's cousin. It had been her idea to hide there. Nothing, Pedro replied. From here on out they would only speak Spanish unless Bill truly wasn't understanding something. But they can tell it's still daylight or dusk. Their orders were to wait until dark or perhaps longer, depending on when it was obvious the second-tier units were conducting sweeps for armed civilians. decked out in their Mexican and Chinese uniforms, would still mean nothing if there were no other Mexican troops in the area and there was no equipment nearby to lie about how they got there. This part of Arizona hadn't been as tactically important as the I-17 corridor to the east, but like all areas of any population density over a few thousand, it required a rear security element of at least a couple of thousand soldiers. Their job was to round up partisan and guerrilla types, local police, and all firearms. Community politicians were usually coerced through the kidnapping of their own families into providing formal surrenders. All of this was being handed off to the Venezuelan and Mexican allied armed forces so China could advance the attack. Pookie shifted in the uncomfortable drainage pit as quietly as he could, trying to get a better position to look up. After crawling under with their gear and replacing the decking above them, they'd covered themselves with black blankets. 4 hours later, the Chinese army rumbled through the area in tanks and troop transports. 2 hours after that, infantry conducted sweeps of all commercial facilities along the highway. It had been 2 hours since those initial Chinese troops had cleared the maintenance shop. "Grab some sleep if you can, Pedro," the old soldier ordered. "I got the watch." Chapter 11. Over the Anchorite Pass, Nevada-California border. "You sure we're okay at this low altitude?" Colonel Temple Powell asked Lou from the left side front seat of the small single-prop plane. The officer was trying and failing to disguise his nervousness as annoyance. "It's the best way to get lost in the ground clutter with that potential KJ-500 on the loose," Lou answered. The pair of officers, joined on this mission only by Rusty, had been privy to the reports that the People's Liberation Army was now in control of the skies all the way to Nevada. Though they had seen the remnants of a small dogfight to the west earlier in the flight, they'd seen little else in the sky. But intel said they may have a radar control plane in the air. Rumor was, the Army colonel had told Lou before they left, that both sides are running out of planes and satellites. Lou wasn't taking chances. To his acquaintance' annoyance, he was staying less than 200 feet above ground level. It afforded little view as the soldier evaluated the placement of his troops and mechanized assets. But it beat having a quick death at the hands of a J-20 being guided directly to them by a flying radar. The colonel had been concerned because in the barren mountains there wasn't much vegetation, but the ridgelines popped up suddenly and rose in the blink of an eye. Lou was artfully dodging them and having fun banking the craft. Rusty and Temple were not. Just as he'd done 5 days earlier, Lou flew the colonel along the small highway over the mountain pass. And like the last time, there with all manner of civilian vehicles packing the road as people fled east, everything from school bus to bicycle, Lou dived the craft as the highway descended southwest into a wide open flat around Momo Lake. He turned the plane to the south, then east, climbing with the desert's elevation change and coming up over the ridge on the southern side of the pass. He slowed the craft to 80 knots, trying to give his passenger as much time as possible on the pass. "I hate to admit it, Lou, but this low altitude gives me a bit of their perspective," Temple said. "Their infantry only sends their drones up a couple of 100 feet to keep our side from frying them with microwaves." He looked at Lou for a quick second. "They do the same thing to ours. But we didn't see where my lead elements are digging in until we were flying over them." "Hence why I insisted on confirmation they knew of our flight plan," Lou said. "I bet those boys and gals are getting a mite bit trigger-happy." "As are we all," Temple agreed. "Can you fly me over the pit again?" Without replying, Lou banked the craft north and throttled back up a bit. Just 2 minutes flight time away was an isolated facility that was under the ownership and control of the Hawthorne Army Weapons Depot 30 miles to the north. The facility, which was isolated from civilians and situated in a high valley surrounded by ridges on all sides, was used for the demolition of explosives that were no longer desired. The roads inside the valley were crowded with vehicles, tents, and people. Antennas and missile batteries had sprouted up on the hilltops. Positions were being dug in and reinforced, something that mirrored the activities on both sides of the highway pass they'd just left. "Sure looks like you're ready to stop them," Lou said, not really knowing much about the Army's capabilities against the numerically superior force bearing down on them. It helps to remember that what we really want is to deflect them, Temple reminded him. What if they don't take the bait? Lou asked as he banked to the west once more, allowing his passenger a chance to look down at the command post being assembled in the pit below. What will happen if they can't get through you, but also don't turn around and head north up the state border? If there's one thing I learned at the War College, Temple said, it's to never believe anyone who says they have the answer to Murphy showing up. Surely you've thought this out, Lou challenged. We have, the soldier replied, but who knows what they'll really do? It depends on how badly they want Hawthorne. At the rate the tanks and artillery have been burning through the ammo, there may not be much left by the time they get to the depot. They could take the longer route south and come through the pass at Boundary Peak. What about an air assault? Lou asked earnestly. Rather than lose a ton of tanks and men fighting you, what's to stop them from coming over the mountains in choppers? Our missile batteries, Colonel, the other officer said, a bit miffed the jet jockey was trying to play war tactician. Haven't their electronic warfare planes had some decent success getting those to miss targets or even fail to launch? Some, Temple admitted. But what choice do we have? I was only suggesting. Lou fell silent, sure his counterpart would scoff at his idea. Might as well spill it, Lou, Temple said. Well, is there a supply of Stinger missiles at the depot? Most likely, Temple said, the annoyance elevating a bit more. But it doesn't matter because I don't have the manpower, and the manpower I do have isn't trained to use them. It's a moot point. So, you're saying it's only a trained manpower issue? Lou replied with a hint of deception dripping around his smirk. Listen, Lou, I know you're tight with the Joint Chief. The indignation was no longer hidden. And I know you relayed your harebrained idea for the open-pit mines to him without letting me know first, but Lou cut his passenger off. I'm not trying to override your authority, Colonel, Lou said, for the first time using a subtle tone of his own. But I'm not talking about Monty. I have a line on manpower that's local that you've never even considered. And I know a lot of the bunkers have been getting emptied to support the war effort. But I need to know which ones have something specific I'm looking for. Interstate Highway 40, east of Flagstaff, Arizona. A rare moment of disbelief and bewilderment hit the normally stoic Granger Madison. He could feel his brown eyes watering as he rode in the front of the box truck, he and the National Guard driver avoiding all but necessary conversation in the dark of the night trip west. They were riding in the right side of the two westbound lanes, the left side cordoned off by tall orange barrels and cones to provide a clear path for eastbound military traffic. Granger was feeling emotional. Slow-moving traffic packed the true eastbound lanes, located about 50 meters to the south on the far side of a strip of desert. Nearly any and every vehicle that was still mobile was trying to flee the approaching war. It was the first time Granger had let his emotional guard down since learning his daughters weren't faring so well in North Carolina. Buses were covered in luggage, and some even had people riding on top. The primary purpose of the American highway system was for semi-trucks to move goods from ports to cities near and far. The few semis still running that had not been commandeered for military use under the National Defense Authorization Act were now mostly hauling well-paying families and their goods. Fuel was quickly becoming the hottest commodity, especially in places which had not yet started running out of drinking water. Those semis were surrounded mostly by other larger vehicles, not just buses, but vans, RVs, or pickup trucks hauling trailers. Pedestrians, bicycles, and people on horseback filled the shoulders on both sides, with some even making use of the belt between the two halves of the highway. Most of them appeared to be camping in tents or under the stars in the chilly night. But the many thousands of autos continued to progress east slowly. I knew from our frequent visitors at night that it was getting bad, Granger thought, but I had no idea it was this bad. The shooting club they'd been staying at was several miles off the highway. He had no true recollection of the last time he'd seen the interstate road, having always been venturing south in the high desert to conduct training. Looks like a checkpoint up ahead, the young citizen soldier said, interrupting Granger's emotional moment. Not one I was briefed on, but it seems legit. Granger gave the young man a quick glance as he wiped his eyes. They were riding in the front of a U-Haul moving truck, the lead rig of a 2-truck convoy that had come out to the 64th I&I training camp, as well as another camp to the north, specifically to pick up a few squads of militia. "This kid can't even be 20 yet," he thought, turning his attention to the checkpoint. "He's right, though. Well lit, Humvees, state police, the proper uniforms." The few vehicles moving west in the night were processing quickly enough that when they slowed, they only had to wait a few minutes in line to creep up to the military police. The control point was set up on the off-ramp to the state's Highway 180. "Orders?" Granger heard the military police officer say to the driver once he'd recognized a fellow soldier. Behind him was an Arizona DPS trooper in ballistic plate carrier with slung rifle. "I'm from the 258th Rear Area Ops Center," the driver said as he handed over a set of papers and his military common access card. E-devices were a thing of the past, no longer trustworthy because of the sophistication of hacking. "Taking some militia to FOB Cruise." "Hey, Sarge!" They both heard the MP yell toward one of the Humvees. "Got 'em!" The soldier looked into the truck. "Confirm your unit?" he half asked as he scanned between Granger and the paperwork. "What did we do this time?" Granger asked himself with cynicism familiar to any veteran. "64th's irregulars and insurgents. What's going on?" By then the MP had been joined by another. "Flagstaff has sent word to get you guys turned around," the new one yelled in. He started opening a clipboard-style box to pull out a new set of orders. "For what?" Granger called out, not hiding the irritation. "East," the senior MP answered. "The rally point is on these new orders." He shifted focus to the soldier driving. "You can refuel and take a leak down at the crossover. Remember to head east on this side of the highway. We'll let your unit know you're reassigned." "Hoa," the young soldier answered in the familiar army grunt that meant heard, understood, acknowledged. He handed the papers to Granger without even scanning them and pulled forward. Granger felt a headache start. "Stop for fuel, whether or not you think we need it," he ordered him in his old Marine sergeant's voice. "I'll need to brief everyone, including the other truck." The soldier drove west on the feeder road that eventually morphed into a new highway and stopped at a second military outpost. It was set up in a minor road that let vehicles back onto the westbound lanes they'd just left. Since all westbound traffic was being detoured through the checkpoint, they would be able to take a hard left from that little on-ramp and merge with any other military vehicles driving east in the specially created lane. The soldier pulled up to a military fuel truck stationed under a set of generator-powered spotlights and parked. The pair got out. While the driver went to check in with the fueling team, Granger went back and opened the roll-up door. His Team Anvil and their gear were in the back, mostly sprawled out on each other and their gear bags. The second larger truck pulled up and parked behind them. "What gives?" Pops asked with the irritated sound and wrinkly face of a 56-year-old that had been awakened way too early. "Change of plans," he announced. "Everyone get out, stretch, take a piss. It's going to be a long trip." He looked back and saw the small teams from the other two I&I units filtering out of the truck. He finished scanning the orders so he could pass them off to the leaders for the other two squads. He noted the familiar protests of confusion and comments about military intelligence one might expect in the face of seemingly pointless decisions. Yet the only other vet was Oliver Hewitt, who was the only person not filing a verbal protest. "This," Granger mocked, "is how I know you're all civilians. Ollie's the only one not surprised right now." "Where are we headed?" Hoochmeyer asked in his southern drawl as he stretched his lanky frame. "Albuquerque," Granger said, scanning the squad. The griping started up again. "I didn't sign up to defend some other state," young Tracy protested. "America is America," Granger replied as he handed the packet of new orders over to the leader from the other truck. "Didn't any of you ever watch the movie The Patriot? We go where they need us." Chapter 12. NRA Whittington Center, Raton, New Mexico.
Buford Corey stepped out of the Humvee's back seat area to the familiar grind of dirt road gravel under his boots. He'd given up trying to press Sergeants Cleo Berry and James Malicki for details. The tight-lipped Special Forces A-Team soldiers, though having developed a friendly relationship with Buff, were still following their orders to bring Buff in for a show-and-tell of sorts. They'd pulled onto the Whittington Center, bypassed the main complex and several of the shooting ranges, finally parking at one of the larger hunting cabins. It had been the A-Team's headquarters for several weeks. Buff noticed a pair of Black Hawk helicopters parked in one of the vacant flat ranges a half-mile back and wondered if they had anything to do with his invitation. The next immediate thought was wondering if the dogfight he'd watched had been related to the flight of these helicopters somehow. He joined the two soldiers near the head of the rig and followed them to the cabin. Despite their secrecy, he knew what they wanted. They want me to go on some unrealistic raid of my old lab, and it just ain't happening. When they entered, Captain Sid Alden and two other soldiers Buff hadn't met were all standing at the cabin's rustic dining table. He scanned the room. Much of the NRA's furnished decor had been boxed up and moved into closets, replaced with maps and stacks of paperwork ranging from records of training they'd conducted for local militias to the latest intelligence on enemy movements. The men looked up and saw their soldiers returning with the requested guest. One of the unknown soldiers, who looked to be near 50, picked up a folded wool blanket and spread it over the papers covering the table. "Thanks, Top," Captain Alden told the team's senior NCO, First Sergeant Feldon Sassone. The tall man nodded. He gave Buff a fixed gaze straight in the eyes as he walked past him. "Did he just smirk at me?" Buff wondered. The man called Top removed his uniform cap, hanging from the antler of a stuffed deer head mounted on the wall near the door, and left without a word, as did James Malicki and Cleo Berry. "Come have a seat, Mr. Corey," Captain Alden motioned with his hand. The three men moved over toward the two recliners opposite a beautiful hand-carved coffee table and sat. Buff moved into what he figured was the hot seat in the middle of the brown leather couch and sat. "Just call me Buff," he suggested. "Mr. Corey was my dad." He got a small grin from the other two men. "I'm Sergeant Curtis Ball," the other man said. The sergeant first class was the most seasoned engineer on the team. About Buff's size, the black man's age was hard to tell, a weathered voice and just a few crow's feet betraying an otherwise youthful appearance. He stood, offering Buff a handshake, which he took. "Pleased to meet you, Sergeant, but please, call me Kurt, or Ball. If we're doing this thing, then we may as well get to know each other." Buff studied both men in dismay. I don't know what you all think, but I was pretty clear about not being able to go help with this Sandia thing," he said in a miffed tone. I just don't get why you think I can help. I haven't even worked there for over 3 years." "Buff," Captain Alden said calmly, expecting the resistance, "we wanted to give you an opportunity to hear us out." Buff huffed, locking eyes with the alpha male for a few seconds before looking down. I can't go." The stress was in his voice. "My wife and I have just decided to pack up the family and head to Tennessee. Her parents will need a lot of help. I have young kids and—" "You think you're the only one with kids?" Curtis Ball said, allowing a scolding tone to ooze through. The 17-year Army operator had a lot of experience mentoring young soldiers. It didn't matter if he and Buff were about the same age. He didn't let weak excuses fly unchecked. "Every man in this unit except for Barry has kids, Mr. Corey." "More importantly," Captain Alden took over, "we can get you some priority travel. Help them avoid the roads. Do you know how dangerous those are becoming? Truly understand?" After a long silence, Buff said, "I've heard rumors. Roving gangs, rapes, paying fees to pass through towns." "We'll fly them wherever you want in the next couple of days," the officer added. Buff's spidey sense tickled his thoughts. Just how serious is— he didn't know how to phrase it. "The actual invasion, will they make it this far before we stop them?" The two soldiers didn't need to look or consult. They both just stared at Buff while the captain replied, "Much, much farther, Buff.
Captain Sidney Allen said honestly. Buff stood up and paced. Then why haven't you been evacuating everyone? He demanded in a near panic. We can't move 50 million people in a few weeks while simultaneously moving our supplies, reserves, and guard units west, Alden said calmly, especially since they knocked out the power and internet to the entire country, not to mention hacking our newer planes. But we do get some people evacuated. People. It was Buff's turn to cut off someone. Oh, I know. Politicians, celebrities, CEOs. Regular civilians, Captain Alden defended, his tone slowly growing impatient. Families of those helping us. And we can prioritize your family if, he emphasized the word, you're one of those people. Buff stood, staring at the taxidermy trophy of bull elk mounted high on the wall. He took a deep breath, wondering if this was no longer a voluntary mission. After a long minute of silence, he sat back down on the couch, suddenly remembering his regret at watching an American pilot die just an hour earlier. You know how badly gunshots and other loud noises affect me. You can't possibly expect me to go sneaking around Sandia once it's under their control. The first time they shoot at us, I'll pass out from a blinding headache. And you've proven that's no exaggeration, Sidney Allen agreed. But we had a special delivery overnight. Something that will help you. Something high-tech. But you don't get to know what it is or anything else about this operation until you're all the way in. But why? Buff yelled. I don't get why you need me. There are plenty of scientists at Sandia who... Buff saw the men shaking their heads. Could... He stopped complaining. What? Thorough confusion. We already told you. They're all gone. Buff's face paled visibly. You made it sound like it was just a few. Most of the nation's top scientists were quietly targeted in the opening days. This is something the government has gone to great lengths to keep quiet. Kidnappings and assassinations by cells that have been leaking through the porous border for years. They've hacked in and stopped the internal sanitization process. That was real speak for the James Bond-esque self-destruct sequence. Buff looked down and sighed heavily. Will I get to say goodbye to my family? Prescott Valley, Arizona. You okay, Pookie? Pedro Del Sur asked their team leader, the other Pedro. As always, the team was speaking in Spanish unless Bill was truly not understanding. The entire team had just spent 37 hours hiding in the change bays at the Jiffy Lube. The tight confines had taken its toll on the team's oldest member. The jury is out, retired Master Sergeant Pedro Arellano replied. It was the middle of the night, and he was lying on his back on the main concrete floor, trying to move his legs to get some circulation while simultaneously stretching his arms and back. At the age of 54, he'd been out of the military for over a decade. Time and not paying attention to the slow creep of carbs had taken their toll. Despite the weight loss everyone was experiencing because of the war, Pookie was still a bit pudgy and stiff. The entire team was feeling it. The day between the two nights hiding in the abandoned business had been stressful. Bandits had broken in through the back door in the pre-dawn, making off with every tool and usable piece of equipment they could move. The small special squad was forced to assume complete stillness in whatever uncomfortable position they were in during that exact moment, which lasted almost a half hour. Everyone had been not eating or drinking just to cut back on the amount of bodily waste they would create. Amelia had twice snuck out of the bay during the daytime hours to relieve herself in the building's ladies' room. The plan, as time-sensitive as it was, still had to work with the world's reality. Someone would sneak out of the bay they were in hourly to creep over to the shop roll-up doors and look at what was happening. They needed to positively identify that the Mexican army had arrived. It wasn't good enough that the Chinese main invasion force had rolled through. Their cover required the presence of Mexican soldiers and, more importantly, their vehicles. All along the 2,000-mile-long front line, the Mexicans and Venezuelans were assuming various rear echelon duties, such as securing the cities and towns and setting up the supply lines. The Mexican rear security forces had finally shown up in the late afternoon. It was now down to waiting for the cover of darkness to slip out and start trying to act normal. I'm good, Pookie said after a few more minutes. The shop was dark, as were the streets outside. Only the bright stars and moon were providing any gleams of light through the windows. "Everyone hydrate and grab a bite. Quietly," he reminded them. After another half hour, the entire team seemed to be physically ready. "Just like we planned," Pookie said. He looked at Jaime and Guillermo. "You two ready?" "As I'll ever be," Gil said. The usually brash Jaime was showing an uncharacteristic display of silence. He simply nodded. But there was enough ambient night light through the shop's windows to see that his face reflected the fear they were all feeling. The pair left the building, which was in what was essentially the parking area of a Safeway and several other stores and businesses. Once a decent hiding spot near a tree had been established, they launched a small civilian drone, its only modification being the disabling of the blinking operating lights. The idea was simple: scout for which direction they could find any sort of Mexican units camped for the night. Over the course of the next hour, the squad traveled north out of the strip mall zone. There was cloud cover that made visibility slim, though not pitch black, just casting a gray hue on everything. They moved toward the small town's civic center, a semicircular block with 3 main buildings, surrounded by desert prairie grass in all directions. The only sign of a foreign compound being set up had been there, the small post lit up brightly by generators and spotlights. Adorned in their light packs and enemy uniforms, each was carrying a CZ-805 assault rifle. Mexico had a hodgepodge collection of firearms for their infantry, and that model had been the most recent upgrade. They were slowly patrolling up the main north-south avenue as if they belonged, trying to appear as a routine foot patrol, headed toward the lit-up base camp. If challenged, they'd simply claim they'd gotten lost as part of a pre-memorized engineering unit the mission briefing had predicted would be somewhere in the Tucson area. It was dicey to say the least, but the best they could do. As they passed the high school just 200 meters away from their destination, a commotion caught Javier Garcia's attention. "Contact left," he said in a calm voice, not yelling, but loud enough to get everyone's attention. They were all walking in wedge formation, and he was on the far left. He just looked right along the chevron shape of the group when a shot rang out from the high school, catching him in the throat. His knees buckled as blood began to shoot out of his neck. At the same moment, 2 other rifles from the school erupted in bright flashes. The group was caught in the open, the only cover being the 9-inch tall curb on the sand-filled median that parted the directions of travel for the road. As they'd been trained, they all hit the ground flat, facing the direction of the shots. Bullets were skipping off the asphalt all around. Almost frozen in fear, nobody had yet returned any fire. "Covering fire," Pookie yelled. Pedro started shooting back at the muzzle flash most directly in front of them, followed by the rest. There was a line of cars in the school's parking lot about 20 meters toward the enemy fire, which represented the only place to flee. The area to the east was still undeveloped desert, almost completely flat and only containing the typical low sage and scrub brush. "Break contact. Head for those cars." "Javier," Pedro thought as he stood. Though he was on the eastern side of the formation, he put his rifle on safe and sprinted toward the wounded Marine Corps veteran. Javier was clasping his throat. A sickly gurgling noise accompanied his choking sounds. Blood was all over his collar as it raced toward the ground. "Get off the X," Pedro reminded himself in his head. He was 39 years old and had no denial that he wasn't as fit as he should be. Rather than trying to pick up the large man, he simply grabbed into the man's armpits and started trying to drag him toward a parked car. It wasn't the best-looking executed react-to-contact drill they'd ever done, but they managed to all get to cover. The main school building was at least 100 meters from the cars. Nobody else had been hit, and Pedro was fairly certain nobody had hit anything in return. A DN-4 armored vehicle suddenly screeched its 4 large tires to the unit's north, having responded from the nearby outpost, its 20mm automatic cannon belching fire and thunder from the top. The school building to the west started spewing pieces of concrete near one of the muzzle flashes. A squad of Mexican infantry spilled out of the rig's left side after a hatch, with half of it raising up on pistons and the other half lowering to reveal a few metal treads, popped open.
Between the two teams and the beastly truck, they had poured enough return fire at the attackers to make them stop shooting. Pedro finally reached the end of an old Acura. He pulled a pressure bandage out of the pouch on Javier's aid kit mounted to his belt. As part of their cover as part of a reserve engineering team, they were not outfitted in the battle gear that an infantry unit would have been. The last thing the team had thought to consider was getting ambushed by Americans in the first hour of this phase of the mission. Even as he tried to keep the lifeblood in the man, the gurgling was ending. Javier was in all practicality dead, and would be for real in just another minute or two. A young officer from the Mexican force called for a ceasefire. All troops, real and pretend, were still and staring at each other as the loud ringing in their ears wound down and the gun smoke began to slowly rise. "Just who the hell are you?" he yelled.
Chapter 13. VFW Post 2313, Hawthorne, Nevada. Rusty pulled Lou vicariously through the leash, willing his human pet to move faster than he wanted to on a still healing heel. They walked the short distance from the Army's Central Command post near the town's small airport, past Pepper's place, and down A Street to the local Veterans of Foreign Wars post. The town, like most of the West, had been largely evacuated by those with a place in the East to head towards. And like most towns, a larger-than-average percentage of those that remained to face the unknown were older veterans and other country folk. Lou walked into dusty, hot VFW, blinds closed to keep the pre-noon sun out, and immediately thought of an old song. "A country boy can survive," he said in a low volume to Rusty, whose black fur face looked at Lou quizzically. The German shepherd had been doing quite well with the graces of anyone who saw him, with the sport of ratting in between to both fill belly and keep muscles and reflexes sharp. Lou scanned and saw mostly men, but not all, with an eclectic mix of races. Most were retirees of Department of Defense facilities nearby, and most were Army or Navy veterans, as those were the branches the facilities usually filled the hiring pool with. In all, Lou guessed there were about 24 people, the majority wearing some combination of camo, jeans, and Carhartt clothing. A couple of heads gave him a quick glance, and then went back to paying attention to Hound Dog, who was standing at the far end of the former dining area, just to the left of the missing-in-action dinner station the facilities were famous for worldwide. Harry Keller immediately recognized his friend and dog, and continued the opening speech of his lecture without a hiccup. To one side was an open hazy gray case about 6 feet long, military in nature, with typical black markings, code for figuring out what it was to those experienced in such things. On a table between Harry and the seated crowd were several items, all part of an inert Stinger missile kit. In Harry's hands at that moment was a small container, the same dark green as the shoulder launcher tube, about the size of a medium mayonnaise jar. "The BCU, or battery coolant unit, is the key to this thing working. Back in the 80s and 90s, these things were notorious for needing to be fresh, and not having been shown what our inventory will be, I just don't know if the units will be provided will work." Despite Harry's twangy accent, his expertise seemed solid. "See, this thing provided the juice for the launcher to work. It also has a pressurized argon system that's supposed to cool off the thermal seeker, the eyeball, if you will. The argon used to leak in the old days. I got no idea if they fixed this problem." "Looks more like Uncle Jesse from Dukes of Hazzard than a shoulder-fired missile expert," Lou thought about his new friend with a tinge of amusement. He grabbed a chair nearby, and Rusty curled up on the floor to keep the tethered leash loose. Lou listened to Hound Dog recall details about the system, needing to dust off a few foggy memories as he took notes based on the questions he received. But overall, Harry had come off as the seasoned expert his training had turned him into decades earlier. He reviewed the launcher itself, the various components of the missile, and the IFF computer which plugged in optionally. Meant to identify friend or foe before a missile was launched at a target, Lou knew there would be a nearly zero chance of friendly aircraft where these old men and women would be posted. "And that's really why I'm here," he reminded himself. "To give these people the bleak truth about the action that's coming, about what they're being asked to volunteer for." About that time, Hound Dog called for a break with a slight grin. "Sorry, y'all.
The old knees just can't take standing for an hour straight no more. I'm going to hit the slit trench outside.
He made his way toward a door that led out the back of the building. Lou and Rusty stood and politely pressed through the rest, most of whom were also ready to go relieve bladders. He exchanged glances, nods, and the occasional good morning with folks as he moved. It wasn't difficult to catch up to Harry, who was walking slowly, leaning on a cane.
He's not looking so good, Lou worried.
Hound dog, he said as the old man was pushing out the rear exit.
Give me a minute, Colonel, the Navy veteran said. I've been drinking a ton of water since I ran out of smokes, he laughed.
Lou saw the VFW had adopted the same trench method for dealing with waste that a lot of other buildings had. A place to stand or squat and dispose, and then cover it with dirt from the mound that had been formed with the digging. At the far end, someone had built a simple frame out of PVC pipe and elbows and covered it with a tarp. That was for the business that required squatting. The men who stood all tended to face east in some form of unspoken rule. A couple of minutes later, Lou and Rusty led Harry on a short walk around the building to get out of earshot of any others.
You doing okay, hound dog? You don't seem like you're going to be able to be very mobile in the mountains. I'll be okay. I think you and I and Rusty here, he said as he leaned down and gave the dog a pet and scratch, can probably all agree this is a one-way trip.
Lou's face sagged with worry, but he fell silent. Deep in his core, Lou knew these people would only come home by a miracle.
Though, I could probably take you up on that offer to fetch us some MREs, Hound Dog continued. Everyone's been running out of food, me included.
Done, Lou said. I haven't worked this out with Colonel K yet, Lou thought, but I'll steal if I need to. Lou knew deep in his mind he wouldn't have to, that ultimately he only needed to invoke the "Do you know who I work for?" statement if it came down to it.
When are we getting the delivery? Harry asked. I need to see just how old the BCUs are.
Tomorrow at the earliest, Lou said. The Army has commandeered most of the depot's people and trucks, so I'm having to press them to give me support. Let's just say they're appeasing me versus putting a lot of faith in this little op of ours.
And what makes you certain the enemy will be flying up this specific valley? Hound Dog asked for not the first time. I rarely ask for things not in my need to know, Lou, but, well, we kind of need to know.
I just can't say, Harry, at least not yet. But there's an op I've been moving the pieces around the board on that all but guarantees it. West of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Tempur-Pedic Parkway?
Granger read the street sign to himself, too distracted to be amused. The sounds of war were close, nearly as close as they were the night they bugged out of the Acme Ranch.
The night Karen took care of that snake Daniel, Granger remembered.
The rumbles of tank battles and artillery sounded much like the approaching storm they were. The U.S. Army and units of the Army National Guard from multiple states were retreating north on a 30-mile battlefront that spread out in both directions from Interstate 25 from the south. The dark sky was flashing at a pace that was slower than a strobe, but not by much. The trucks had been diverted off the highway by a blockade of military police, directed north just a few hundred meters. After parking in the lot of a very large commercial facility, they dismounted the rigs and stretched. There was barely controlled chaos as trucks and other military equipment of various natures were constantly entering and leaving. People were milling about, many with worried looks and frantic paces. Granger decided they must have been dropped off at a mattress manufacturer, but most of the crowd seemed to drift north to an extensive field between the near building and the far one. The soldiers driving their own trucks had both drifted off to find a latrine and some fuel.
All right, Team Anvil. Unload all your gear and rally just past all those unhitched trailers to the north. I'm going that way now to find out where to report.
He put his old sea bag on his back and then picked up his large gear bag with one hand and both rifle cases with the other. The rest of the small I&I unit helped each other with dismounting and moving gear, a few engaged in nervous chatter, and the rest noticeably quiet as the reality of the approaching war hit them. 10 minutes later, the entire group watched their leader approach from the throng of tents and clusters of people, mostly civilians or veterans in a variety of battle attire. "What's the word, boss?" Ryan Hooch Meyer asked as the old Marine strode up to the pack and dropped all his gear.
Everyone get geared up right where you stand, Granger ordered.
His raspy voice, tired from a lack of sleep and proper hydration, couldn't hide his concern.
The front line is moving north at nearly a mile an hour. The army is in full retreat, planning on making a stand on the southern edge of the city. I'm told we'll be joining a hastily constructed militia unit of about 200 heading toward the southwest part of town. But once we're geared and ready, I'll go find out our true assignment.
He could see the other combat veteran, Oliver, wasting no time. He kicked off his shoes and dropped his jeans, uncaring about the vanity of being seen in his boxer briefs. As he slid on his old Army combat uniform, the rest started to do the same to varying degrees.
"No time to worry about shrinkage,"
Pops joked. The short, muscular oldest member literally stripped raw, the various commotion around him going on as if he wasn't standing there in his birthday suit. He reached into his own duffel and grabbed a clean set of exercise-grade base layer undergarments, including a sleeveless top and sweat-wicking socks.
"Come on, Pops,"
Pacopena said loudly. Teenager Tracy averted her eyes over a barely disguised huff, but said nothing to address the strange, naked battle troll in the circular formation. Even Hannah was down to her skivvies and sports bra as she hurried to get changed. Everyone was changing into a mixed match of hunting and militaristic camouflaged clothing with no waste of time. Granger had joined his team in the gearing process. He and Oliver had even both remembered to coat their feet and crotches in a heavy application of baby powder. They passed their jugs of the powder around to the others before they'd slipped into battle belts, plate carriers, or magazine chest harnesses.
"Just like we talked about," Granger instructed. "Full complements on your mags and water. Make sure you have your compass, medical stuff, and a few things to snack on. I like Skittles, personally. You'll figure out real fast you don't need most of that junk the YouTube mall ninjas spent the last 10 years peddling to people."
Granger transferred his pistol from the inside-the-waistband holster he was no longer wearing to the Safariland retention holster on his gear belt. He dumped the Marine Corps sea bag out onto the ground and picked up his waterproof coat out of the pile. All remaining effects he didn't want went back into the bag, from the clothes he'd worn on the trip to the unused holster. The team started doing their last checks while Granger strapped the coat down to a small patrol backwater bladder combo he would wear over his ballistic plate carrier. He closed the sea bag and tossed it into the space between the rest of them. "There's the pile for stuff you're leaving. Be prepared to never see your gear bag again," he warned the team. "Wait, we're never coming back here again?" PP asked.
"Depends,"
Oliver said. The ex-infantry soldier was loaded and ready to go, complete with a bump helmet and a set of flip-down night vision.
"There's always a chance, but don't bank on it,"
Granger added, looking around. Still kneeling, he then removed his short-barreled rifle with suppressor from its green nylon case. He then transferred a sniper rifle with night vision scope to that same soft case from its more protective hard case, as the soft case had shoulder straps. He stood up and donned his plate carrier, which already had several loaded magazine pouches attached to it. After adorning his head with his standard desert boonie hat, he slung his close-quarters rifle to his front and picked up his patrol pack and the tactical rifle case. He watched as Oliver walked around, helping a few of the members situate themselves.
"It's almost as if you boots unlearned everything we've been teaching you,"
he quipped to PP as he helped the man with the full backpack. Granger positioned himself to address the entire squad. The sounds of war were still rumbling under the flashes of light in the night sky to the south.
"When I checked in, it was pretty much a goat screw over there, but I did catch sight of a printed map. There's a small airport about 5 clicks north of here," he said in the military lingo for 5 kilometers. Of all the team, Granger had thought Tracy would have offered the most resistance to metrics. It turned out she'd learned to read them well in high school. It was the old gruff Pops that had been the toughest sell. "Anything happens before we get trucked off somewhere, that'll be the new rally point. Boom."
"Boom," most of Team Anvil answered the affirm in near unison.
"Good. I think I saw a set of standing cans on the far northern edge of this field. I'll see you all over there when I learn more."
He looked directly at Oliver.
"You go with me."
"Boom," Hooch yelled. The tall man's embarrassed grin was easy to spot. "Why didn't you guys go boom?" "Oh, brother," Tracy muttered as she stopped to get the case for the rifle she borrowed from Granger. Granger and Oliver headed into the center of the field, the nervous and playful banter of Team Anvil slowly merging with the background noise as they did. The muster location was an odd sensation. There were no white lights at all. Moving around was clumsy, possible only by hundreds of glow sticks, slim moonlight, and the flashes of the approaching tank and artillery battle. Some of the chemical light tubes were hanging on the corners of tents and canopies. Most were merely lying on the ground in parallel rows that created walking lanes.
It feels like a sci-fi movie,
Granger realized, finally taking a good look at the assembling civilian army bathed in a mix of green, pink, and blue glows. There were several hundred, along with a variety of active-duty military intermixed.
Like aliens without the space travel.
The disorder of people pushing through the various lanes to find a specific canopy wasn't rude, but it did border on confusion. There was a hum of conversation constantly buzzing as the two men moved through other small groups or various militia leaders also moving throughout the field. They found the canopy with the plywood sign where Granger expected. Assignments, it said in black spray paint. It was across a chem-light thoroughfare from the one he'd been to several minutes earlier, labeled check-in. The pair of veterans found what appeared to be the end of a line that trickled out from under the green vinyl roof and aluminum frame just about a dozen feet. Granger listened to what was being told to other squad leaders as the line moved forward. He could see older children and young teens acting as runners, coming and going constantly with scraps of paper. They moved in all directions, but the heaviest flow was coming from the check-in tent, letting the two people running the assignments tent know what they had to work with.
Sounds like most squads are getting assembled into larger companies and assigned to neighborhoods along the south side of the city.
He passed back to Oliver in a low voice.
If we...
Drones! Drones! A tormented voice rang out through someone's mobile electronic megaphone. Drones! Take cover! Chapter 14. NRA Whittington Center, Raton, New Mexico. Buford Corey stepped out of the Humvee in the high-tech battlesuit, still wary, still apprehensive that he was about to suffer another splitting headache that made him yearn for sudden death. Sergeant First Class Curtis Ball had exited on the far side. Up front, Captain Alden and First Sergeant Sassone descended out of their seats and to the ground. They were at the same firing range where Buff had been working with Cleo when he'd had his accidental exposure to a loud noise. The first sergeant had given strict orders to clear the location of all other trainees or even vehicles driving by. The odd coupling, a seasoned operator and a timid former scientist, looked like they'd stepped right off the screen from a sci-fi or future warfare video game. They each had donned a composite polymer suit, which in turn had a fiber optic outer layer for bending light around it. That allowed for a sort of invisibility cloak effect. In broad daylight, they would appear to be an off-hue moving blob, almost like the real-life version of a bad movie effect. They'd be nearly invisible in the shadows, though. Each section around the upper legs, lower legs, rib, abdomen, shoulders, neck, and torso was a series of small overlapping plates, which allowed for movement, not unlike scales. Each man carried their helmet in their hands as they approached Cleo and a civilian, who were near a table. Walking was nearly effortless, the suit reacting instantly to any stimulus the wearer's motion gave it. Specialized cases, similar in type to the ones the men had plucked the suit pieces out of back at the cabin, were next to the table. The civilian was in a wheelchair and had a blanket over her lap. "I'd always hoped we would take this advanced iteration to human trials, but I never thought it'd be like this," the lady scientist said. "Dr. Felicia Sizemore. I was the program head of the team that designed these suits. At your service." Buff had a feeling he was the only one who hadn't met her.
"Buff Corey. I used to work."
"At Sandia, I know," the scientist said, cutting him off without a thought. She was smiling, but it was apparent to Buff she lacked self-awareness, like a lot of his former colleagues did. Sandia was a national laboratory, a sanitized way of saying they worked for DARPA on top-secret research. They hired the brightest scientists who tended to have the social graces of a silverback gorilla. "You look familiar, but it's been a while. Did you get let go?" Her short gray hair moved slightly in the breeze and looked as out of place on the shooting range as her 35-year-old glasses.
"Medical retirement," Buff said without elaborating.
The labs at Sandia were highly cellular. Information was tightly controlled. The odds were that Dr. Sizemore had never even heard about the explosion that injured Buff. "I'm ready to give you men a lecture on these suits," she said, almost as if she'd moved on in her conversation in her head without caring what Buff had said. "You might say I'm the owner's manual," she joked awkwardly. None of the men laughed except Buff, who could relate to the woman a bit. "Please save your questions for the end. I'll most likely answer them first anyhow." She spun her wheelchair around, aiming herself down range, still next to the table. "Get on out here in the wide open, gentlemen," she said directly. "She's used to people jumping when she snaps," Buff thought as he followed Ball out to the open range and turned. They were 6 feet apart and facing the others. "You've no doubt noticed the suit is powered to assist you. When I first entered the exoskeleton program back in the 90s, my intrinsic motivation was simply to walk again someday. Eventually, those fields were split off into branches that research more about the neuroscience of gene therapy and medical implants. But by then, I'd fully fallen in love with the RA suits we were building."
"RA?"
Ball asked under his breath. "Robotic assistance," Buff mumbled to his new partner. Dr. Sizemore continued. "What you're wearing is the 9th generation of this suit." She rolled out closer to the men, straining in the sandy dirt, which triggered Cleo to hop into action and push her. Focused on her lecture, she was clueless about his assistance. "Each piece of this suit is made of several hundred layers of advanced polycarbonate fiber, each so thin you can see right through it." Buff had noticed the pieces were thin, maybe 1/4 of an inch thick, counting the fiber optic layer on the outside. "By now you've seen that the external fiber layers bend light around you, but the layered approach and the overlap design at the joints means you'll be almost entirely bulletproof for at least the first several hundred rounds of small arms fire." Buff gulped. "Almost, huh?"
"What about larger calibers?" Ball asked. "Belt-fed, frag grenades, that kind of stuff?"
"You will find it would take several direct hits to degrade the suit," she said. "More importantly, the inner membrane that probably fought you the complete way onto your body has shock-absorbing capabilities. I recommend some liquid dish soap all over your body to help with donning the suit."
"Will that cause itching or rash or anything if we're in these suits for a long time?" Buff asked. Then another disturbing thought hit him. "What about the bathroom?"
"Oh, yes," she said in mock concern. "On that, don't. At least not number 2. In the cases back here are a couple of catheters. Once you're wearing them, you'll be able to urinate, and they'll drain out behind the heel of the boots. We were developing a way to recycle that back into drinking water based on some stuff NASA has asked for, but that feature's not in this gen of suit. There's a drinking straw in the helmets similar to what you're probably used to with gas masks. But I'd advise you not to eat anything for a full day before you depart. Get yourself on a diet of bone broth and the electrolyte drink I've brought. After the first day of fasting, the hunger pangs will be much more tolerable. More importantly, your body will shut down your digestive system for a lack of use. The point is, if you're going into an area with zero support, you'll find removing this suit for potty breaks nearly impossible." "Now," she ordered as she changed subjects once more, "I want you to pick him up over your head," she told Buff. He did as he was told, bending over and trying to decipher how to do it. Buff started to blush in embarrassment as he couldn't figure out how best to pick up the soldier.
"Oh, for crying out loud,"
Ball said. In rapid motion, he grabbed onto the back of Buff's suit collar and then reached under Buff's crotch. He hefted the man over his head with ease, looking ready to do a pro wrestling backbreaker move. The other soldiers watching all winced and laughed, wondering if Buff was finding his family jewels being squeezed a bit uncomfortable.
"I felt like I picked up a chair or something,"
the man confessed as he put Buff back down onto his feet. "The skeletal system of the suit under the plates connects the most advanced electric motors we have," she explained. "That's why walking over here felt so effortless. Other than the helmet and a few biometric sensors, this is what the batteries power. Those are built into those thick thigh plates. They'll last up to 6 hours, but that is highly dependent on how far you travel. And that's an improvement, because the last generation only lasted 2 hours. But we place them on the front of the legs in case you're operating on your own and still need to swap them out. They're very thin to keep the thigh plate from becoming too bulky. The first-gen suit taught us not to put them on the back. Try jumping, she said to Buff. Buff squatted and leapt up with a thrust, nearly scaring the crap out of himself as he shot up, nearly as high as Ball's head. He landed with a thud, though the suit absorbed nearly all the energy before his knees or ankles felt anything. Curtis Ball's eyes were wide, like a kid who'd just been told he could eat for free in a candy store. He squatted deeply and gave it his all, getting almost 9 feet of vertical leap before gravity won out. The rest of the soldiers could no longer stay put, coming out to touch the suits for themselves. Cleo made a comment about the divine holiness of excrement. "All this is nice," Buff said, "but how will it be for noise and explosions on my hearing?" The concern was still on his face. "Grab your helmets," Dr. Sizemore said. "And you men grab your rifles," she instructed the other soldiers. "But first, help me with the cases. I have some weapons you men will want to take with you." Prescott Valley, Arizona. Pedro and his team had not been disarmed, but they had set their rifles in racks outside the tent before entering, attempting to act like they belonged. The looks of skepticism on the subteniente, the Mexican version of a second lieutenant, were clear. "I hope we didn't kill anyone in that firefight," Pedro thought. "But I sure hope the fact that we had a firefight sells our story to this dude." Like the rest of his team, he had doubts they would pass a deep scrutiny. Not just the cover story, but even themselves as a unit. They did not know the internal cultures and lingo of Mexican Army reservists, let alone the fact that their Spanish had a mild American accent that most Americans weren't cognizant of. The rest of the soldiers in the security platoon had gone back to business, from resuming the night watch on the perimeter to going back to their cot in the tent. "One more time," the annoyed officer commanded, his short stature no match for his large ego. He scanned the collected identifications as he waited for the story to repeat, listening for consistencies, or the lack thereof. "We are part of the 46th Military Zone, a reserve unit of civil engineers, from Osaka," Pookie answered. He knew better than to say too much, but he had to offer just a hair more than whatever the question wanted as a way of selling that he wasn't being subversive. "We got lost looking for a large electrical transfer station out here." "Why?" the officer asked as he started to pace. "The power is off." "We've been told to make sure everything is ready to go, Subteniente. But our allies will turn the power back on in the near future, part of keeping the locals from rebelling." That actually makes sense, Pedro thought. He and the rest had taken their places at a chow hall table. I wonder if Pookie just made that up out of thin air. A senior sergeant was standing by, awaiting anything his officer needed. "Has Team 3 checked in from securing the local regional airport?" "They have, sir," the sergeant replied. "They say they'll be there all night and into tomorrow, dealing with locals and securing the runway." It was obvious to Pedro that the Mexicans' manpower issue might just play to their benefit. "Do we have any vehicles to spare?" the lieutenant asked the sergeant next. "We've procured some vans from a nearby church," he answered. "Nothing of ours." The lieutenant looked back at Pookie, who had maintained an at-ease stance off the end of the table the team sat at. "Any help you could give in helping us file a report on our man's death would be most appreciated, sir." The mere hint of dealing with paperwork regarding the death of a soldier, let alone one who didn't work for him, was the straw that broke the officer's back. "You will be provided a van," he said with ultimate authority. "Take your unfortunate man with you. I have no intention of answering for his death. It's on your head, Sargento Primero. Just be out of my sight at dawn." The man spun and left the tent, not waiting for an acknowledgement. Pookie took a seat next to the others. It was already after 0400. "Might as well grab a bite before we leave," he mumbled under his breath. Losing Javier was devastating, particularly because he was one of only 2 veterans in the group. He locked eyes with Pedro, seated across from him, and exhaled a tired, exasperated breath. Pedro scanned the team as best he could. All were sullen and exhausted. Amelia looked like it was taking all of her effort to not cry, and Jaime's bravado was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 15. NRA Whittington Center, Raton, New Mexico. Buff kept catching himself repeat, "Wolverines," in his head. Not repetitively, but enough times the last few days that it was bugging him, like when someone would suddenly blast him randomly with a Rick Astley song about never giving up. Buff remembered having his arm twisted into watching the movie Red Dawn by his best friend's older cousin when he was a kid. It had already been out and become a cult classic for years by that point. He knew it had been filmed but 100 or so miles away, and the urge to search the rock formations to the west for AK-bearing youth had whimsically struck him more than once. "Say again," Curtis Ball said, his usual sergeant's tone always present, even in small talk. "Huh?" Buff asked, confused. The two men were standing near the Raton Municipal Airport, just a few miles down the highway from the center. They were amongst a few of the other A-Team members, along with some hand-picked civilians pulling a wide security perimeter. The local community received an endowment of the airport primarily through private donations. It had 2 runways and about a dozen private hangars, mostly belonging to NRA board members and other wealthy elite. The pair plus Captain Alden and First Sergeant Sassone were all in the grass in the field between the 2 runways, which intersected at their southern ends. "You mumbled something," Ball said. He was still catching his breath and had just taken a seat near his new partner. The 3 soldiers had just made use of the 12 minutes since their arrival, getting in some push-ups, lunges, and other physical training. Buff had stood for most of it, feeling awkward and a tinge guilty for not taking part. "Oh, nothing," he said. "Was some trivial memory." He gave it a couple of seconds and then changed the subject. "Have you ever been in one of those things?" "Never," Ball acknowledged. "They were used a lot in World War II. From what I understand, the Air Force Academy has quite the drill team for these things." The pair had been scanning the sky to the northeast for the first clue of the arriving surprise delivery systems. He turned his head toward his civilian workmate, wondering if this was a red flag for yet another weakness in the man's confidence. "It'll be okay, Buff. From what we are told, this pair, both the craft and the pilots, are the best the Academy has to offer." Buff turned his own head to scan the senior Special Forces soldier's face. "World War II, Ball? That's supposed to make me feel better?" He gave a grin and a small laugh that were half betrayed by his concerned expression. "Tally-ho!" Sid Alden said, standing immediately and grabbing the binoculars laying on his coat nearby. He put them to his face and reacquired the bearing he'd seen the inbound craft arriving from. Buff and the rest all stood and put hands over eyes to shade the evening sun and see if they could pick up the inbound shapes. In the back of one of the nearby trucks were several large tarps. 2 militia members, upon seeing the soldiers alert to the incoming company, picked up their own binoculars and scanned. "There," Buff said to himself. He could barely make it out, a long skinny shape followed by a smaller one, probably a minute farther away. Though quiet, the incoming craft mesmerized the men. Each craft was constructed of high-tech composite plastic and fiberglass, with mostly blue underbellies and splotches of white and tan topsides with splotches of green. The coating was matte, not shiny, meant to reflect as little light as possible. Buff had wished they'd been coated in the same fiber optic material as his combat suit, but he knew that wouldn't be possible, not for a glider with very limited self-propulsion. The first of the 2 DG-1001E Neo gliders descended to the ground almost effortlessly, landing on runway 20. Its long, slender wings reached out almost 10 full meters from the body on each side, the last few feet of each wing reaching skyward. The 2 gliders were not the most acrobatic the Air Force Academy owned, but they had several other features that were critical to the mission. Unlike most gliders, these had small electrically driven sustainment motors, which were a small propeller that could be extended off the craft's nose to help provide many hours aloft. Another electric feature was a retractable set of wheels, a small pair under the 2-person cockpit and one under the tail directly below the rear fin and stabilizer. The extra long wings, while reducing maneuverability, increased lift and, by proxy, overall payload. As the first glider slowed to just a few knots of ground speed, the pilot turned it into the grass not too far from the trucks and soldiers. The second was just touching down. Buff and the others slowly moved over and watched the second repeat the process of getting itself off the runway. First Sergeant Sassone walked in the opposite direction to instruct the civilians to bring the trucks and tarps over while Sid, Ball, and Buff moved over to greet the new arrivals. Very short, Buff thought as he got closer. The glider's hulls were only about as long as half the wingspan, giving it a condor-like shape. As they'd come to a full stop, they each leaned over to the left wing, which was barely a foot off the ground. The top of the cockpit was only waist-high, which surprised Buff. The cockpit canopy made a clicking sound as the pilot unlatched it and pushed up on the mildly blue transparent window, hinging it out of the way for him to climb out. A few minutes later, both pilots were out and conducting some post-flight procedures, including mounting a small removable wheel under each of the wingtips. As the civilians went about covering the gliders with tarps, they finally doffed their helmets and approached the greeting team. Both were seniors at the Air Force Academy, considered by instructors to be experts in the gliders, and were clad in green flight coveralls adorned with their academy ranks and unit. "Cadet First Classes Willis and Trivett reporting as ordered," the first to land and park said with a salute. "Captain Alden," Sid said as he returned the salute. "They sent cadets?" he asked, trying not to insult the youth with his tone. "No disrespect intended, but this mission is critical." "The instructors were declined permission to volunteer, sir," the man said. He was a black American of average height, but like his female counterpart, exuded an air of fitness for duty that was matched only by his confidence. "No disrespect taken. Cadet Trivett and I were both made aware that extraction is not likely in this mission." "Why do these kids get such confidence?" Buff wondered in awe. "I mean, I get the operators. They gain it through years of hard training and missions, knowing the man next to them is one of the best. But these are kids." He studied the two college-aged adults' faces. He was sure they were smart enough to fear the future, yet here they were, stepping up. Buff felt a bit disingenuous in his own role, a sense of shame because the soldiers practically had to twist his arm and promise to get his family to safety just to get his consideration. He listened to the group continue to discuss the mission parameters, following them on autopilot but not really listening. How screwed is America if a mission of this grave nature is entrusted to kids? And to me? He'd suddenly lost his uncanny desire to be a Wolverine. West of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The shotgun blasts were slowing as the few men and women wielding them were running out of shells. With shortened barrels and slugs meant for fighting close infantry, they'd had virtually zero effect on the flame-throwing drones. Like an organized murder of fire-breathing crows, the heavy ape-bladed robots swooped over the militia rally point in 3 chevron-shaped rows, each capable of carrying dozens of pounds of gelatinous fuel. The wide-open field offered no resistance, minus the one person who had fired an anti-drone net into the sky and missed. Canopies did nothing to protect people of all ages from catching on fire. The screams of one person on fire were agonizing. To hear a field full of them, unbearable. Upon hearing the warning, Granger and Oliver had taken off in a dead sprint north, as best they could through the panicked gathering. The simple act of telling Team Anvil an extended rally point, "Head north to that airport if something happens," had given all 8 of them a unified goal. Granger stopped to gaze at the night turned orange toward the southwest corner of the field. He turned his head and stared in awe and disbelief for a quick moment, eyes growing wide. "Not again!" The medically retired firefighter shuddered in his thoughts. "Here!" he screamed at Oliver, also mesmerized by the approaching flames. Not waiting for Oliver to respond, Granger flipped an old heavy laminated table at a vacant canopy onto its side. The men crouched behind the table. Granger dropped the backpack he was carrying and pulled his chamois from around his throat to cover as much of his face as he could. Getting as balled up behind the shield as they could, helmet and hat cramming into each other, the men covered their heads with Granger's sniper rifle bag. The drone chevron had about 20 feet between devices. A pair of them passed over the men, belching flame, one on each side. The screams of children burning were almost too much for Granger to bear. After the next 2 rows of drones passed over, the men looked up, seeing that the mostly dirt field itself only had small spot fires of grass. It was the rest that was engulfed: tents, gear bags, people. A few rifles barked as the shotguns faded away. Those other quick thinkers, or the ones who were spared simply because of dumb luck, responded. Some fired shots at the departing craft. Others attempted to rally their teams.
"The team!"
Granger yelled. He stood with his gear in hand, leading Oliver as they sprinted past the dead and dying. Some were rolling on the ground, others were trying to run the flames off their bodies, yet others simply lay on the ground like a fleshy bonfire. They arrived at the long row of sandy cans and found that, like others in the area, Team Anvil had all taken shelter on the far side of them, out of reach of the end of the horrendous attackers. He stopped and scanned. The drones had not yet returned.
"No time to put on this pack,"
he told himself.
"Run!"
he screamed. Like Granger's compact unit, the other survivors near the potty sheds had started off for the dark of the desert to the north. He watched his team members. Hooch had Hannah hoisted up over his tall shoulders. Everyone else was mobile and started moving.
"Take us out!"
Granger yelled to Oliver, who flipped his nods down and started to jog north into the black.
"What's wrong with her?"
he said to Hooch. The two men and their wounded comrade were at the rear of the evacuation effort.
"She tripped and hit her head hard on the concrete pad these cans are sitting on,"
the man said, his southern twang still present in the stress.
"Couldn't just leave her there." "Let me know when you need me to carry her,"
Granger said. Oliver halted 10 minutes later, taking a knee and letting the entire team catch up. They all took a knee. Hooch and Granger were trailing and took nearly 2 more minutes to arrive, gasping for air. They worked together to set the slowly recovering Hannah on the ground. Granger pulled his red lens flashlight off his belt and scanned the woman's face. She was moving her head a bit, and her eyelids were trying to open. Tracy came over and knelt next to her and the pair of men, followed by Paco Pena. Granger stood up to continue catching his breath and to think while Tracy and Pee-Pee worked to get Hannah warm and comfortable. Just as he took his compass out of the map slot on the front of his plate carrier, a new sound gained volume in the south.
"Shh,"
he told the others, though none were talking.
"Is that?" "Oliver, scan the sky."
With night vision still showing a green glow on the other vet's face, Oliver cried out,
"Another drone, like a raptor or predator or something."
Almost as if his warning had been heard by the Chinese, a missile streaked from several thousand feet in the sky. The yellow flame was almost white-hot as it flashed past the team to their right, traveling north and downward, where it exploded less than a mile away. Its primary detonation triggered several secondary ones.
"They wouldn't have hit civilian planes, would they?"
An overwhelmed Granger wondered internally.
"Listen up. Get flat while this plays out,"
he called out.
"What else can we do? What and who just got killed over there?"
Chapter 16. Naval Air Station Fallon, Nevada. Lou and Rusty taxied the small plane off runway 31L, not needing much of the 14,001 feet of length. They took a left, heading southwest to a tarmac that was more barren than he'd ever seen it. The war had had its effect. Despite repelling 2 major bombing campaigns with fighters and mobile Patriot missile batteries, long-range cruise missiles had still snuck in. The larger northern fuel farm had been destroyed, as well as several hangars. The burnt frames of several F-18s could be seen under the orange glow of nighttime lights. The parking spaces of F-35s, long ago crashed by Chinese hackers, sat conspicuously absent. There were but a few planes from some of the state's Air National Guard units being worked on or parked between missions. Lou steered onto the Hangar 300 tarmac, which was acting as a transportation center for critical military traffic to the upper west of the front line. A tired-looking sailor in camo and protective gear used orange wands to direct Lou, holding them up in an X pattern where he wanted the visitor to park. A partner moved under and chalked the Draco's wheels, while Lou shut the plane down. He and his furry pal's mission was twofold: score some needed maintenance on his plane, and pick up a few passengers the Army needed in Hawthorne. After man and canine had found some grass and a porta-john to relieve themselves, they moved into the terminal itself.
"I know,"
Lou said in response to the annoyed look Rusty gave him as he clipped a leash onto the purple collar just outside the door.
"Be glad I don't make you wear a service dog vest."
Rusty cocked his head and chuffed, a grin parting his muzzle, ears perked. Wearing a backpack over his bomber jacket, Lou opened the glass door and let his German companion inside. Standard off-white tile covered in Nevada dust greeted them as they saw a wide-open floor, a row of uncomfortable-looking chairs on the left wall, a standing countertop running on the right. Behind the counter were a mix-match of most military services, working on keeping the flow of traffic in and out of the base moving, even at night. Some were at the counter, others were at desks. Small signs hung from the false ceiling on chains. Lou read several and opted for the one called Receiving. "Sir," a Navy petty officer said. Like anyone still alive in the military, he looked 10 years older than he probably was. "I'm here to get a U-28 caught up on maintenance. It's supposed to be a priority," he added, knowing he was probably abusing General Judah Montgomery's influence of name. "And I have passengers and cargo to pick up." The young man scanned the paperwork Lou slid over, then looked up. "Have a seat, sir. Let me call the maintenance shed. They're working around the clock. I believe your passengers have been given cots or rooms in the BOQ on Churchill Avenue. I can find a duty driver if you give me a couple of minutes." "I know where it's at, petty officer. We'll walk," Lou told the young man with a friendly nod. An 8-minute walk and a 6-minute wait later, and Lou and Rusty were meeting the one passenger he really cared about meeting. "Colonel Caldwell," Lou heard as he stared south from the barracks, his butt parked on a metal and wood picnic bench and table combo. The base was dark, but alive with activity as non-essential military families, personnel, and equipment continued to be staged for transport east. To the southeast, a C-5 Galaxy was just finishing approach from the dark desert sky. Lou looked to his right and saw a short army officer with a metal case. Rusty looked up as Lou stood, but went back to chewing on a clump of grass a moment later. "At your service," Lou said, returning a salute. "Are you Major Park?" "Yes, sir," she said with a sleepy smile. "The duty officer said you'd be out here." "Sorry if I woke you, Major. It'll probably be mid-morning or noon before we can get out of here. But I understand you're hand-carrying something for me?" She set the green aluminum box, the size of a large briefcase, onto the table. It was then Lou noticed it handcuffed to her wrist. "Amongst other packages, yes," she said in response to Lou's shocked look. "Can I see your CAC, Colonel?" "Oh, sure," Lou said, a bit embarrassed he had to be prodded. He dug his common access card out of his wallet and handed it to her to scrutinize. "He doesn't have one." Lou nodded toward Rusty. The young woman smirked but remained all business. She handed the card back to Lou. "In the digital age, I'd normally have you e-sign my tablet," she explained as she opened the case and set a clipboard and pen down. Lou recognized the custody log sheet. The Chinese military had destroyed the Pentagon, yet someone out there still worries about CYA when it comes to chain of custody, he marveled to himself. After signing the paper on the clipboard, Major Park handed him a thin, sealed letter-sized envelope. It had the usual eyes only and top secret stamps one might expect. "You said about noon, sir?" she confirmed on the travel plans. "It's just a guess, Major. Get some rest. I'll meet you and the others at Hangar 300 at 1000 hours. After exchanging salutes, Major Park left toward the barracks, and Lou sat down on the picnic bench once more. Tempted to get a room for the half a night of darkness, he opted instead just to pull out a quilted poncho liner and nap right in the grass next to Rusty. But first, he thought as he retrieved a flashlight from a side pocket. He tore open the envelope and pulled out a few papers sent by one of the lower-level generals on the Joint Chiefs staff. He mumbled as he read aloud. 23 V-22 Ospreys are being redirected from the 249th Special Operations Squadron at post-haste speed to assemble in the open-pit mines you've mentioned. They'll be bringing those specifically trained soldiers you asked for. NRA Whittington Center, Raton, New Mexico. The mood in the hunting cabin was somber and heavy. Barely enough time for a trip to the porcelain throne had passed from the time spent training in the battle armor to when they went to the airfield. And the same again as they were sitting in a mission briefing in the ODA, or Operational Detachment Alpha, team's cabin-turned-operations center. Buff was just happy the cabins all used a simple gravity septic system and had solar-powered pumps on the wells. Present were all 12 members of the Special Forces unit, Buff, the 2 glider pilots, the 2 helicopter flight crews, and Dr. Sizemore.
Here's the latest,
First Sergeant Felden Sassoon said from his place standing in front of a display. A large dry erase board and stand were brought up from the center's main offices. Taped to it was a simple satellite photo of Albuquerque, which had been printed with a very light scale so that the writing on top was easier to see. The extreme hardships of the war on power and communications security had driven a more primitive way of viewing the mission plan.
This thick line south represents the front line's location a day ago.
He took a Sharpie out of his sleeve and quickly drew a dashed line across the map just 30 miles south of the city.
And this is where it was 2 hours ago. They'll be at the airport in a day,
Buff thought. He felt the bottom of his stomach drop out. Despite his recent latrine call, the sudden urge to evacuate his bowels hit him as the nerves began to flare. The Sandia lab was literally just east of the airport, a piece of the overall Air Force and civilian infrastructure south of the city's heart.
The Charlies have advanced recon elements throughout the area, in many spots breaking through holes in the line. The 2nd Brigade combat team is in full retreat. It's safe to say we probably won't control the area around Sandia by tomorrow night. Captain, he said, ready to turn over the briefing to the team's CO.
Captain Sidney Alden stood up from his chair and traded places with the first sergeant, taking the Sharpie from him in the process.
The gliders will get a tow up as soon as the desert temps start to rise in the morning. And talking with our pilots, he motioned toward the 2 cadets, it will take the full day to cross the passes and move south because of the steps taken to ride waves of air and regain lost altitude several times along the way. If they arrive early, they'll stay well north and circle until the opening of the pass window.
Sidney took a sip of water from a disposable bottle and continued, turning toward the map with Sharpie at the ready.
A Delta unit in the area will spot the gliders at this point here. He circled a spot in the eastern city. They'll then establish the primary exfil here, called Yankee.
Another circle, just a few hundred meters north of the lab they needed to infiltrate. He looked at his own team.
We will set up exfil 2 here, called Red Sox.
He turned back as he circled a spot past a neighborhood to the east.
We'll stage northeast in the desert until Delta passes word that they've spotted the gliders passing this rally point.
Another circle, this time over the western slopes of the mountains east of the city.
We'll call this one RP Astro. At that time, 2 electric warfare FA-18s will begin to jam every radar in the area.
After a slight pause for questions, Sid continued.
The gliders are to set down here, well east of the facility. We just can't take the chance you're seen inserting. This arroyo between these 2 neighborhoods is relatively flat, other than the creek bed.
You'll be timing your landing to be around dusk. There is but one shot at this. If you overshoot, you can clear this solar farm here and land within just a few hundred meters of the Mesa lab you're trying to reach. But in all practicality, you'll be seen and attacked immediately. Buff felt the butterflies in his stomach turn to lead.
The glider pilots will be clad in civilian attire. They'll set demo charges on the craft and then head for RP Red Sox immediately. Buff and Ball will change into your fancy Mandalorian battle rags and infiltrate the Mesa lab he used to work in and recover the microfission munitions and trigger the facility cleansing process. Remember, this detonation countdown was stopped by their hackers. It will take out several critical buildings, not just that lab. We're going to RFID chip you guys. The need to recover these munitions is just too great not to do so. Finally, there was...
Sidney Allen sighed and paused at a loss of words for a second.
A piece of the battlesuit's tech that wasn't covered earlier. He's having a hard time making eye contact now, Buff realized.
Doc, Sid said to the lady in the wheelchair. She didn't even bother rolling over to the officer in the quiet and cramped cabin. You understand, she said almost apologetically. We just couldn't take a chance of them getting hold of these suits. An army that can replicate these efficiently and in quantity would be unstoppable against regular infantry. There is a fail-safe.
A what? Buff thought.
The suit has 2 minutes of backup power stored in a series of supercapacitors to allow for continued function during the battery changes.
What exactly happens if that runs out?
Sergeant First Class Curtis Ball exclaimed as he sat up straight. The crippled doctor exhaled heavily. a fail-safe protocol built into the helmet and torso pieces. North Black Canyon Highway off-ramp, Phoenix, Arizona. Looks like some sort of checkpoint ahead, Pedro said from the van's driver's seat, steering wheel constantly in adjustment. Ahead on the highway, large water-filled barricades had been established to force vehicles to exit before arriving at the northern edge of the city. The older sky-blue 15-passenger beast drove like a wobbly pig. Stolen from a church, the Mexican security detachment in Prescott Valley had given it to them just to get the supposed civil engineers and the deceased Javier Garcia out of their hair. They couldn't chance driving around with his corpse on this mission. Puki Ariano had ordered Pedro to pull onto a dusty road in the desert as they moved south on State Highway 69. They performed the barest of grave digging they could manage with the van's tire iron and jack. Once they'd memorialized their friend, it was back to the assignment. Infiltrate the drone control facility at Sky Harbor International Airport and plant a series of computer viruses. There's been so little civilian traffic, Puki responded from the passenger bucket seat to Pedro's right. It should go fast. These fake IDs worked back there. He, like all of them, tensely hoped that the identification provided by the military for this op had been hacked into the enemy's systems. If not, their mission and their lives would end quickly. Pedro slowed the van as they exited Highway 17 onto a smaller road. Amelia, Puki said calmly. She and Guillermo occupied the first bench. Bill, Jaime, and Roberto had spread themselves out amongst the rest of the benches. Pop a button or two on your uniform top, would you? She looked at Guillermo to her right, confused and skeptical. It's okay, Boo, her husband agreed. Men, she sighed in aggravation as she opened up her shirt top a bit, pumping the sides of her breasts to pronounce her cleavage. There were 4 guards in Venezuelan uniforms and a jeep on each shoulder of the road. The jeeps each had a belt-fed machine gun mounted on the roll cage. Their light and mid-grade green uniforms bore a tiger-striped style of pattern. Each was adorned in boonie hats and an older Alice type of load-bearing gear. One was sitting in the back of a jeep, ready to get the Belgian FN mag firing within a couple of seconds. Pedro rolled down the window as he slowed to a stop between the 2 jeeps where one soldier was standing to talk to them. The other 2 were standing on the right, ready to check out their van from that side. Thank God they're Venezuelan, Pedro thought. Good morning, he said in Spanish. Almost lunchtime, eh? Identification, the young South American ordered without emotion. Pedro handed it to him, which he scrutinized thoroughly. The checkpoint had no wireless system with which to determine its authenticity. Pedro could hear Puki rolling his window down to hand his over to another guard. He casually looked back and saw the 3rd guard opening the double doors on the van's side. He turned his head back when the guard to his left spoke again. This is very unusual. Where's your proper truck? What unit are you with? We are... Pedro was quickly cut off by a role-playing Puki to his right. I told you to shut up. You've caused enough problems today. His yelling at Pedro surprised all of them and put the guards on edge just a bit. He looked between his own guard and Pedro's as he explained. This idiot got our work truck stuck in a ditch up in Prescott. He's not allowed to speak or work until he proves he can drive. We had to steal this thing to get back on the road. What's your unit? The guard repeated slowly, annoyed he had to repeat himself. 46th Military Zone Engineers, Puki answered. We were called down here to augment the electricians and water plant operators while they tried to get the city up and running. The 2 guards made eye contact across the van, trying to read each other's thoughts. The guard near the double doors on the right, eyes clearly locked on Amelia's chest, said, You're an electrician? I have many skills, she replied, wiggling her frame and smiling like the cat that ate the canary. The young man looked up at her in time to see her bat her eyes. I'll bet you do, he flirted back. Knock it off, the one outside Puki's window ordered. He handed the identification back to the retired American master sergeant, and then moved around to the front of the van to confer with his buddy. Pedro heard Amelia continue to make teasing giggles and small talk while he and Puki tried to look casual. After a minute of chatting, the guards ahead parted the middle and yelled at the third to quit playing around and close the door. "Look me up at my barracks at the university," he said with a smile. He closed the doors without even checking an ID card. "I will," Amelia said as she toyed with a small wave. "Get us the hell out of here," Pookie said in a low voice as they rolled up their windows. Chapter 17. West of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Granger pulled his small binoculars from the backpack he'd been hand-carrying. He got back up to his knees and looked at the fires to the north.
"Helicopters and drones got destroyed right on the tarmac," he told the group.
It had been maybe 50 seconds since the attack, and the buzzing sound of the Chinese drone's prop, or that of a different one, could be heard. This time the Americans were ready. 2 different streaks erupted from the small airport, each in a different direction.
"Stingers!"
Granger yelled, louder than he intended. He recalled reading in Popular Mechanics that the newest block of the shoulder-launched weapons could attack the much cooler prop-driven drones with their infrared seeker. Both fire-and-forget weapons slammed into the enemy craft.
"I bet the drone operators never even saw the flashes because of the fires," Granger deduced.
The warheads, meant to down jets and helicopters, were almost overkill, the drones completely obliterated in the night sky. Pops let out a low whistle.
"Gear check,"
Granger called out.
"Let's get to that airfield pronto."
He shined his red light on those tending to Hannah.
"Hooch, you and PP stay here until she's fully conscious."
"Gotcha," the Southerner drawled. A quick moment later, Oliver led the other 4 north at a fast walk. They were about 300 meters west of the north-south road that eventually turned toward Albuquerque's Paradise Hills neighborhood. A few minutes later, he took a knee once more to let those without nods catch up. Granger had donned his pack and the empty rifle bag over it. His short rifle still slung across his chest and core. He was carrying the bolt action so he could periodically use his night scope. Granger, Oliver, Albion, Pops, and Tracy quickly gathered and resumed moving as a group. They were about 1,000 meters from the burning fires at the airport. The flames appeared to be 2 helicopters and several Predator and Raptor drones, with a separate fire at a hangar building farther north. There were various military trucks and soldiers running about.
"Any ideas how to approach without getting shot?"
Pops half joked. Granger had his binoculars up.
"Looks like some of the other militia have already made it in."
"I've got an IR strobe," Oliver suggested.
"Me too,"
Granger replied.
"But the Charlies own the skies. More drones could pop up at any minute. I think we're better off just approaching with a slow and non-menacing manner."
The group slowly proceeded north, heading toward a Stryker vehicle at the south end of the runway. It became apparent to Granger that they were expected. There was no order of halt by nervous sentries. He noticed other citizen soldiers walking up the runway.
"Apparently these lads have figured out the militia muster site was attacked and to expect stragglers,"
he thought. When they were closer, he could see a few soldiers at the Stryker, which led him to deduce that there were others already deployed as security in the desert, ready to mow them down with machine gun fire at a moment's notice.
"Any idea how many are still out there?"
a sergeant yelled out to Team Anvil. "We've seen maybe a couple of dozen survivors at the most," Oliver yelled back from the point of their wedge formation. Another minute and the group had reached the soldiers. "Head up the runway, past the burning Blackhawks on the taxiway," the same sergeant said. "There's a set of long hangars at the north end. You'll figure it out." Team Anvil remained silent as they moved up the pavement, mesmerized by the fires. They picked up the pace and about 20 minutes later found what the sergeant had told them about. There were at least a few hundred people, mostly Army and Air Force personnel. To the left were a pair of smaller hangars, ablaze like the helicopters to the southwest. Straight ahead were the 4 longer buildings. An emergency triage had been set up. Wounded were being tended to, and dead were being covered with ponchos. Soldiers were running, trying to scramble and gather materials, maps, laptops, papers from the area surrounding the destruction to the group's left. It was being collected and moved to a hangar to the north. The sound of helicopters approached from the northeast.
"Over there,"
Granger told the others, nodding to the hangar the farthest to the northeast. The civilians who'd survived the attack on the militia camp were huddling near that one, staying out of the way. If I had to guess, I'd say the Army is getting ready to bug out whatever they were running out of this airfield. A Humvee zipped by the group with little regard. What about the others? Tracy asked, worried about Hannah. Have faith, Granger told her as he put his hand on her shoulder. They'll get her here. I'll see if the Army can take her somewhere. That seemed to soothe the teenager's concern a bit. Oliver resumed his role as point man subconsciously, leading the pack toward the other civilians, watching carefully for zooming vehicles. Faith, Granger laughed at himself cynically. Faith in what? They're going to tell us to pack sand when I ask to medevac Hannah. As they neared the other militia members, who were mostly taking a rest on the ground, the sound of 2 approaching helicopters grew louder. The blackened beasts, one a Black Hawk, the other a twin-bladed Chinook, circled the facility rapidly and settled down on the tarmac they'd just crossed, about 200 meters to the southwest. Debris over near the burning hangar swirled about, sending embers and sparks flickering skyward. The Chinook appeared to shut down entirely after a few minutes, its 2 blades slowing to a stop eventually. The Black Hawk throttled down but did not shut down completely. Though a couple of soldiers had stepped out of it, they didn't move out more than a few feet. A Humvee drove up, and soldiers moved some of the collected items into the helicopter. Yep, Granger knew. That's the intel they don't want captured. He quit watching that unfold to check on Anvil, and was surprised to see Tracy and Albion stripping off their magazine chest rigs and backpacks. You guys stay geared up, he said a bit more abruptly than he meant. But what about them? Tracy said, pointing at the other stragglers that had arrived before, who mostly appeared to be recovering from the dismay and adrenaline pump that the evacuation had been on their bodies. Granger shot her a look not unlike what he used to give his own daughters when they started to backtalk. At any minute we could be running for our lives again. I know kids these days think they're entitled to a safe space, but the Chinese don't give a damn about that. He knew he'd said it loud enough for those from the other groups to hear. You're right, boss, Albion said. Sorry. Tracy huffed, but like Albion, put her stuff back on. Granger looked back at the helicopters. The Humvee was driving north again, and the Black Hawk was throttling up to leave. It was then that the former Marine noticed no markings whatsoever on the 2 birds. I wonder. He looked at Oliver and gave him a head nod to follow. Addressing the other 3, he said, Stay here and hydrate. We'll be right back. The Black Hawk kicked up more dust and debris as it left, and the 2 veterans started moving toward the Chinook. Several soldiers, most geared up like special operators, moved down the craft's rear ramp and walked toward the northern hangars. Granger veered his path on an intercept course. As the 2 groups converged, he saw a smile form on the face of Master Sergeant Mikhail Voodoo Hudson. The Delta Force operator peeled off from his group's travel and moved directly to Granger. Damn, Madison. We've come a long way since I left that can of chili on your counter in Tucson, huh? Over northeast New Mexico. How you doing back there, sir? Tuesday Trivette asked Buford Corey. The expert glider pilot had just pulled the red tow plane release handle a few minutes earlier, as had the other glider. I'm okay, Buff said with as much fake enthusiasm as he could muster, feeling for the umpteenth time for the round plastic rim of the custom disposable puke bag he'd stowed in his right leg cargo pocket. The tow and pull operation had been standard for the pilots, but Buff felt like a chick trying to hatch out of the world's scariest egg, albeit a few thousand feet above the desert floor. The cadet first class was banking in a wide circle, as was her partner pilot about a half a kilometer away to their right side. Buff could simply turn his head and see the ground below, which nearly triggered a wave of nausea. Like I said, please call me Buff. I'm a scientist, not a soldier. Roger that, Buff. The pair were speaking in the craft's internally wired headsets. Buff and Curtis Ball were in charge of intercraft comms. The true radios had been yanked from the gliders for both weight and security. They would communicate when necessary via simple Motorola handy-talkies, with the 2 passengers acting as verbal relays. Though many of the older jets still flying had found the ability to use analog radios without fear of hacking, Captain Alden didn't want to take chances with this mission. Buff was adorned in an actual Army uniform, worn over a thin base layer, which would be his undergarment once in the combat suit. His high-tech battle dress and rifles for both him and Tuesday were stowed in the hollow behind his rear seat, along with some other critical equipment and supplies. Down between his knees, Buff could see the manifold moving as the pilot up front steered. The joystick and pedals had been removed for both weight and to keep the passenger from accidentally manipulating them. Mounted to the back of Tuesday's seat was an alternative set of gauges that Buff could see moving. His mind drifted back to his tearful goodbye earlier in the morning, a sense of sadness once more replacing the sense of foreboding about the mission itself. Buff felt himself tearing up again, thankful that the brave college student in front of him couldn't see his weakness. Susanna, the children, his parent-in-laws, they all had a tearful departure at the airfield, under the Army's watchful eye and promise to keep them safe until transporting them to his folks' place in Tennessee. Buff knew the unspoken truth. His family had to stay monitored and controlled, lest they breathe a word of his absence and mission to the wrong people. The craft were moving upward in slow, wide circles, gaining altitude under both desert thermal drafts and the small amount of propulsion provided by the nose-mounted electric propeller. He tapped on his left cargo pocket and found the lump he was looking for, a plastic bag with a variety of meds in case he wound up having headaches or getting airsick. The small radio in Buff's left upper arm pocket on his uniform shirt crackled.
"Big Bird wants to know if Seahawk agrees it is time to make west for the mountains," Ball's voice said suddenly.
Buff pulled the radio out of his arm pouch as he relayed the message over the headset.
"They want to know if you agree it is time to head west."
Tuesday scanned her gauges and then turned her head to acquire their partner craft. "Tell him yes," she instructed.
Tempted to say something like, "That's a Big 10-4 breaker."
He opted instead for the more professional,
"Seahawk says yes."
The radio fell silent. Buff felt the glider bank right, and for a moment he could see their partners a few 100 meters away before Tuesday straightened out and fell roughly in line with the lead glider.
"Why are we heading for mountains?"
Buff asked. His science brain was taking over.
"Won't we lose the desert thermals?"
"We need to get to the western side of the slopes," she said. "It's called ridge lift. There's a wave on the windy side of the slopes that will allow us to gain altitude as we circle back and forth. Then we move southwest and get over the next ridge. Rinse and repeat. Once we get past Santa Fe, we must gain enough altitude to make the final glide on just gravity and our battery-powered prop."
"Huh,"
Buff said, enjoying just a moment of learning to take his mind off things.
"And what time do you think we'll be getting there?"
"Well, we normally like to get down before the sun goes down," Tuesday replied. "But this is anything but normal. There's a big field near your mission parameters we were told to land in as close to dusk as possible." There was a pause. "In case you didn't know, we've never been told what your mission is," she hinted.
"That's probably for the best," Buff said. "What do you do when we part ways?"
"Set delayed charges on these gliders and then head northeast," she said. "Make our way to the farther extraction point. And you guys?"
"I don't even remember where that one is," Buff worried. "I'm not cut out for this. I don't even think we're expected to survive." "The other one," he told his pilot with trepidation.
Chapter 18. West of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Voodoo Hudson led Granger and Oliver into the impromptu mission briefing he was heading towards. The veteran's attire told the operators and other Army and Air Force personnel already present in the hangar that they at least had past military experience. But their age and the dated gear kept the truth on the surface. They were simply civilians looking to help. The master sergeant nodded for the two men to sit down in two chairs at the back of the huddle. The mostly dark space showed the outlines of various civilian craft. The impromptu meeting was lit only by a few spotlights, the hum of a generator somewhere outside drifting in. "They're with me," Voodoo said to the non-Delta officers running the briefing. His own team, other than quick scans, knew better to even question his decision. But the regular military did not know of the Rampart Edge program that had barely gotten off the ground before the war started.
"Great," a stressed Army lieutenant colonel declared. "Let's get going. The Blackhawks just left with our hard drives and printed assessments. The front got here faster than we were ready for. If you haven't heard, we've lost Arizona.
Flagstaff is overrun, and we've heard that several hours ago attacks hit refugee and militia camps throughout the entire Southwest from California to Texas.
Karen, Granger thought. Donna.
He and Oliver exchanged concerned glances. A cavity of worry rapidly turned into the pit of despair in his gut. He cursed himself out as he felt his face get hot with emotion.
She was right. I should have just grabbed her and headed for my girls in North Carolina.
Voodoo could sense Granger's distress from the chair a few feet away. He gave a subtle throat clearing, bringing the Marine back to the present. Granger snapped out of it, looking at the man looking at him. He gave a subtle shake of his head in the left to right plane and quickly got out of the seat. He headed back out of the hangar, past the harried military bug-out processes, and started walking toward the amassed civilians. As he moved east, he saw 3 figures approaching from the south as they passed the parked Chinook. The fires were dying down, and the purple and blue hues of dawn were turning yellow. The 2 figures on the ends were assisting the shorter one in the middle with walking. Granger broke into as fast a jog as his nearly 50-year-old knees would allow, moving as quickly as he could to the trio.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked Hannah.
"Like I had my bell rung,"
she answered slowly.
"Let me help, guys,"
Granger said, relieving Pee-Pee from taking Hannah's left side. After a few awkward steps, it became apparent to him she wasn't doing so well.
"I got her, Hooch."
Giving no one a choice, he got behind the woman and pulled on her shoulder, scooping under her knees to carry her himself. About that time, Albie and Tracy and Pops had come running up.
"I have a litter in my pack, boss,"
Albion said.
"What? Really?"
Granger asked in disbelief. The team member quickly took his pack off and reached in, pulling out a piece of canvas he threw out on the ground. It was about the size of a door and had 4 heavy cloth handles sewn into each long side. Pops and Tracy helped guide Hannah's head as Granger slowly got to one knee and set her on the canvas. All 6 of them grabbed a handle and hoisted. They carried her over to the area west, where some soldiers and airmen were treating the wounded. The 2 medics assured the team that they would evacuate her. They were expecting 2 tracked M577 battlefield ambulances from a North Dakota National Guard unit operating in Santa Fe to arrive at any moment. After Team Anvil moved Hannah onto a triage tarp, Tracy reached into her pack and found her sole mylar space blanket. After unwrapping it, she knelt and covered her friend.
"You can't leave me as the only girl with these jerks,"
she laughed through tears of sorrow.
"It's only a concussion, sweetie," the older woman said. "Watch out for that one with the hick accent," she said next, looking at Hooch and grabbing his hand when he bent down. "He gets a little handsy."
"Take care, darling,"
he whispered. After the rest of the team, minus Oliver, said their goodbyes, Granger took a knee.
"Yet another woman I've failed,"
he thought.
"I wish I'd tried harder to get some helmets for everyone."
He faked a grin. Hannah put her hand up on his cheek.
"Keep 'em safe, Granger,"
she said just before closing her eyes to rest.
"I'm trying,"
he thought. He stood and saw the operators and Oliver leaving the hangar. The recovery of Hannah had been just what he needed to get his mind off Karen. The 6 members of Anvil moved toward Oliver and the soldiers. Most of them continued toward the Chinook, though Voodoo followed Oliver toward Granger and the others.
7,
the Master Sergeant counted aloud as he looked around.
"That should work." "Sorry about bailing,"
Granger started, but the soldier cut him off.
"Forget it. But I do have a task for you guys, one that'll allow us to have more of my unit on a suicide run if you take it off our plate." "Do we have time to refill our water and find a pisser?" Granger asked.
"Bird flies in 4 minutes, Voodoo said.
"You heard him,"
Granger said to the others.
"Can you top off my water bladder and grab the other rifle case?"
he asked Oliver, who took off for where they'd been resting earlier.
"We need to drop you off over to the east side of town and spot for an event. When it happens, call it in, then set up a perimeter. That'll be a backup rally point for if something goes horribly wrong in another sensitive op." "In that?" Granger said, pointing at the Chinook. "What's to say a drone doesn't take that thing down 10 seconds after you take off?" "Army's got some rigs set up around town. They're called Leonidas. Basically a microwave cannon.
They've kind of created a couple of flying lanes for us. Anytime a drone comes into the beam, they lose their signal and crash.
Granger mulled it over.
Well, he leveled with himself, we did come here to fight. What's the op?
A set of gliders. When you see them, call it in. That triggers some electronic jamming aircraft to turn on and cover the glider's insertion. My team will be joining an ODA team already assigned to this mission to provide the exfil. Now, the city's pretty flat, so you guys will spot from the top of a school. After that, move to the ball fields and establish security. If anyone shows up from the mission, that means Murphy has kicked our butts in a bad way. Voodoo looked over at the Chinook. The whine of the turbines started up as the blades slowly moved.
I can give you more on the way, but we need to go.
Let's roll,
Granger said. Hawthorne, Nevada. Rusty's barking woke Lou. He'd taken to sleeping in the small hangar on loan at the municipal Hawthorne Airport. There were only 4 such buildings, all vacant as the last of the local civilian pilots had bugged out 2 days prior. Lou was flying daily, largely independent of any local orders from the Army. When they needed him, a Humvee showed up with a driver, just like that moment. Lou pulled the stinky T-shirt off from its position draped over his eyes. He groaned, sat up and swung his legs off the camping cot, and scanned the watch he never removed.
14:47, he read in silence. What? 90 minutes of sleep? Probably less.
He'd brought back 4 passengers and some critical communications, along with a personal stash of MREs, survival supplies, spare oils and filters, and some desperately needed night optics. He could wear those with a stretchy head harness or mounted to his actual flight helmet. The sporadic barks told Lou it was most likely a runner coming to pick him up. Rusty was burning energy more than anything. A few seconds later, a pickup pulled into view of the open hangar. Through the open driver's window, Lou saw one of a few faces he was starting to recognize, even as the names mostly escaped him.
"What's up?"
Lou called out of the aluminum building as he finished pulling on a boot. He stood and did a minor stretch to each side as he walked toward the desert sun and asphalt.
"Colonel wanted to brief you on something, sir," a sergeant said.
"I was going to Hadley in a bit," he replied. "I've got some orders from up high. Please tell Colonel K."
"Sorry, sir,"
the man replied.
"Colonel doesn't want you to fly just yet, but something's going on he says you should know about."
Mysterious, Lou thought.
Well, maybe the balloon is finally going up.
He thought about leaving Rusty, but immediately knew that decision would contradict a rule he'd set for himself weeks earlier. Always take the dog. Having his companion, while satisfying, still came with its minor inconveniences. But he knew in war there was never a guarantee he'd make it back to a place. His backpack and his German Shepherd had become permanent carry-on items. He found his water bottle and drained it. After getting dressed and grabbing his bag, he and Rusty jumped into the depot security truck. Less than 7 minutes and 2 miles away, they walked into the correct tent at the brigade's command post. It was just north of Highway 95 and next to the weapon depot's main offices. The CP was one portable inflatable building with several connected tents surrounding it. There were multiple vehicles, but most notable were several with radar and antenna arrays. Others bore generators and telescoping poles with lights or microwave dishes atop. A Patriot missile battery was located 1/4 mile east in the desert. Lou had been in a few times, each time mesmerized by the blow-up cells that formed the structure and kept the rubberized fabric roof aloft. The sergeant weaved around the desks and map tables, leading Lou past a briefing area filled with chairs and dry erase boards covered in information. He knocked on the door that led to one of the smaller attached tents.
"Colonel Caldwell, sir."
"Send him in," Lou heard his Army compatriot say from in the next room. There were 7 other officers in the crowded, musty tent. Lou handed Rusty's leash to the sergeant as he passed him.
"Good afternoon, Colonel,"
he stated upon entering. He nodded at any others who made eye contact.
"Sorry about the short notice,"
Temple K said.
"I wanted to give you a heads up on something. 3 companies of Chinese paratroopers landed on top of the Marines west of Bald Mountain about an hour ago."
"Say again?" Lou asked, wondering if he had heard that right.
"They're under a heavy assault, Lou," Temple reiterated. "I know you know some of these guys personally. Bled together over Eureka and D-Day and all."
"What?
What are we doing about it, Colonel K? Lou asked, a bit more forcefully than he'd meant. He scanned the room, unsure if everyone had been briefed on the nuclear device out there. The special item. There is no nuke, Lou. That was subterfuge. Counter-intel. Worked, too. They're trying to steal it right now. The conventional bombs we were planting have been compromised. There will be no landslide set off. What? Lou practically yelled. That entire plan was a false flag? What about those men's lives? Not the entire plan, Kay replied, his own voice following in volume at the nuisance of dealing with an Air Force pilot. There is a fault line in that hill. Those men are going to blow it. If we get lucky and cover some of the Charlies, great. But the main idea is just to trap them on that highway. What about the Marines, Temple? Lou yelled once more. Screw it. He spun around. I'll go get them myself. Stand down, Colonel Caldwell, the Army officer yelled. No Maverick BS. I've got a battle at the pass to the south cooking off right now. I don't need this. The Nevada National Guard is already on the way to back them up. You may work for Monty, but you're in my theater. Stick to rallying the civilians, Caldwell. I'm giving you a direct order not to fly west. Over Albuquerque, New Mexico. Granger craned his neck around to look out the long helicopter's windows, looking for the X-ray cannons the Army was using to create a drone-free flying lane, but he couldn't see them. He figured they probably looked like any generic tan or green truck with a boxy antenna of some sort. But what he saw worried even his experienced eyes. Fires glowed across the south side and beyond as buildings and cars burnt next to tanks and troop carriers. There was an explosion in the far distance, followed by another. He turned back to look at his team. All of them, including the former infantry soldier, Oliver, looked worried. In the early morning hours, the craft had been rerouted to Santa Fe. Some of the soldiers were being redirected, and it would still be toward the end of the day before they needed to spot for the special gliders. Typical military hurry up and wait replaced that initial sense of the jitters. They'd finally left on the assignment just past 2 p.m. a few minutes earlier. "This is my first time in a helicopter," Tracy yelled over the roar of the engines from the jump seat to Granger's left. She'd learned by watching the Special Forces soldiers to trap her rifle between her knees with muzzle on the floor to prevent a negligent discharge from shooting up into hydraulics or the rotors. "Well, second after the one earlier today." "Mine too," Granger said back loudly. "Really?" the teenager hollered back. "No," Granger said in his best flat dad joke tone, earning a slap on the arm from his surrogate daughter. He felt the big bird lean to the left side as it banked, adjusting to a southeasterly heading toward the city's east side. He felt a bump on his other upper arm. "We're going to be leaving the safety of the flying lane for the rest of this," Voodoo told Granger. "Some of the Leonidas units have been destroyed." "Now you tell me?" he asked emphatically. "Would it have mattered?" the Delta soldier replied with a raised eyebrow under his tan combat helmet. Granger shook his head no, his face admitting the truth. "We're on final approach," Voodoo continued. "Any last questions about the plan?" The former recon Marine reviewed everything he knew. "We get dropped off at the football or baseball field. We take the roof of the school and hunker down. Before dusk, we start watching the western slopes of the Cibola Forest Hills. When we see a pair of gliders cruise by, we transmit the code word Jabberwocky." Granger stopped to protest. "Who the hell came up with that stupid code word?" he asked with an irritated look. "The electronic warfare pilots will know it when they hear it," Voodoo reminded him. "No mistakes." "Yeah, we say that stupid word 3 times on the provided radio, then we destroy the radio in case we get killed or captured. We then establish a secure perimeter at the ball fields as an emergency rally point for your mission. When that goes well, we pack it up and hike north at midnight, making our way to the casino on the northern skirt of town to wait for a rendezvous." Granger took a breath. "If your team or any others approach with the code words Broken Arrow, then we know your mission went to hell. I gotta tell you, brother, that sure makes me think this involves special weapons." Voodoo let that statement hang in the air without response. His eyes locked with Granger's. After a long, uncomfortable moment, he relented. "We weren't telling you for your own good. We're using a non-combatant to recover sensitive items and then destroy the Sandia National Lab."
The helicopter lurched in the air as it dropped, decreasing altitude. "We have 2 different exfil teams for this mission. Another team is setting up one of them. We shouldn't need to use you guys. Just stay safe. If you get hit, will these people be able to carry on?" "Only one of them has ever seen combat, but all of them have survived to this day, if that answers your question." Voodoo nodded. 30 seconds, the crew chief called from near the rear ramp, which was lowering to its down-angle position. Granger looked around at the team members, all stationed in the jump seats closest to the rear. "Make sure you got your gear." The noise grew even louder as the echo from the blades chopping through air and bounced off the nearby ground and into the fuselage. Outside, dust and grass were kicked up as the shapes of buildings in the distance gave way to a goalpost and painted yardage markers. The lumbering rotor wing machine set down gently on the high school football field. Team Anvil unbuckled and stood. Granger Madison followed his point man, Army veteran Oliver Hewitt, down the ramp. The pair walked out 10 yards, each at a slight angle from the craft. They took a knee, continuing to face in their respective directions, rifles at a low ready. One by one, the remaining 5 members of Team Anvil trickled out and assumed a position, forming an outward-facing circle behind the Chinook. The helo lifted off, continuing to be obnoxiously loud while it kicked up grass and slowly gained speed in its departure. 30 seconds later, Granger removed his hearing protection, folding the muffs into themselves and dropping them into his open dump pouch on his belt. Suddenly, Albion Jenkins let out a very uncharacteristic cuss word, practically yelling it. "Look!" he screamed as he stood. As the last person off the craft, he was facing the direction that they'd flown off. A few dozen seconds later, the Chinook had gained about 200 feet of altitude. 3 small shadowy figures in the sky were rapidly approaching it from the west. Team Anvil felt a shockwave of horror as they saw the Chinese drones fly into the helicopter and detonate themselves and the craft in an unsurvivable fireball. Time slowed to nothing as they watched in horror, the fiery black chopper and its occupants falling precariously under the trees and houses to the south. Chapter 19. North of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Smoke columns filled the horizon from east to west as far as Buff's eyes could see. The sun was setting on what might have been a beautiful day otherwise. The pair of gliders had passed between Santa Fe and the Pecos National Historic Park on a southwesterly heading, ordered to fly over the Cibola National Forest with as little altitude as needed to make their destination, but still be seen by American spotters in East Albuquerque. Maybe 20, 30 miles in each direction, Buff guessed, wondering about the lines of battle drawn ahead of him. He slapped his own cheek to make sure he was awake, knowing it was true based on his bladder pressure. Fires from burning tanks, scorched earth, and smoldering rubble from destroyed homes and businesses were getting brighter as the sun descended to the west. "It's going to get bumpy," Tuesday Trivett told Buff. "The crust is cooling, and we're relying on the evening breeze a bit more." By this point, Buff knew exactly where to find his as-yet unused puke bag simply on feel. "I'm doing all right," he said, referring only to air sickness. The nerves of the mission were doing their best to fester in his mind, dampened only by the hopes of the high-tech suit yet to be donned. He was using the view of the city he'd started his family in as a distraction. "I wonder where they are." "Who?" his pilot questioned, paying closer attention to the lead glider and her instruments than her passenger. "The spotters." Tuesday offered no reply. Her instincts telling her they needed a bit more lift, she flipped on the glider's electric propeller for about 30 seconds. They banked southeast to make their final approach, opening up Buff's view on his right once they'd leveled. "There's the airport. With a bit of a squint, I can see the labs at Sandia." He moved his gaze closer. The Neo's wings were just behind Buff in the canopy, about rib-high on him, allowing a wide view of most everything they hadn't passed. He felt his nerves send his mind into a full shudder as he saw elements of the U.S. Army engaged in combat near the airport. American tanks were firing as they drove north, the turrets aimed at their rear. Ground troops no bigger in appearance than ants were on foot, running and covering each other. Not much farther south, dust and smoke filled their air, hiding the bulk of the Chinese and Venezuelan armor and troop carriers, but not the hundreds of muzzle flashes of everything from machine guns to mobile artillery. "Whoa!" Tuesday exclaimed into her intercom mic. Buff looked up at her, noticing her look left. An overpass he knew was Interstate Highway 40 suddenly exploded ahead and to their left, the consequence of an enemy tank round missing its target. They were maybe only 300 feet above it. He could see the debris of concrete still falling, exposed rebar protruding in the now unusable piece of road. The dust cloud was so close he felt he could almost smell it. "Once we pass the highway, we're on final approach," the college student warned, the tension in her voice noticeable. "A hard bank right. We'll be on the ground in a minute, 2 at the most." Buff had learned to close his eyes on the hard banks, but like a moth to flames, he couldn't this time. He looked out the window straight down at the darkening city below. He could see the streets jammed with people fleeing. Cars, trucks, and trailers turned the roads into parking lots. Most of the people were trying to escape, but some appeared to be fighting. His stomach did a big flip-flop, and he let out an audible gasp as the glider dropped in an air pocket. "That's normal," Tuesday told him, sensing the building anxiety. "It's almost over," Buff repeated several times in his own mind. They were part of the dusk shadows now, continuing to descend. Neighborhoods of houses both left and right zipped by rapidly as the glider followed its leader just to the right and 100 feet back. The craft shook badly but not violently as they touched down on the dirt and sagebrush floor west of and uphill from the Arroyo's dry creek bed, sliding on the belly. Buff slammed into his seat harness, the friction of the desert floor slowing them down much more rapidly than a runway of grass would have. After they stopped, the sound of stirring dust and gravel pelted the canopy for a couple of seconds, followed by an eerie silence. "Get ready," Tuesday ordered, as she stripped off her own headset and started popping the canopy latches to push the plastic lid up and left. "We're going to need some help putting this armor on," Buff said as he unbuckled his harness. After his pilot climbed out of the low cockpit, he took her hand, feeling his stiff 38-year-old knees protest a bit upon standing. He gingerly moved out of the low craft to his right side. "But first," Buff looked around for some cover but saw none. He moved to the tail of the glider and disrobed out of the borrowed uniform to his black base layer and started watering the desert floor. "I guess I don't blame you," Tuesday said, inspecting the thin layer of carbon fiber and composite polymer plates attached to a slim, flexible Kevlar-infused fabric. She was unloading all the gear and piling it on the ground. "This thing has a catheter, believe it or not," Buff said as he picked up the waist and legs portion. "But I wasn't going to make it." "Marlon and I will just have to find a bush or something on the way," Tuesday said, just as both he and Curtis Ball arrived from the other glider. Most of their gear plopped on the ground before Marlon ran back to grab the rest. The foursome spent several minutes getting suited up. Ball supervised the pilots in setting demolition charges in the glider's airframes to render them unusable while Buff kept a lookout. Though now fully dusk and the pitch of night rapidly setting in, the heads-up display in the fully visored helmet showed the world as an easily navigable blue-green hue. The sounds of battles nearby were playing in speakers like surround sound, but at a volume Buff controlled with a voice command. Buff and Ball were carrying just a few items, also coated in the places possible with the light-passing fiber optic channels. There was no way to be truly invisible, especially in a lighted environment, but in the darkened desert and lab buildings, they would be close to it. There was a black and gray backpack lined on its inside with a layer of lead for carrying out the nuclear munitions. There was a special ops version of the sound-suppressed XM7 automatic rifle, which fired a heavier 6.8 ammunition. The Army had been converting to it slowly in the recent years. Lastly, there was a Kevlar belt and harness for carrying the one spare suit battery each had, plus magazines and grenades. Buff could see the reflections of gun and tank fire across the entire southern flank, their light easily picked up in his visor's night vision from a few miles away. He turned in time to see Ball finally putting his helmet on, so he walked over to the other three from his place near the lead glider's nose. As he turned, a scrolling electronic compass at the visor's top told him what the degrees were. "Best of luck," Marlin said. Tuesday leaned up to the man who'd she'd flown to the war. "You'll be fine," she assured the anxious scientist. She gave him the quickest of hugs, then nodded to her partner. The pair took off at a fast jog into the desert darkness, wearing their civilian backpacks, armed with only hidden pistols and the hopes that the rest of the ODA team would be waiting for them at the northeast exfil point. "Let's go, partner," Ball said, taking off at a run and not giving Buff a chance to let his fears take over. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. "We need to get back," the short teen said, "before my dad figures out we took these rifles. This is stupid. It's still daylight." The strain in his voice reflected the conflict in his mind. At 18 years old, he was waking up to the fact that the rebellious behaviors of his youth were going to carry heavier consequences. "You see how nobody is messing with us?" the tall girl to his right said. The same age as her friend, they were walking out of their mostly abandoned neighborhood, her dog between them with her own worried look, perked ears and tucked tail. "We gotta get the cons to see how bad it is." The rumblings of war to the south had grown much closer over the course of the day. The two best friends who had known each other since his family moved there from San Diego during their 4th grade year were heading to high ground. To the west of their barrio, past their old middle school, was a Cons Home Plus outlet, a one-stop shopping center for everything from mattresses to freezers to electronics. It was nearly as tall as the mall, but much closer, an excellent alternative for climbing on and looking around. It wouldn't be the first or even the second time they'd done it, but it would be the first time in daylight. The pair had a long history of sneaking out all night to explore the city and party with friends. "Dude, this is just like Walking Dead," she added, not even attempting to hide her excitement. Her buddy let out an annoyed and exasperated pfft with his lips. "Why do you compare everything to that? This is real. That is make-believe." He'd probably tried to tell her that 100 times since the invasion had prematurely ended their senior year of high school. The two swung their heads left and right as they prepared to cross the T intersection of Tomasita Street and Marquette Avenue, headed west. They passed through a long line of stuck, idling cars. The drivers had decided to quit honking their horns temporarily while the two open-carrying teens passed through. "Come on," the girl ordered the unleashed dog, who was trying her best to stay in the familiar neighborhood. They would cross directly south of the school, headed west, past the track and sports field, and nearly be there. By far the most common activity they'd encountered was those who were evacuating town too late. About every second to third house had families yelling at each other in strain as they stuffed cars with food, blankets, and children to join the parking lots the main roads had become. "I've told you a million times that the zombies are an allegory for real people in real situations. Take away the biting and the rotting flesh, and all the rest is the same." The friendly debate continued as the two young adults, both clad in all black and wearing a simple chest rig with spare magazines, spent another 7 minutes walking past the school grounds, a Best Buy, and a large parking lot that led to the back of the Cons store. Their dark attire wasn't for tactics, but rather a reflection of their depressed and angst-filled teenage years. The tall girl was marking her transition into womanhood, trying to rally her family and friends around the horrors she knew to come. Her love for the zombie show had started years earlier, not by television, but by the original OG graphic novels. Those had fueled in her a desire to be an artist herself, not realizing that the best graphic artists were also writers and storytellers. Dyslexia, and a mother who tried to tell her to be realistic and get a good job, had removed any creative wind from her sails. The short boy was marking his transition into manhood a little more casually. Uninspired to do anything for schooling or a career, he was only trying to perfect that which he was already good at, cooking barbecue and pretending he was not romantically interested in his best friend. But she knew, and he knew she knew. They both left it unbroached entirely, and it never came to a boil because she'd just never bothered pursuing romance from anyone else, which gave her time to nudge him to an alternative livelihood that her mother would never have encouraged for herself. The girl had become the boy's camera operator and stagehand in what had been a surprisingly profitable YouTube channel for teaching others to barbecue. That was until the internet collapsed and the war started. Both were living vicarious lives, she through his career pursuing a living in a field he loved, and he through maintaining a platonic relationship with a woman he fantasized about spending the rest of his life with. But all of that didn't mean they didn't disagree and bicker about things. "Seriously, Martha, we need to get home. My dad will be pissed when he sees we took his guns out without permission." "Cruiser," she said calmly, flipping her long hair out of her face with a head bob. The pair were moving a stack of broken pallets over to the spot under the building's outer access ladder, one at a time. "Your dad is the chillest parent ever. There's a reason he's taken us shooting several times, right? He wants us to be safe." She tossed another pallet on their new stack. 5 more minutes passed, and they had stacked up the wood nearly 5 feet tall. "Lie down, Maggie," she ordered the mutt, predominantly spaniel. Maggie gave a bit of a whimper and her best sad eyes, but she curled up on the ground next to the pallet stack, her mostly black fur swallowing up the white streak on her chest and belly. Carefully scaling the rickety woodpile, the duo could stand and reach the bottom of the caged access ladder that ended its last rung 10 feet off the ground. Marta Marisa Morales ascended first. She stepped off and looked around in all cardinal directions, ending on the south just as her friend ascended the ladder. The sight was too shocking for even a simple whoa or other exclamation. They stood silently, watching the fires burn south of the airport. South of everything, really. Rizalino James Cruz, half Chamorro and half Filipino and sporting a short but shaggy haircut, stared east when something caught his sharp eyesight. "3M! What the hell is that?" he wondered aloud, breaking the solemn silence. Marta, who allowed only Cruiser to call her by that nickname, moved outer arm to shoulder with her much shorter bestie. She squinted, looking down his pointing arm. "I don't see—" "Oh, what is that?" she concurred. "Some sort of jet bomber? There's 2 of them." The eagle-eyed youth stood with the sun setting behind them, staring east as a pair of mostly white gliders silently flew by to the east of their neighborhood. They watched it bank twice and then descend toward the war to the south. "Come on," she yelled. Chapter 20. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. "Anvil, move!" Granger yelled, snapping his team out of the moment of horror. They were frozen, still like statues. "Oliver," he called out, "double time!" The veteran shook his head and began to jog east toward the gymnasium, the complex's tallest building. "Spread out in a wedge," Granger instructed, prodding everyone to get some space and hasten to the building. "We got no idea how many more of those things are out there." That last statement put the fire to the team's feet. The sprint lasted only a few seconds as the corner of the gym was close to the running track that surrounded the field. But that and sonic panic had been enough to get the members breathing heavily. "The door is locked," Oliver called back. As the rest approached, it became clear that the back corner was some sort of service area to the building's basement. The point man ran past the incoming groups and started moving clockwise around the building. He rounded the corner, which revealed a parking lot strewn with trash. There were 3 dumpsters in a small 3-sided brick alcove, lids open to the elements. Crossing the lot, he ran between the gym and the corner of a primary building, and then screeched to a grinding halt, the others about 5 meters behind. "Halt!" the old soldier yelled. Flying out of the building at that moment was a group, men and women, all masked up and wearing a variety of dark clothes. Most were carrying large bags. They were just leaving the double doors of the school building and nearly collided with Oliver. "Whoa! Whoa!" the leading man yelled, putting his hands up at the sight of the rifle. As his own squad of masked friends piled up behind him, one dropped her bag and canned goods spilled onto the ground. A man behind her acted like he was going to pull a pistol out of the front of his pants, but the appearance of the rest of Team Anvil in their tactical gear made him reconsider. From the back of the pack, Granger slowed his fast run to a trot, then a walk. He made it to Oliver and lowered his weapon after assessing the other group, who were deathly quiet. None of them had guns out in the open, but he could sense angry eyes under the brim of hats. "Low ready, brother," Granger said calmly to his point man. Oliver lowered his muzzle to below the feet of the nearest man. "We don't want problems," the Marine said.
Neither do we, Holmes, a voice said behind the black bandana, his hands still up. We're just here to fight the war, Granger said, wanting to de-escalate the tense civilian thieves. You all go that way, he pointed east, and we'll go about our business when you're gone. How do we know you ain't gonna shoot us in the back? A different voice yelled out from behind the leader. If we wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead, Granger explained matter-of-factly. Sounds good, the leader said, slowly lowering his hands and picking up a dropped backpack. Yo, Julio, this dude's gonna... Shut it, Erica, the leader said. He nodded at Granger and turned to his left, running away and east between the two buildings, the group of 5 trailing behind him with all their stolen booty except for the spilled goods. Granger saw what appeared to be the gym's main entrance in the same direction, on the far corner of the building on their right. There, Ollie, he ordered as he pointed. The group set a perimeter in the alley outside that area, each taking a knee in an opposite direction to scan for other civilians. 2 minutes later, Paco Pena finally broke the ice. Shouldn't we go do something about the chopper? Like what, PP? Tracy challenged. We are, Granger said over them both before it turned into a debate. Our mission. The scarred ex-firefighter swiveled his head left to right, catching each person's gaze before moving on. If that's the last bad thing we see today, we'll be lucky. Deep in his mind, the loss of Voodoo as a counselor stung. But more than that, he'd become a friend. What started months earlier with the Delta Force member sneaking into his home to trigger a conversation had turned into a working relationship. Though Voodoo had been nearly a dozen years younger, Granger had looked at him as a mentor of sorts, and now he was forever gone. Just another brother I'll have the honor of mourning if I live long enough. Peepee let out a frustrated sigh. The young National Park apprentice ranger was eager to take one other and go scout the wreckage, but Granger had to shoot down that idea, despite wanting to go do it himself. Mission first. In the distance, more glass shattered. Just as a reminder, Granger said, glancing for a moment at the direction of the noise. That last encounter ended quickly and quietly. The next one may not. We're here to kill the enemy, not Americans, but defend this team at all costs. What's the next step, boss? Hooch asked. We gonna break into the whatchamacallit and find a way to the roof? He asked in his Georgia drawl as he motioned toward the gym's main entrance. It was 2 sets of glass double doors recessed under a concrete overhang. Yep. Hooch, Pops, Albion, Oliver, take the gym. Watch your corners in there. We're not in a hurry. Secure it. Find the path to the roof. Once that's done, 2 of you come get us. The rest of us will maintain security over this main entry until then. The group split, with the 3 keeping an outward watch for more unknown parties looking to rob the school of food and goods. The other 4 used a pair of bolt cutters from Pop's pack to smash through the wire-reinforced glass on the gym door and open it with the interior panic bar. 20 minutes later, the entire team was on the roof. Granger had his squad spread out over the large building's perimeter, with Tracy and Peepee on the east and himself as a central rover. A few hours later, as dusk approached, he gave his binoculars to Tracy. Peepee had his own. This is important, you 2, he warned. If you catch yourself getting bored or tunnel vision, let me know and I'll swap you out for someone else. We got it, Dad, teenage Tracy said with a slight edge to her voice to remind Granger of her wealth of knowledge and experience. Just have your radio ready, old man, she added, trying to lighten the mood a bit. The near non-stop rumbles in the distance grew closer. Granger looked south again from his kneeling spot behind the 2. He took his backpack off, retrieving the radio they were to use and smash. The sounds of the distant battle were slowly being augmented with the staccato reverberations of rifle and machine gun fire, not just south, but west. The city is falling, he worried. Got it, Peepee proclaimed excitedly. Granger started scanning. Where? Tracy asked. Peepee pointed. See that one tree? At the edge of the school's property? They'll be passing behind that in just a few seconds. Low. They look smaller than an inch. At least in my binoculars they do.
I see him,
Tracy concurred. You too sure? Granger asked.
Positive, PP replied. One pair of long, sleek gliders at your service.
Without wasting a moment, Granger unpacked the 2-meter-long foldable antenna and powered on the handheld device he was supposed to destroy after using. He carefully keyed the mic. Jabberwocky, Jabberwocky, Jabberwocky. East of the Sandia National Laboratory Mesa Lab, Albuquerque, New Mexico. The sign confirmed what Buff was telling Ball. Microsystems Engineering and Applications Lab, it read. This is it, I promise, Buff said. The suits had their own cellular capability, enabling them to talk to each other, and in theory, friendly troops on the same encrypted frequency, through a mesh antenna installed into the back of the helmet. Of course, there'd be the one with Charlie's near it, Ball replied with a soldier's cynicism. The men were each on the opposite side of an east-to-west outside concourse that passed between 2 other labs, taking concealment by kneeling behind 2 of the outdoor picnic tables used by scientists during their breaks. They look like a scout recon element. How do you know? Buff whispered into his helmet. How do you know which nuclear weapons you're supposed to grab? Ball countered. This is what I do. We're going to have to trust these suits, Buff. I see 3 guys, but I bet there's at least one more somewhere out of sight. We're just too far down this alley to get a good angle. He could hear Buff breathing in his speakers. Calm down, partner. Try breathing through your nose. What? Whatever you say, Ball. Remember the drills, the Special Forces soldier instructed. Purposeful steps on your heels will keep your muzzle from bouncing as much. You aim at the guy farthest on the right. Let's march up this outdoor lobby and keep your eyes peeled. Do not shoot until I do. From his place on the left, Ball stayed in a crouch as he stepped out from behind his picnic table and started slowly advancing west. 10 meters to the right, Buff did the same. The small motors built into the flexible Kevlar pants provided resistance against gravity, making the crouch much less tiring and effortless to maintain for the nearly 60 meters the men slowly sauntered with raised rifles. Buff saw Ball take a knee near a bush near the corner of his side of the walkway. He followed suit behind a trash can on his side. Soldier and scientist both scanned. I got one on Overwatch on some sort of truck with a machine gun, 150 meters south. When I take one out, I expect the other will hightail it. As soon as I shoot, you need to engage these guys between us and your lab. Aye. These cats can't see us even with night vision. These suits are working. They're only 50 meters away. You got this, bro. Ball cut him off calmly. Just put the dot on that Charlie to the right and pull the trigger when I do. Before Buff could protest again, he flipped off the safety to the rifle. The small stacked icon in the optical sight had tally marks below the main chevron. Ball held the tally for a hit at that range, which pushed the barrel up the slight amount needed. He pulled the trigger back smoothly, sending a round into the chest of one of the Chinese recon soldiers to the south. Ball immediately moved 3 steps closer to Buff as rounds from the closer troops peppered the bush where they'd just seen his muzzle flash, passing through and hitting the building farther down the alley. Though a full second later, Buff opened fire. He missed his soldier with the first shot, but caught the man in the back and butt as he dove behind a decorative concrete planter in the area leading to the Mesa Lab's front entrance. Advance, Ball ordered as he began a sprint across the open area. He was firing as he went, running and changing diagonals. By the time Buff started moving, the operator had killed the remaining 2 confused Chinese. When Buff reached him near the lab entrance, he said, Have faith, Buff. These guys had no idea where I was. Zig and zag left and right after your shots, he advised. Now let's get inside. They undoubtedly will be back. South of Sky Harbor International Airport, Phoenix, Arizona. Pedro and the team watched Jaime run back across the parking area of the building closest to the Salt River. The body of water in this area was the size of what most people would call a creek, banked on north and south sides by a wide expanse of urban desert. Other than a road on each side, the one on the north protected by an airport fence, it was a straight 200-meter run to the airport from that building. Pookie had opted for the next large building back to establish an observation post.
Except for Jaime and Roberto, who were coming back from a closer look near the river road, the small unit had parked themselves on top of the 3-story Western Alliance Bank building for the last 2 hours. No one had been in the vacant, dark building. The decorative flora and non-flowering plants, trees, and other landscaping between the structure and parking area were showing signs of drying, their lack of water and care reverting them to a more primitive look. Breaking into the powerless building on a Saturday night in occupied territory had been straightforward. The bulk of traffic had been military in appearance or commercial trucks forced to support them. Pedro remained on his northwest corner as he heard the 2 men crawl back through the building's roof access hatch, keeping an eye out into the dark of Phoenix. Past his observation of the little-used Interstate Highway 10 was mostly residential area. From it were the glow of fires, some large, some small. Occasionally gunfire could be heard. He'd once noticed a flurry of enemy coalition military vehicles retreating and regrouping after the loudest firefight. Curious if the cartels are fighting the enemy coalition now that the Mexican army is taking orders from China and not them. Pedro caught himself wondering more than once. He turned and saw Amelia crouched over, duck-walking toward him. "Pookie," was all she said, wagging her head for him to follow her. Pedro nodded. From behind his parapet he stretched his legs, picked up his pack and CZ rifle, and did his best bent-over walk, following her over to the huddle in the middle of the roof. He caught Roberto already giving a report as he joined the group. "Validated that is the Air National Guard piece of the airport we were briefed on. Can't see past the buildings, but we did see drones landing and taking off. We also had a better angle on that one little structure on the fence road. Looks like a tightly run checkpoint. But what is most interesting is the next place to the west. You can't see it very well from this building." "The one with all the pods?" Jaime asked. "Tell him about the trucks and the little helicopter thingies." Roberto took the reins after the young know-it-all's outburst. "There are a couple of UPS or FedEx planes pulled aside over there. The entire east side of the building is full of truck bays. I guess that's where they used to sort freight on the big trucks to take to other distro centers." Jaime jumped back in enthusiastically. "And they had a bunch of weird metal containers, like the kind they put luggage into when they put it in a plane." "They're called ULDs," Pedro chimed in. He got a quizzical look from the rest. "Unit load devices. I used to work in the airplane parts industry," he said with a shoulder shrug. "Whatevs," Jaime blurted. "There's like 100 of them." "So what?" Amelia said, letting the youngster get under her skin again. "Everyone is super tired and stressed," Pedro thought. "This will not go well." "Everyone knock it off," Pookie ordered. "Did you see them using the trucks at all?" he asked Roberto directly. The man's face lit up. "Yeah, at least 2 left in the hour we were down there. They followed that road that goes west, probably got on I-10. I'll bet they're unloading planes full of military supplies and trucking them to the train yard or wherever they're moving troops north and east from," Pookie said to nobody in particular. The retired soldier knew better than the rest that keeping a marching army moving was an intensive supply effort. "That's our in. That's our plan." He nodded toward the north. "Running across that open riverbed right near their checkpoint is suicide. We need something better than a church van, though." "There's been constant military police traffic to the southwest," Pedro chimed in. "Firefights. I don't think they control this city at night. I'm sure we could score a rig while they're out pounding down doors." "That's it," Pookie concurred. "We grab a truck, pull over one of those tractor trailers, and just drive back into the FedEx place like we belong." "Don't forget about the weird little choppers," Jaime nudged Roberto. "Oh yeah, the kid's right. They got these weird little 2-man open-air helicopters." "Like in the Road Warrior?" Pookie asked. "The what?" Amelia squawked. "Damn kids," Pedro thought. "Gyrocopters? Seriously? They have gyrocopters?"
Chapter 21. Hawthorne, Nevada. The depot security truck screeched to a halt in front of the house Lou told him to, on the west side of the postage stamp town. Most streets in the tiny city followed a rectangular grid layout, and most of the residents, mainly the families of younger depot workers, had long since fled to the east. The majority of those left were retirees or veterans like Harry Hound Dog Keller. Moving to his house would have only been a 4-minute venture at most in times of peace. Lou had the young soldier get him there in 70 seconds once they'd left the depot's northern offices. "Rusty," he called his canine guardian, who jumped out of the cab right behind Lou. He grabbed his backpack from the bed, and they sprinted toward the old vet's small square Rambler without another word to the soldier. Lou scanned the old man's pickup parked on the left side of the dirt yard. Nobody in Hawthorne had a lawn, after all, just a patch of dirt and sand. He saw a faded brown tarp covering what could only be several cases of Stinger missiles in the bed. He hit the brakes at the front door, which was wide open for the late afternoon breeze coming off the westerly mountains. "Hound dog! Yo, hound dog!" Lou called tensely. He heard the old man scrambling from the small dinette area, followed by 2 older men Lou recognized as Stinger trainees. "Lou," the Navy man said as he moved past the doorless frame from the kitchen to the tight entryway. Come in. "We've got problems," Lou said, trying to calm himself. He pulled on the screen door, and Rusty went in with the tail in full weapon mode upon seeing his nice old buddy. Without thought, Hound Dog bent over and scratched Rusty behind the ears. "We're at the table studying at the Gazetteer for the best back roads nearest to the Southwest Valley you told us to be at." A hint of confusion oozed from his tone. Lou pushed in, trying to politely use his personal bubble to nudge Hound Dog back through the tight kitchen. "Change of plans. I just got some new intel. Can I get to your maps?" "Be my guest," Harry said, stepping aside and waving an open palm toward the table. "Hey, guys," Lou said with rapid manners, trying to get right to the task at hand. He oriented himself to what they were looking at in the large paperback map book. "This is too tight. You guys got a regional or state map?" "Right here," one of the other men said, pulling a state highway map out from the dirty denim overall chest pocket under his long red beard. He handed the old gas station map to Lou. He unfolded and spun it, scanning for the mountains and state line. "Here," Lou jabbed. He looked up, realizing his audience did not know what he was talking about. I guess I better tell you guys something I'm not supposed to. But I guess I've made a career out of doing my own thing. Damn, I could really use a drink right now. See Bald Mountain near the border?" He adjusted where his finger had stabbed about 3 inches. He received 3 versions of "yeah, so" from the men. Then Hound Dog squinted and looked at the greens and browns of the map a bit, realizing they showed contour on this kind of map. "This is north of the valley we were about to get set up in. Whole damn convoy is assembled and waiting on us. Cutting it kind of close, ain't you, Colonel?" Lou just gave him a look to say he didn't know. "There was supposed to be something that forced them to take their choppers over this pass," Lou said. "Apparently that was compromised. This little rectangle here," he stamped the paper once more, "is a small airstrip the Marines use for their mountain warfare school. They were working on that op. Right this moment they're being overrun." "What's that mean for us?" the third man asked. "We can no longer predict where they're coming from. I know the Army has deflected half of the Charlies up the highway as planned, but I was just in the ops center. It doesn't sound like they're going to hold the pass much longer." The 3 men shared worried looks. "I never thought I'd," Redbeard said, as the emotion realizing America was in dire straits finally hit him. Hound Dog put his hand on his buddy's shoulder. "The fat lady hasn't sung yet," Lou said. "I have another op in motion, but I need you guys to help me." "What do you need, Lou?" Hound Dog asked. "Grab your team. Ditch the plan to hit the eastern slopes and take them out as they pass over. Now you guys are the last line of defense. Set up at the school and houses, over by the main pool, everywhere west, but be able to move north or south as needed. Oh, almost forgot. This is important. Make sure everyone knows this. You'll be seeing over 20 American Ospreys around dawn, approaching from the east and going to the main bunker complex." The men traded looks once more. "We got you, Lou." "Not you, Hound Dog. You're going to give me a ride to the airport and then plant yourself northwest of town as far out as you can get in about an hour. Take at least 2 Stingers." He started staring at the map once more, looking for a place. Huh? Why do you want me way out there? Let's just say I'm not good at obeying orders. Mesa Building, Sandia National Laboratory. The soldier and the scientist ran past the ornate curved wall outside the building's entrance, its rectangular panels easily outlined in the night vision of the futuristic battle helmets. How are we supposed to get in? Buff said with tension and excitement as they approached the main glass wall of the lobby. Ball stopped not at the doors, but at one of the glass panes next to it. The heavy reinforced safety glass cracked on the first shot with a front kick, powered by the motors in the suit's hips, knees, and ankles. You gotta start thinking fourth dimensionally, bro, the operator replied. Another kick fractured the panel thoroughly, and two more cleared the large pieces out. The men crawled through the low hole, framed by a piece of horizontal aluminum about waist high, which separated the next piece above. Which way? 3 rights, Buff said. We'll need to... The glass wall next to Buff's head exploded into shards. He felt a hard impact on the right side of his helmet, the sound of the machine gun outside something like a video game in the speakers near his ears. The surround sound effect coupled with the impact to let him know he'd just been shot in that direction. Move! Ball yelled as he took to the floor in a prone stance directly next to the hole they'd just crawled through. He flipped off the safety and sent 2 shots toward the top of a roof nearby. They must have had another overwatch on one of these rooftops. Get moving. I'll deal with this. Buff snapped out of the shock and ran toward the safety of the fixed hallway leading out of the lobby toward the right. He made another right, taking him to a concrete corridor that connected the lobby and admin building with one of the labs. In the corridor, he came to a metal security door that led to his old workplace. The electronic badge reader next to it was dead, with all backup power in the facility being directed toward hardened safes, lab refrigerators and freezers, and other important critical containment measures. He grabbed the handle and pressed on the stainless steel thumb lever. I was afraid of this, he thought. With apprehension, he balled up his fist inside the padded Kevlar glove and raised it over his head. No, don't be an idiot, he chastised himself. Buff ran back down the concrete corridor, but instead of turning left toward Ball, he ran right toward the facility's bathrooms. Between the doors to the men's and women's rooms was a janitorial closet. Finding it locked, he ripped the stainless handle off, pulling the lock's guts out with it. He opened the door and was greeted by the expected dust broom, mop and bucket, and vacuum cleaner. Yanking those out of the way, he moved in and scanned through the shelves of janitorial supplies until he found a medium-sized toolbox. Grabbing it, he ran back toward his objective doorway. Once there, he knelt and opened the box. He pulled out the tray of wrenches and screwdrivers and looked at the longer, heavier tools on the bottom. Yes. Buff grabbed the big pipe wrench. I couldn't find the sniper, he heard Ball say in his speakers, but I hear a battle approaching. How we doing, bud? Still going to be several minutes, Buff said tensely. Working on access issues. Fourth dimension, Buff, Ball reminded. I'm moving out of the lobby to cover the corridor you went down. Buff stood with the big wrench over his head and smashed down with the power of the high-tech suit. Not only did the thumb lever snap, but the entire handle also took damage. He smashed once more, leaving it hanging by the twisted metal pieces that comprised the handle system. With his other hand, he grabbed those and yanked, the power of the suit strengthening everything from his grip to his shoulder. The door popped open as all the handle pieces flew out with his pull. Damn, he said, impressed. With wrench in hand and rifle still snugly slung to his front, the ultra-modern geek warrior moved into his old lab. There was no time for nostalgia. The hallway hosted a series of offices and labs, but it was the stairs near the elevator well he was seeking. Once he reached them, he ran down 2 flights and entered the correct sub-basement. Stepping out, the familiar long white corridor was solid on the right, showing only the occasional office space door, chair, or fire extinguisher, but no labs. The left side was a series of windows, interspersed with glass lab doors and placards showing what each space was named. Buff started jogging, reading the familiar signs for the first time in over 3 years as he moved. Microfab, planarization, packaging, and my old home, reactivity. He slowed the jog to a walk. He dropped the wrench and grabbed the door handle to the right half of the 2 enormous doors. Electronic locks were present on some labs' doors, while wider and less secure doors were designed for moving bigger items in on others. The unlocked door opened. He walked into the outer room of the 3-chamber space, a suit-up facility. There were still white coveralls hanging on hooks next to a bank of lockers on the left. Darkened computers adorned the tops of desks along the right wall. Mobile workbenches on wheels filled the center of the area. Buff moved past all of it toward the next pair of doors. Behind them was a washdown chamber, concrete, with nozzles built into the ceiling and a slope to the floor that led to a drain. Brushes and other cleaning items were hanging on the walls. He passed through it. The vault, he recalled, where the headaches started. Technically not a vault. They called the main lab that because it had 3 secure vaults built into the far wall. The space was about 40 feet wide and 100 feet long. There were lab benches with a variety of equipment in the near half, and farther down was a door to a clean room for running tests. Around that branch-off room was a corridor to walk around and observe from all sides through 3-inch thick glass. On a wall near the entry to the room was a fire extinguisher box. Buff ripped it off the wall, revealing a small void. In it was a 6-inch laser-cut key, long and triangular with notches in various locations. The master key had served but one purpose in its hidden cubbyhole: be ready for the Sandia federal firefighters to use should they ever need to gain emergency access into a vault. Buff took the special key out of the secret compartment and strode to the far end of the space, facing the largest and heaviest vault door. In his visor, 2 pieces of data popped up for just a couple of seconds in the lower corners of his display. 80%, the one on the right said, telling him his suit's first battery status. A trifoil icon appeared in the other corner momentarily. Radiation. Just below the non-functional electronic lock on the heavy door was a small silicone cap, almost invisible to anyone not looking for it. Buff pulled the rubber cover off the small triangular hole and inserted the slender key to the hilt. Here goes nothing. It offered more resistance than he was expecting, but a clockwise turn that took an entire revolution resulted in a thunk. As he pulled on the big stainless door's handle, the trifoil icon appeared on his screen again, albeit brighter and blinking. He stepped back as he opened the door. Out of nowhere, the floor rocked violently, throwing Buff into the wall to his right. Not again! He was caught off guard, totally surprised. "Get your butt moving!" he heard Ball yell. "There's a tank battle happening outside." East Albuquerque, New Mexico. "Gather up, Anvil," Granger Madison ordered. He was near the center of the gymnasium's roof, leaning against the tall, galvanized ventilation plenum. It had been several minutes since they keyed up their strange code phase. Dusk was quickly turning to night. He'd balked repeatedly at breaking the provided radio, primarily because of the horrible loss of the Delta operators and their helicopter. Surely whoever they were extracting now faced a mission-changing decision. This radio may yet still be a key factor, he'd decided. The loss of the helicopter and presumably everyone on it has forced me to think. Things have changed for whatever they were doing. We know that. "What are we going to do?" Tracy asked impatiently. "Just let the man speak," the normally social hooch answered with equal edginess. Just, everyone take a second," Granger scolded. "We're all tired, but now we have a dilemma. Here's the options. 1, sit here as ordered, ready to protect the fields down there as a backup LZ. Under the light of moon, stars, and the sounds of approaching bloodshed, he could sense a couple of heads nodding. 2, head north. Try to regroup with Big Army. Personally, this is probably the smartest move, but it's also the one I'd feel most ashamed taking. 3rd, and this is what I'm leaning toward, 4 of you stay here while I and 2 others go scout the Helo's crash site." The group remained still, hushed, deep in thought. It was the normally quiet Albion who spoke up first. Is this a vote? We voting on this? Or are you just seeking opinions? Opinions, came the curt answer. I'll go with 3, the reserved black man said. Same, the short gnome-like Pops concurred. Option 3. I'll take door number 3, Hooch drawled in tired country bumpkin. It turned out to be unanimous consent, even from the hungry, grouchy Tracy. All right, Granger said, scanning them and holding the radio up. This stays here. Do not break it. Turn it on for 5 minutes at the top and bottom of each hour and listen for anything we may need to know. I'll take Pops and Albion just in case we have wounded to carry. You two, he pointed at Tracy and Oliver, get some rest. PP and Hooch, you got the first watch. Since it's just the 4 of you and those ball fields are in the wide open, I'd say it's best just to stay here on the roof. But split up. One of you watch the football field, the other watch the main gym entry. You got to make sure you don't get trapped up here by sneaky dirtbags.
Chapter 22. Mesa Building, Sandia National Laboratory. On the long, boring glide across New Mexico, Buff had thought much about the $100 million sci-fi-esque battlesuit making his participation possible. The first of a new tech is always more expensive, he reasoned with himself. Like in the 80s when Apple computers were half the price of a new base model car. But why would they spend that much money to save the lives of soldiers whose families get paid a fraction of that if they die? Then he realized it wasn't about the soldier in the suit. It was about the number of suit-wearing soldiers it would take to defeat a larger opposing force. But as he picked himself up off the lab floor, all that reasoning was out the window. Buff was thanking God the suit had been invented. As he stood, another violent explosion shook him and the building, sending him hitting a lab bench as it did. "The VOP just hit," Ball said over the comm system in broken chatter. "No going back out. Way we can't. Troops incoming. Hurry up." "I'm trying," Buff screamed in his thoughts, followed by a few salty metaphors. He got up once more and pulled on the vault door, revealing the very long ramp down to the 3rd basement level. A large centrifuge had fallen off a nearby bench in the shaking. He picked up the 200-pound object with minimal effort and moved it in front of the door, fearing another hit to the building would trap him in the irradiated space. He started down the ramp, concerned that his visor was warning him of radiation when he had not yet reached the shielded door to the main storage area. As he moved down the ramp, he reached the main control point. There were some workbenches and racks, but the main purpose was the entry location for the vault ramp he'd just walked down, and 2 others that came from other underground labs. His battery indicator came back on. 60%? What? Buff panicked. 59%? How can it be draining that fast? Then he saw it. The shielded door to the underground storage space was wide open, and for the first time it occurred to him that he'd not seen any emergency lights on. Why'd they leave it open? Was it the explosions? Is it some sort of power outage thing? 58%. Snap out of it, Corey. He scolded himself and started running to the nuclear storage space. When he got inside, the power drainage sped up, taking less than 4 seconds for it to decrease by 1%. This is bad, he realized with shaky nerves. Inside the area, about the size of a household living room, were rows of secure, heavy shelves. The containers on them could lock into place. The containers were part of the shielding, each of them small to accommodate a layer of lead and still be light enough to be usable. Most were square or rectangular and made of a variety of materials resistant to becoming radioactive, such as concrete, boron carbide, tungsten, and graphite. Each locked down to a set of rolling arms that allowed them to be pulled out from the main shelf and then detached for transport to a lab. The materials varied based on the techs being created by a particular lab team. The item sources ran the gamut of the innovation, which provided all the possibilities for radiation: alpha, beta, gamma, and neutron. Buff moved to the shelf he used to frequent years earlier, finding what he was looking for as if it were yesterday. He unlatched the rolling arms lock and pulled the knee-high tray out, which carried with it a container about half the size of a shoebox. He hurried, monitoring his rapidly diminishing power level on the suit. In a fast, panicked thought, he moved his right hand to the pouch just beside his hip, finding the backup battery still there. Phew! He removed the large lead-lined backpack and set it on the floor. It held a rough open shape where he opened the outer flap and inner lead lid, thanks to the shielding inside. He stood and opened the small tungsten container and looked at the item. "Hello, old friend." The highly polished orb was the size of a golf ball. Instead of dimples, it had 2 notched flat spots, one at each polar end. These were how the delivery vehicles attached. He closed and snapped the lid and detached the box from the shelf, placing it neatly in the bottom of the bag. He repeated the process, minus opening the container, 7 more times. Finished, he closed the pack, put it on, and ran. It went against his instincts and training to leave the shielded door wide open, but 2 things kept him running: his suit's declining power level and the knowledge that he'd be triggering the self-destruct protocol for the entire facility. 6 minutes later, Buff had finished retrieving the 8 small drones and their batteries, cable, and programming computer from another vault. He'd forgotten to grab Ball's backpack in the heat of getting shot as they entered the building. Carrying the goods in a lab trash can, he began his retreat, sweating under the protective helmet. He noticed the battery reading turn red in his display. 10%. Phoenix, Arizona. The giant Mexican Army M35 6x6 cargo truck handled like a sleepy ogre. Roberto was an experienced truck and machinery driver, but the poorly maintained truck had a huge amount of slop in the old non-power steering. It was making the slow getaway from boosting the rig even more difficult and stressful for Pookie at the other end of the front bench. "Judas Priest, Bobby! Get this pig moving!" Pookie yelled as the man ground the second gear on the beast. "Watch out!" he added as they nearly sideswiped a car parked on the neighborhood road. The crew had marched over there in the formation of a foot patrol. It had almost felt too easy, in Pedro's estimation. It had taken less than an hour to find a neighborhood fully engaged in a roundup operation. There was no way for the Americans to know what the Mexican-Venezuelan unit's objective was, but they'd staged a lot of trucks on East Broadway Road and were moving house to house. The other 5 members climbed into the back of the old-school canvas-covered troop carrier while Roberto and Pookie stole it. Though they felt they'd made a clean break from the theft, the truck's slow responses only made it harder to relax as they moved to the interstate on-ramp at University Drive. "Park here, right on the shoulder," Pookie ordered. They were westbound I-10 just past the 24th Street underpass. "That's the only place they can come off that fence road when they leave the FedEx building." "I'll pop the hood and look like I'm checking the oil or something," Roberto said. He left the truck running. "Maybe any Charlies that drive by will ignore us." He opened the door and found a greasy red shop rag under the driver's seat. He pulled a mechanical hood latch and moved to stand on the front bumper as part of their cover. Pookie got out and moved to the back, eyeing the desolate highway to the east back by the rear flap. Finally, he looked in the hold. "Keep a close eye. We got no idea how the driver will react if he has company. Bill, come on up front with us. You and I will get out once we've stopped the truck. Yell fire in Mandarin. I'll do the same in Spanish. Run past the cab yelling it. We need to sell the lie that we're there to help." Bill climbed over the tailboard while Pookie addressed the remaining 4. "Do not climb out until you see the driver get out. We need him on the ground, which he won't do if it looks like a hijacking." Roberto appeared next to Pookie and Bill. "There's a truck coming down the fence road, and I just realized there's no on-ramp on this side of the highway." Pookie looked around. "Damn! They must head east. Mount up. We gotta get this thing moving." The 3 men disappeared, and the slamming of the hood made a thumping noise. "Hold on tight," Pedro advised. "I have a feeling we're about to go 4-buying. "You mean 6-buying, Jaime corrected, eliciting an eye roll from Amelia. The truck lurched multiple times as the divorced transfer case tried to take power from the main shaft and move it to the second row of rear tires. Once again, everyone riding on the wood benches grabbed onto anything they could to keep upright. The overhead tent frame, the bench, each other. In a matter of moments, the truck lurched left,
tossing Amelia and Guillermo onto Pedro and Jaime on the right side bench. It slowed a bit and then went nose down. Pedro pulled on the flap a bit, trying to keep upright by bracing his feet on the bench opposite next to Guillermo. "We're off-roading down a sandy slope." The foursome were thrown around wildly. Amelia landed on the wood floor with a hard thud and grabbed her husband's legs. Each of them was calling out a combination of sound effects and select expletives. After half of a minute, the rig nosed up just for a few seconds, then groaned as it turned left onto the eastbound highway. Slowly, the old troop carrier picked up speed. The noise of the tires on the pavement grew obnoxiously loud, the wind punching the canvas tent top rapidly. It only took another minute after they'd peaked out on speed before they felt it slowing down again. The semi-truck was still trying to get up to speed, Pedro thought, unable to see. He resisted the temptation to pull on the flap, heeding Pookie's warning and plan. Soon the sound of a diesel engine slipping by on their right could be heard. They felt Roberto brake check a few times as he got into the next lane. A loud air horn blared several times from the truck they passed. Roberto kept braking and moved again when the truck tried to pass him on the left. The big tractor slammed on the brakes, barking the tires. "He's gonna be pissed," Amelia said as they felt their own truck stop. "Be ready for anything," Pedro said, more calmly than the butterflies in his belly conveyed. He pulled the flap's edge with just one finger, trying to get an eyeball on the event in case it went south. Per the plan, Pookie and Bill ran by yelling fire in their respective languages, waving their arms wildly. "Our guys don't have their rifles," he continued. "Looks like Bill is talking in Chinese to the driver. The dude is getting out. So is one on the other side." After another moment, "Uh-oh, more than one." "What?" Jaime said, his nerves telling the truth about his missing bravado. "What's that mean?" Without another word, Pedro pushed through the flap, stepping over the tailboard still facing the truck. He had his rifle in hand as he hopped to the ground. "Stay here," Guillermo ordered his wife. Jaime stayed put on his own. He followed Pedro just as he heard Pedro's rifle bark. 2 armed soldiers had descended the tractor on the passenger side, completely suspicious of Pookie's move toward the back. "Gil, no," Amelia pled. Pedro fired 3 shots, hitting the closer of the 2 guards twice. The other guard took a shot at Pookie, who was diving behind the trailer. That guard rolled under the trailer near the front. "That side," Pedro ordered Guillermo. Gil moved to that corner just in time to see Bill and the driver wrestling at the rear end of the trailer. The other guard rolled out from under the trailer, rifle coming up. Gil went to shoot and dipped his muzzle hard with his nervous trigger pull, hindered by the still engaged safety. The Chinese soldier yelled something angrily and raised his rifle. Gil froze in terror, unable to move in the intense and rapid events. Suddenly, gunshots exploded from under the truck, hitting the guard in his thigh, hip, and right shoulder. He screamed in agony and dropped his rifle. Pedro crawled out. Not waiting to stand, he pumped another shot into the soldier's head and immediately pivoted to run to Bill's aid. The well-trained Chinese truck driver was on top of the American, choking him. He'd been so engaged in his fight, he hadn't remembered to check on the gunshots. The man looked up at Pedro as he ran up and put the muzzle 3 feet from his face. He's just a kid. Not even old enough to shave. He held the aim on the man's face. The soldier relaxed his grip, sending Bill into a fit of choking and writhing, trying to get the man off him. Another shot rang out. The enemy driver's head sprayed blood from the back and the front as he fell off the struggling Bill, dead instantly. Pedro swung the rifle to the other rear corner. There was Pookie lying on the ground, belly bleeding profusely, and a smoking .45 1911 in his hand. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. "You're tired, Madison," Granger chastised himself. "Forgot to do a pace count." The trio, he, Pops, and Albion, were much further south than he would have guessed when they reached the down Chinook. "We may have come 1.5 miles." The hulk of the airframe, with the rotors on the cabin end still intact, was laying in what used to be a house. The top of the helo's rear end had been split open when the explosion targeted the aft engine and rotor assembly. Fire largely destroyed the neighborhood structure and the one on each side. The cars and trucks in 2 of the 3 driveways were ablaze too. The fire and a few others to the west and south provided enough light that the men had no problem navigating the streets to find the scene.
"What are you guys doing about this?"
A grief-stricken woman screamed at the men when they ran up. Clad in their camo and battle gear, she'd mistaken them for soldiers. She was but one of several from the neighborhood standing on the road. Men, women, children, and teens. There were at least 20 people watching the inferno in horror and sadness, some still crying for their lost friends and neighbors. Caught off guard, Granger ignored the woman. The 3 men had split their time, heading toward the crash site between a speed walk and a light jog, trying not to lose focus on the fact that the next corner could carry any threat from any person, not just the foreign invaders. Jets in chase screamed overhead, drowning out all other noise for a moment. People in the streets froze. Some covered their ears and tried to see what was happening in the night sky. A few went running for their homes, yelling at each other, assigning blame for still being in town at the late hour of war. The dogfight moved farther east, and the noise dissipated. An old man with frazzled hair and a tattered light green bathrobe approached the men, an older side-by-side double-barrel shotgun pointing in the air behind him as it leaned against his shoulder. "I think they all died instantly," his soft, raspy voice cracked. "Sorry, fellows." Granger analyzed the man in the dark, who was easily in his 80s. "You see it happen?" "Heard it," the old-timer said. "I was out watering my tomatoes at dusk. It was fully engulfed when it crossed over the houses on this street and plowed into those homes." "You were watering your tomatoes?" Pops asked with astonishment. The man pivoted in his stance. "No telling what the future holds," he said with the weathered voice of experience. "I'll probably die trying to kill the commies when their remps come through here and try to round up the citizen. But in the meantime, I'm going to water my maters." "You a vet, old-timer?" Granger asked. The man looked around at the group, studying them. "Nom, 67, 68. You fellas aren't active duty, are you?" he figured out, scanning their mixed-match clothing and gear. "No," Granger said, "but we knew the men in the chopper." He looked at Pops, then Albion. "There's not much point in trying to look for survivors," the old firefighter said as he turned his gaze back toward the dying blaze 50 meters away. He pulled his wrist up, moving a glove cuff to scan his watch. "Almost 2,300 hours. We need to be getting back." The blare of a siren started abruptly, cutting off his words as a police SUV rounded the corner at the neighborhood intersection to the south, not much farther than the burning wreckage on the east side of the block. The dark blue cruiser drifted the corner at a high rate of speed and gunned the engine. Its blue and red lights flashed and flickered, growing rapidly. Those still in the streets were screaming and diving. Granger and the rest looked on in horror as the shape of 2 bodies were thrown into the air after being hit. He didn't even have time to scream a warning. Granger sprinted the few feet to the old man, tackling him, both of their bodies and legs barely being missed by the truck as it sped by. On the far side of the lane, Pops was already picking himself up from rolling out of the way. He let out a choice insult, followed by, "Did you see that? They were trying to hit people." Albion was up too. "Look." The police cruiser had screeched to a stop near the north intersection of the suburb streets. It sat idling, the brake lights glowing. Granger was pulling the old man to a grass lawn on the west side. "Flank out," he ordered his teammates on the east. They both shook off their shock, with Pops heading for the trunk of someone's front lawn tree and Albion taking cover behind a sedan parked on the edge of the road. The SUV's reverse lights came on and the engine gunned again, holding its revs at a high RPM. Finally, the brake lights went out. The tires chirped as they grabbed the pavement, pulling the vehicle backwards. As it went by, Granger watched from the lawn, the old man still in shock from the events. The windows were down. Through the dancing light of fires, he could see 5 grinning young men or older teens crammed into the obviously stolen police car. It veered left and right, smashing the sides of other cars parked on the road as it headed south backwards. The entire time, the ear-piercing siren was shrieking.
As the rig reached the south end of the block again, it skidded to a stop. The doors flew open and bodies poured out to both sides of the road to the cover of trees and cars. Granger looked at the old man, who was just picking his shotgun up.
"Get back to your house," he yelled.
He turned to find his partners on the other side of the lane.
"You two move east to the next street over. Get around the crash site and flank them. I'll drive them to you."
Chapter 23. Mesa Building, Sandia National Laboratory. Buff slammed the control panel in the main office to his lab, as if that might trigger the backup emergency power to work. All he did was dent the gray metal box and break 3 of the digital circuit breakers. On cue, the red flashing warning in the lower right corner of his visor was down to 4% and changed to the word crit. Everything was falling apart. Without the emergency power, he couldn't restart the top-secret facility's self-destruct the Chinese hackers had turned off. And in needing to switch batteries early, he may not have enough power to make it to one of the exfil sites. The wrong thing, him, was going to blow up if he didn't become a problem solver. Damn! He felt a headache forming in the middle of his skull. "What?" his partner demanded on the Bluetooth headset. "Get a move on, Buff." "Working on it," he yelled back. "What the hell am I supposed to do?" he wondered. "Let the Chinese get the entire facility?" He bent to pick up his backpack. He planned on running both arms in the straps in front and drop it down onto his back over his head, when he halted and looked at, or rather through it. "You can't be seriously thinking about this, Buford Corey," he yelled in the recesses of his mind. "So many people will die." East Albuquerque, New Mexico. Granger pushed through a narrow dark space between 2 homes on his side, coming to a pair of wood gates. He opened the one on the left and pushed west past a sun-baked plastic yard slide and playhouse. He hopped the chain-link fence that divided the yard from the accompanying backyard of the house on the next street. He nearly ran straight into a 3-foot-tall above-ground pool he didn't see. 30 seconds later, he was running south through the westerly home's front yards, dodging cars and driveways.
"Need to get down there and find these punks before they kill someone."
"Hey!" a woman yelled as he nearly collided with her. She and others were busy trying to jam supplies in the car and join the filled highways out of town. Granger simply dodged around her and kept running.
"I'm getting too old for this,"
he thought as he felt the heavy breathing start. After passing 6 houses, he thought he could see another intersection in the street ahead.
"I'm nearing the end of the block."
He welcomed the legitimate reason to slow down, moving from a run to a walk to taking a wide stance behind a pecan tree.
"Where are you? I saw at least 2 of you head west."
Granger took the soft padded rifle case off his back, relieving some of the strain. The small patrol pack followed. He moved backward 10 feet and slid them under an old Chevy pickup in the driveway of a dark, still home. He chose to stick with the suppressed short-barrel rifle slung to his front. He moved to a spot between 2 homes, moving east again. The flickers of light coming from the helicopter crash were now coming from the northeast. He thought he could see the occasional blue flicker of light reflecting off the walls of the houses to his east.
"Probably close to the cop car,"
he knew. He reached the edge of an unfenced backyard and took a knee near the house he was next to. As the rumbles of the approaching war to the west and south had a small lull, Granger heard something that made his skin crawl. At first it was the obvious sounds of a young woman screaming, begging for mercy. He narrowed his eyes, squinting, trying to see any movement of shadow or silhouette in the dark. A gunshot erupted in a house to the east, the one more to his right. It created the quickest of flashes in the windows of a back corner. Granger raised the rifle, moving the safety off as he kept it up and just below his line of sight. He crouch-walked toward the corner of the house, stooping below the window of a back bedroom. "What about you?" he heard a young male voice demand. The wall and window muffled the somewhat discernible words. Me a time too? I said put my mouth," it screamed. Granger didn't even think. CQB in a dark house with hostages was the last thing he wanted. He stepped 3 feet out into the yard and just a hair to the left of the window. He shot 3 rounds into the roof's eave, angled toward the house's attic. He slammed himself back to the left of the window up against the wall and turned his electronic ear protection up as loud as the microphones would go. "What was that?" a panicked teenage voice yelled just as the blinds on the window opened. From under the bill of his boonie hat, Granger saw the window open and a pistol emerge, followed by a head. The female screaming was clear as day in his amplified speakers now that the window was open. From 2 feet away, Granger shot the hand holding the pistol, spinning out quickly, and put 2 more rounds into the bandana-covered head less than a half-second later. Blood and brain shot back into the room, hitting a closet door. The screaming intensified, but so did the sounds of commotion. What could only be a live person falling into furniture as it tried desperately to run backwards through a wall filled his earphones. Granger moved out, rounding the corner of the house. Seeing another window, he dove to his knees and one hand controlling the rifle's grip with his other as he moved tactically down to a prone position. Crawling 10 feet, he reversed the process, clearing the bedroom window on the ground. Sprinting around an air conditioner unit and some garbage cans, he saw a figure fly out of the front of the house at full speed. He raised his rifle, but the figure got concealment by passing the box fan in the driveway. "They got Devante!" a voice was screaming as it ran east toward the still idling police SUV. With rifle still up at the ready, Granger moved into the space between the car that was nearer and the box truck. He moved down the gap toward the street end of the driveway. "Gotta watch out for the boys," he reminded himself. He could see the parked cop shop, but whoever had fled him was gone, probably east. He sent 2 rounds each into the police car's 2 left side tires, both to disable the rig and to provide inspiration to the would-be rapist to keep running into the Team Anvil trap. Mesa Building, Sandia National Laboratory. Back up to the main floor, the sounds of an intense firefight and the occasional grenade reverberated up the walls of the long hall as Buff ran to the first door he had to break through in the Mesa lab. As he passed through it, it became even louder, up to the max volume he'd enabled in the helmet. He turned left into a heavy layer of gun smoke and multiple bright flashes. He got hit in the chest twice by bullets, which triggered his instinct to dive to the ground. Ball was 20 feet up, taking cover behind the rubble of a heavily damaged concrete support column. He was laying down fire into the lobby, using the helmet's FLIR infrared capability to see the heat signatures of bodies. Buff crawled to him, hugging the wall to his left and pushing the wastebasket full of parts as he did. "Please tell me there's a way out of this building back in that direction." "No," Buff yelled, stressed. "It's a secure facility for a reason, Paul. I need you to put some stuff in your backpack." Unlike his own, Ball's was flat and unlined. He made quick work of moving the various non-nuclear components to the MFMs into it. Buff then pulled one of the frag grenades off his belt. "Would one of these go through a concrete wall?" "Not a chance," the soldier said, changing an empty magazine out in his rifle. "Let me see that." Buff handed it to him. The man let the hot, smoking rifle fall into its sling. He pulled the pin on the grenade and tossed it into the lobby. Without waiting, he passed Buff. "Follow me!" Eyes wide under the helmet, Buff scrambled to his feet and ran after his guardian. The red crit in his visor suddenly became a giant 0, centered in the middle of his eyesight in a giant font. "Change battery now," a calm female voice started saying in his speakers, not unlike an annoying computerized filter one might have to talk to when trying to reach a real person at their bank or insurance company. A 2-minute timer started counting down. "I need to change my battery," Buff yelled just as they heard the grenade explode 50 feet down the hall. He rounded the corner to the left, hot on Ball's heels as they passed the same janitorial closet he'd raided earlier. "What?" Ball said, stopping and spinning. "I was exposed to very high radiation levels. There must be a design flaw in the batteries. It's not unheard of with lithium in certain circuitry." Ball grabbed the scientist by the shoulders and dragged him into the ladies' room door, spinning him farther into the area as he did. "Change it!" He took a position of cover as best he could in the door frame and aimed his rifle down the hall at the intersection. A Chinese soldier with night vision device lowered in front of his face ran across the intersection and took his place behind the wall on the left of the intersection. It happened so fast, Ball didn't get a shot off. When the second one tried it, he was ready. "Hurry!" he screamed as he started shooting at the enemy infantry. Buff unlocked a high and low titanium tab on the thick, long, thigh-mounted ballistic plate attached to his suit pants. The top of the plate pivoted toward the other leg, and he slid out the long, thin battery. Retrieving the other one from its specialty pouch just behind his right hip, he slid it back into place and closed the cover. The latches secured themselves, and Buff's display shocked him. 32%. Flashed for 2 seconds before it disappeared. "What?" he yelled in disbelief. "Give me your other frag," Ball yelled. "We have a problem," Buff said from in the restroom while he handed the dangerous sphere up to the soldier in the doorway. "My second battery is low. Very low." Ball quit shooting, flipping the safety lever on the rifle down as he let it hang. He turned and took the grenade, the visor keeping Buff from seeing the silent frown on his face. "What's farther down this hall?" he said, worried about the immediate threat. "Surely this place has some sort of fire exits." "Yeah, well, but they'll be able to cover those from the streets." "Wait." "What?" Ball demanded. "The packaging lab. They have an underground conveyor system that can send goods over to the next building directly." "Where's that?" "But back across there," Buff said, pointing toward the intersection in the halls the enemy was taking control of. Bullets ricocheted off the metal bathroom door frame, fragmenting and peppering Ball's suit. "We need to get back up that hole to the same place I just came from." "You sure could have said something about this 3 minutes ago, bro," Ball growled. He turned and prepped the grenade. "As soon as this thing pops, we run. You don't stop until you get past them. If you can get down to a doorway of some sort, then you can start covering me if I get held up." "Wait," Buff yelled before the soldier could toss the grenade. What are you going to do?" "Whatever it takes," his protector grumbled as he rolled the grenade up the hall. 5 seconds later, it blew itself apart, ripping into the legs, arms, and torsos of 3 Chinese infantry. The smoke in the air mattered not to the Americans' futuristic battle armor as they sprinted toward the screaming, shredded enemy. Buff took a knee at the corner and was immediately engaged in a close-range firefight with the remnants of the lead squad, who were yelling at him. The dark hall filled with Chinese war cries, damaged building structure, and the flames of bullets being shot at close quarters. A second squad was stacked behind the few survivors of the first, who were dropping like flies as Ball shot them all in their faces from a mere meter or two away. His magazine ran dry. The bolt locked back with a click. Buff ran past the kneeling soldier at full speed, hopping over the writhing, screaming body of an enemy whose legs had been blown into bleeding stumps by the grenade. Forgetting the suit's abilities, Buff had jumped several feet as he ran, hitting his head on the 10-foot-high ceiling in the building's hallway. The motors in his ankles and knees absorbed some of the blow of landing, allowing him to keep running with little effort. He ran all the way to the secure door he'd ripped open earlier. Spinning, he saw Ball picking up and slamming an enemy as another was trying to take him down by the legs. Buff raised his rifle, afraid to fire. The soldier who Ball slammed hit the floor with a sickening thud. He cried out when the Special Forces soldier followed the slam with a powerful punch to the chest that broke his sternum. As Ball spread his stance and tried to turn to deal with the one pulling him to the ground, another flew in the air from the intersecting hallway at body height, tackling him like an NFL cornerback. Buff saw another after that came into view. They'd figured out their foe was basically bulletproof and were trying to take him alive. Yet another rounded the corner and raised a rifle at Buff, shooting. Surprising himself, Buff dropped to a knee and started shooting back. He saw Ball hit the ground under the shapes of the 3 enemies he was wrestling. Buff took rounds in the chest and shoulder, but the ones that hit him directly in the visor cracked the clear polymer, which shocked him. He tightened his pull of the stock onto his shoulder and fired 3 more shots, killing his foe, He stood and slowly started gliding his walk back down the hall, shooting the tangled mess of live and dying bodies that were all around his partner. As he reached the pile in the intersection, he took a knee and hurried his muzzle around the corner. He saw more soldiers trying to worm their way past the damage from the lobby and hallway, crawling over the rubble of the support column. Wounded enemy soldiers, some dead and others crying in agony, flew up and over as Ball shoved them off him and scrambled up to his knees. "Thanks, bro." Chapter 24. Hawthorne, Nevada. "Any last questions, Hound Dog?" Lou asked as he picked his backpack out of the truck's cab. The old man moved slowly around the truck. They were at the small airport. The sun was below the mountain tops, and soon Lou would do something he didn't want to do: fly the Draco barely above the barren slopes of the Sierra Nevada mountains at night toward an invading army. "You'll obviously be long past where you want me by the time I get there," the old man said. "How do I know when you're coming back?" "This is why I picked that specific spot. Whether I'm being chased or not, you won't miss me. You have your nighttime hunting rangefinder, right?" "Yeah. I guess your nav lights will glow like a beacon in the viewfinder." "They would, but I'll have them turned off. These Dracos were purchased specifically for special ops." "Don't worry. I'll have you covered," Harry Keller said. He decided not to remind Lou he was concerned the Stinger's battery cooling units had leaked off their gas. The old man made a loud grunt as he tried to say goodbye to Rusty at eye level. "You kind of remind him of the man who raised him, I think," Lou said as he watched the two rub noses. "Good to know you, Hound Dog." Lou stuck out his hand as the man stood again with the sound effects of age. "Good luck, Colonel. You ain't been half bad." He smirked and turned to climb into the old pickup. "For an officer," the aged gunner's mate added as he slammed the door. Lou smiled, but the darkening sky reminded him he had work to do. The Marines were in his thoughts as he did a rapid check of the U-28's outer control surfaces and pulled the covers off the prop blades, air intake, and exhaust. Maybe I can let those jarheads know to get north on the highway. There just might be a place to land. Lou felt a sense of duty to the Marines. His unseen but not forgotten protege, Marine Captain Brandon McDonald, was always lurking in his thoughts. He went to the hangar, giving Rusty a small share of the dog food one of the older ladies in the Stinger volunteers had given him. "Get a drink," he told Rusty as he pointed at the water dish. "It's going to be a long night." Lou changed into his green flight suit, something he hadn't worn since the C-17 Globemaster crash. He carried all his gear, his flight helmet, any food and supplies he'd left in the hangar. All of it went to the space immediately behind his seat. "Just in the odd chance I can land and load a bunch of those guys," he hoped. He pulled the loose uniform pants out of his duffel bag and pulled the belt and holstered firearm off them. He needed Sheila, the black Springfield Hellcat his brother Foster gave him, on his hip. You just never know. Another few minutes of prep, water, snacks, and potty breaks, and the odd pairing were ready to fly. Lou dechucked the wheels and tossed the blocks in the rear storage compartment next to some of the extra food and supplies he'd scored in Fallon. He went through the procedure to get the Pratt & Whitney turboprop started and warming up. Rusty was in the co-pilot's seat, with Lou's backpack next to him. Lou pulled the night vision out of the bag. "Gonna need the nods," he told the dog as he gave him a scratch. "Ready?" Rusty just smiled and cocked his head, the gravity of the night's unfolding events missing his strong shoulders entirely. Lou attached the nods and donned the helmet. Next, he unplugged the headset he'd been using for noise and interior communication and tossed it back onto the first bench. He took the commo cable from his pack and plugged the Air Force craft's radio into his helmet. He throttled up a bit and taxied the plane out of the small hangar, taking a few turns along a short road to get to the south end of the runway. He changed frequencies, looking for some of those he knew would be in use by any E-2 Hawkeyes still in service. In the process of taking off into the black of night, he learned the brigade was taking a beating at the pass to the south. "Let's go, boy," he told Rusty as the wheels lifted from the runway. Ion Beam Lab, Sandia National Laboratory. The 3-by-4-foot metal door on the conveyor chamber flew off its hinges and skidded across the tile floor, hitting a workbench. First, the soldier crawled out and dropped the 42 inches to the floor, followed by the scientist. They'd just crawled through a 400-meter tunnel that ran across the campus from the Mesa lab to make their escape. "Shh," Ball warned as he moved past benches and stools to the lab's glass wall and door, rifle in hand. The dark and vacant building showed no signs of life, domestic or foreign. Buff quietly followed his leader, reslinging his rifle and tightening the straps on the bulky lined backpack as he did. Ball reslung his own rifle, the pushing of which in the tunnel only made the life-saving escape that much more tedious. "Where's your battery at?" 19, came the worried reply. "We need to be cautious leaving," Ball said, changing the subject. "The Americans won't know who we are, and the Charlie tanks and infantry are all over outside. It's already 10 to midnight. We've taken way too long. Rally Point Yankee is only 500 or 600 meters from here, but there's no telling its status. Let's go." The two men moved cautiously but quickly out of the lab, finding an internal stairwell near the defunct elevators and up to the ground floor. 4 minutes later, they were at one of the building's emergency exits on its north side. They spent close to 40 minutes trying to cross parking lots and move up dark alleyways between buildings. The main line of Chinese tanks and infantry were reaching the airport and southern edge of the joint Sandia-Kirtland Air Force Base that housed Sandia. The scout element they'd battled in the Mesa lab had received reinforcements and set up a perimeter around the building as they searched it for the mysterious men in nearly invisible suits. "The exfil team should be right there," Ball said, straining his voice. They were hiding next to the edge of the on-base inn for visitors, which was void of light or human activity. Looking east, they saw a large dirt field just south of the National Museum of Nuclear Science. "Rally Point Yankee," he mumbled as he triple-checked the memorized map in his head. "We need to get out of here," Buff said. "The lab's going to go boom in a few hours." "So did you get the self-destruct to reset?" Ball confirmed. Buff was silent for a moment. "Yes," he half-lied. "What now? Make for Red Sox?" Ball looked intently at the flashes of light coming from that direction. The rumbles of cannons and mobile artillery pushed through the other sounds of destruction. Buildings and homes were being demolished. The streets to the east on the south side of the highway were vacant of people. Fires dotted the cityscape, and the sounds of gunfire continued to drift from all directions, even north occasionally. "I think it may be lost by then, if it isn't already," the soldier said. For the first time his voice filled with worry instead of confidence. "There's a backup RP called Astro at a high school a few miles north." But I won't have the power to get that far," Buff protested. "As soon as I have to take this suit off, I'm toast with the first gunshot." "Calm down," Ball said with a reassuring tone as he reached behind his hip. "I'll ditch my suit when it runs dry. You can use my—" The soldier halted in sudden alarm, feeling no spare battery in the pouch where it should be. Sky Harbor International Airport, Phoenix, Arizona. The semi-truck's air brakes gave a hiss and a squeak as Roberto let off the pedal. They'd just passed the first of 2 checkpoints they knew about, only a few dozen meters down what they'd been calling the fence road from its intersection with 24th Street. The team had placed the guards and driver they killed into the back of the now abandoned M35 6x6 troop hauler. A small debate had broken out about setting it on fire as a distraction, but Pookie quashed the talk. "They'll put them on high alert everywhere," the paling wounded veteran told his team through grunts of pain from a nasty gut shot. "Our only advantage is that they have no idea we're here. Once that's gone, we got minutes at most to finish this thing." Another debate had broken out about getting him help. In the end, he insisted on staying with the bodies, ready to shoot any MPs that might drive by and check out the truck. "Allow that to be my honorable death," he whispered through bloody teeth and fading eyes. Eyes puffy and red, Amelia rode up front with Roberto on the off chance she would need her tactical cleavage once more. She'd quizzed Roberto about the wisdom of using a truck that had just left a half-hour earlier. That the gunshots of their capturing it would surely have drawn in soldiers to investigate. He soothed her with the fact that anyone at the airport that might have heard would assume it was part of the violence farther south. He reminded her that most delivery company trucks are nearly identical. If the sentries were checking license plates, he'd just claim they had a mechanical issue. No shirt buttons needed unbuttoning. 2 pairs of disinterested and complacent guards, 2 Chinese and 2 Mexican, had waved them through with barely a glance. Murphy showed up when a Chinese knockoff Humvee, called the Dongfeng Hama, pulled up as he was getting the truck into gear and moving. He heard 2 sergeants get out and start chastising the gate sentries. "Uh-oh," Roberto said, monitoring the side view mirror as he tried to move the semi through its lower range gears as quickly as possible. The heavy rig was full of pallets of food. They'd discovered it when they cleared out a spot for Bill, Pedro, and Guillermo to hide. Jaime was in the sleeping cab just behind them, while the remaining 3 were in the trailer. "Those Chinese police are yelling at the gate guards." The fence-line road was only meant for 15 to 20 mile-per-hour traffic. He got the rig up to 30 before he hit a small curve around a large hangar building and parking area. Amelia was scanning the mirror on her side intensely. "They're flying up the road fast." "Just be cool," Roberto said, more to himself than her. As he made the counter curve back to due east a little farther down the road, he could see the shipping building and the hundreds of load units Jaime had mentioned. The Hama pulled even with him and braked to match speed. A Chinese military policeman was yelling at him and pointing a submachine gun in his general direction. "Here we go," Roberto said as he downshifted and braked the vehicle to a stop a mere 200 meters from the checkpoint ahead, near the old Air National Guard facility. They were within golf ball driving distance of their target package and about to have their cover blown. In the back, Bill was pressing his ear intensely to the small piece of bulkhead he could cram his head into between some boxes and the left side door. "I hear yelling. I can't make it out, though." "Be ready, guys," Gil said, amped up and worried about his wife. "Remember," Pedro added, "that door will open first. Check who it is before blasting them." The 3 were sweating and anxious, wishing for a way to defuse this without gunfire. "Wait!" Bill Scream whispered as they heard the lock tabs outside scraping on the door. Someone was getting ready to open the right side door. What if they only open the one door? What if they just scan in quickly? The 3 all traded glances. Someone outside was very loudly and slowly trying to open the 2 locking handles on the right side door. With no other speaking, the 3 crowded in behind the left door, tossing a few boxes from a stack to the floor on the right. The orange glow of various perimeter spotlights slipped into a widening gap as the other door opened. They saw a Chinese uniform sleeve and a hand reach in and angrily shove a box around. The hand's owner was more interested in berating Roberto and Amelia in very poor Spanish, words barely understandable. The other MP was berating them in Mandarin. They could hear both Roberto and Amelia plead their case in Spanish, trying to explain that the truck's brakes were acting up. A loud smack reverberated into the tight hiding space behind the left door. "What the hell?" Guillermo yelled, in English. Amelia made a groaning noise. There was a quick moment in which nobody said anything or even moved. For less than 2 seconds, it had felt like a heavy hour to Pedro. Gil moved out into the opening of the other door and saw his wife on the ground as the 2 MPs were now yelling at top volume. One was covering Amelia with the SMG. The other had his pistol in Roberto's face at point-blank range. Gil didn't freeze this time. He pulled the unsuppressed rifle up, clicking off the safety in a smooth motion. The noise of 2 rounds exploding out of his barrel penetrated the small space where Pedro and Bill were. Guillermo jumped to the ground, followed by the other 2. "Baby, oh baby," Amelia said as her husband helped her up. She had a large red bump forming on her right cheekbone. She looked fearful. "What did you do?" Pedro hopped down next, quickly followed by Bill. 2 still Chinese policemen were on the ground, bleeding from large holes in their heads. The sound of a wind-up siren started up eerily at the control point ahead. Jaime showed up around the corner of the truck. "What the hell happened?" he yelled. "We need to get out of here," Pedro called out. He looked north. "To those bins," he said, pointing to the ULDs west of the FedEx building.
You guys go,
Roberto screamed. He ran toward the front of the truck.
I have an idea. I'm going with him,
Guillermo said. No, you can't, Amelia protested. Her husband handed her his rifle.
I started this.
The pair locked eyes for a quick moment, ending with him sprinting up the right side and hopping into the truck. Roberto had already started driving it to the next checkpoint. Come on, Jaime yelled at the others, already sprinting toward the ULD farm. Getting lost in the hull-shaped shipping containers was a good start. With any luck, the responding sentries would think the moving truck was the only threat. Bill ran next. We need to go, Pedro yelled at Amelia, still crying and staring at the departing truck with her husband. Now! He finally bent down in front of her, grabbing her waist and standing to place her on his shoulder. He drove his legs as fast as he could toward the cover of the bin farm, leaving the bloody mess behind. Heavy machine gun fire erupted to the east. Gil had managed to get the truck moving back up to near 20. It rammed the gate structure and drove right into the vehicle with the belt-fed gun firing at it in a loud crash. Chapter 25. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. A large drone about the size of a Cessna and with a large camera protruding from the bottom raced from west to east over Buff and Ball's heads. They were darting across the 7th fairway at the golf course just south of Highway 40. The flying weapon banked south after its operator spotted them. It then made a big circle and passed right back over them from east to west.
That can't be good, Ball said.
What's your reading? 2%, Buff said, the sweat on his brow nearly infiltrating his words via a warbly tone. They made it across the fairway and past a few cedars when the splatter of bullets zipped onto the earthen surface between two fairways just 2 feet to their right. Take cover behind a tree, Ball yelled as he did the same. The two men ended up about 30 feet apart behind 2 trees. A tracked Chinese military vehicle pulled up through the trees that separated the course's southern perimeter from Copper Avenue. It stopped on a green to the Americans' southwest, the machine gunner on top filling Ball's tree trunk with bullets on the opposite side. That drone must have guided them right to us, he yelled as bark and splinters sprayed all over on the side opposite of him. It's deploying a squad, he said after a cautious peek. Buff had already started surveying the north. There's a larger grove of trees on the other side of that pond. I see 2 more fairways between it and the concrete sound barrier by the highway. If these suits can resist that belt fed between here and there, we might just have a chance to get my battery into your suit, Ball agreed. The men started sprinting around a water hazard, reaching the trees on the far side. Sporadic fire peppered them. The vehicle had lost sight of them while it stayed parked during troop deployment. Ball and Buff started pushing through the denser green belt of trees, continuing their suit-assisted sprint. They ran across first one, then a second fairway. They performed mind-blowing jumps, clearing the course's 8-foot-tall chain-link fence. Buff's feet caught the top rail, and he flipped over on the fall, but the motors in the suit's arm joints assisted the impact. He rolled and wound up on his feet, just 2 yards behind Ball. They went to jump the much taller concrete wall near the highway. Each man could just get his hand to the top of the tall wall. The Chinese squad had breached the grove of trees and started firing at the men from across the width of 2 fairways. Bullets splattered all around the Americans as they did a pull-up to hoist themselves over. 0, Buff cried as he reached the top. I'm on the 2-minute countdown. The men dropped 14 feet down on the far side to an earthen slope. The ground led about 20 meters north to an exit lane off the highway. On the highway itself were slews of cars, some on fire, others wrecked into each other or the concrete Jersey barrier that divided the directions of traffic. Other than a few dead bodies, people were conspicuously absent as the war approached. Here, Ball said, thrusting his battery at Buff. It's still got 22%. No, we need to get you out of that thing, Buff protested. Without warning, the soldier used his leg to sweep Buff's, simultaneously using his hands to push him down by the shoulders. Pinning Buff down with his body weight, he dropped his battery and pulled Buff's battery out of the thigh compartment. "No time. I'll give you covering fire. You, Buff, you need to get that cargo across that highway and to the Army, or all this was just a waste of time." Buff couldn't fight back. The emotion, the stress, the physical exhaustion, it was all too much. He felt himself tear up as Ball closed the battery compartment and moved off him, doffing the backpack with the hardware. By the time Buff had stood back up, Ball had leapt back to a pull-up position hanging from the long concrete wall. He pulled himself up and sat on the wall, straddling each side with one leg. "Run!" he yelled, brass casings falling in rapid fashion as he opened fire on their foes. Ball and the concrete wall started receiving heavy return fire. At a loss for words, Buff grabbed the other backpack and sprinted for the cover of the highway and the abandoned trucks and cars on it. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. Granger reached the idling patrol car, now leaning left thanks to the 2 tires he'd flattened. He looked in all directions. There were the shapes and outlines of people in the streets in any direction with enough firelight to cast them. To his left, he saw the crash site had caught fire to the next 2 houses on the road's east side, plus a couple on the next road over. Back in the street near the fire, he could see the crowd slowly regathering, some tending to those the probable gangbangers had hit with the police car. To the southwest, the flashes of approaching battle lit the sky. He moved toward the rig's open doors and looked in both front and back. "If we have time, we'll scavenge this thing," he decided. He leaned in and shut it down, seeing that the remote start fob was lying in a pencil tray. "Cops," he thought. "Of all people, you'd think they know better." Granger pocketed the fob and closed the doors. He then closed the 2 on the other side. He heard a pair of shots ring out to the east, sending him spinning and taking one knee. He saw the flash of 2 more shots from the area of the backyards in that direction. "Damn, I sure wish we had radios." He used caution to move toward the driveways and then the houses in that direction, stopping at a structural corner to look and listen. He heard talking in his still amplified earphone speaker, recognizing the gruff laugh of Pops. Granger moved over to the 6-foot-tall wood fence that helped the 2 homes form their gated backyards. The one on the left had been kicked so hard that it was ripped off its upper hinge, dangling haphazardly by the lower. He peered in and saw his teammates holding rifles on 2 shapes on their knees. "Team Anvil!" he yelled out. "Boom!" the men said in near unison, acknowledging their leader's presence. Granger strode into the yard. The shapes on their knees glowed red after he took his flashlight off his belt and scanned them. He then looked around, seeing 2 motionless gang members, one still clutching his pistol, several feet away. A scan toward the house showed the rapid motion of a curtain at a sliding glass door. He thought he caught sight of children as they retreated to the psychological safety of their concealment. "You crackers ain't got nothing on us," one of the young men said with defiance. "You're going to pay for this." "Do I look like a cracker to you, fool?" Albion barked. Granger couldn't help but notice the youth were all from a black gang. In another time, he might ask Albion about feelings on this night, if they lived. "I got an idea," he told his team. "Anyone got zip ties or cuffs? I ditched my pack back there." "Yeah," Pop said. The stout man pulled off his own patrol pack and pulled out a pair of zip ties. He went to work, securing the men's hands behind their backs. "Yo, this is stupid," one of them said, fidgeting a bit as Pops went to work. "I learned how to break out of these on YouTube when I was about 10 years old." "I have a feeling you won't be alive long enough for us to worry about it," Granger said as he grabbed the man under his armpit and hoisted him to his feet. Without reservation of force, he spun the man around and started shoving him toward the broken gate. The 2 squad mates rounded up the other man and followed their leader back out onto the road. They veered north, heading toward the crowd. As they came into the focus of the street's residents, one of them stood up, a look of hatred on his face. The middle-aged man moved toward the arrogant gangster. In the light of the house fires, Granger could see the youth was probably not even 18 years old. You killed my baby girl," the man yelled, tears and hot emotion over his rage-filled words. Two teenage boys grabbed him, trying to hold him back as he made a beeline for the criminal. The man let out a scream in the worst moment of his life as he relented to his son's resistance. Several other of the adult residents formed a blockage, each wearing a similar look of anger and rage in the flickers of the nearby fires. "Where are you taking them?" a woman demanded. Granger recognized her as the one that had mistaken him for a soldier earlier. "Leaving them here with you," he replied. "What happens to them is up to y'all." He looked back at his buddies, arriving with the second captive. "We got Chinese to kill." East Albuquerque, New Mexico. Buford Corey crossed over Highway 40 under the Eubank Boulevard overpass bridges, seeking their cover and concealment. He was moving northeasterly, as the due north route would take him through several old, run-down baseball fields with no hiding areas. He heard nothing in the 70 or 80-second sprint that would sound differently than any of the other war sounds in his speakers. Diesel engines, machine guns, explosions, jets, helicopters, rockets, drones, all of it, both near and far. Trying to pinpoint directions would have been near dizzying if he had tried. The war was in any direction, left, right, or behind. The Chinese army was at hand. But Buff knew it was about time to look back. He moved behind one of the overpass's heavy concrete columns and looked for his sacrificial partner. U.S. Army Sergeant First Class Curtis Ball died horribly, but with honor, succumbing not to the enemy, but to Murphy's Law. It was the Phantom Menace that had removed the spare battery from his belt. Probably in that tussle on the ground with 3 Charlies, Buff knew. Ball's suit unmercifully conducted a violent, rapid disassembly as he sat on the wall engaging the enemy. The grotesque explosion of his friend would be permanently etched in a dark, scary spot in Buff's mind forever. One didn't recover quickly from watching a torso and head explode simply to keep the surrounding armor from falling into enemy hands intact. "No!" Buff yelled at the top of his lungs. He was breathing heavily from all the running and jumping, from the stresses of war and the terror of watching a man immolate himself. With sudden alarm, he looked at his own power, courtesy of his now dead buddy. 20! He'd lost 2 precious percent sprinting the less than 200 meters to his hiding spot. 2 thoughts scared the hell out of him at that moment: losing control of his precious cargo, and not being able to get out of the high-tech armor before it turned him into shredded beef. Buff started running east by northeast again, fearful the enemy troop truck would show up around a corner at any minute. Gotta make it to that shopping complex. The limited training he'd received had driven home a simple concept: just keep moving. He sprinted for a dirt patch between the westbound lanes and an off-ramp lane. Crossing those, he ran through the sandy dirt. Even in the wee hours or dark, the asphalt parking lot of the Ramada Hotel's highway side was clear as day. A few abandoned cars, trash, and nothing else. He ran to the far end of a car and took a knee, scanning. The built-in compass in his visor moved proportionally, displaying the degrees in his field of view. If he went left, he'd be heading northwest until he got to the wide-open boulevard. He chose right, simply to move around the hotel on that side before heading north again off the main drag. Need to find some place to hide and get out of this thing. As he rounded the corner, he eyed the next building over. It was the back side of a large store, with a 2-bay loading dock and ramp for freight and a covered area with a large mechanical cardboard baler under it. Motion caught his eye, causing him to spin and raise his rifle. "Someone's behind those pallets!" He sidestepped to his left. The progress of moving down the hotel forced him to continue to pivot to get a better angle on the back of the stack of pallets. "A dog? Forget it, Corey. Get your butt in gear." He ran another 100 or so feet and saw the hotel building had a separation between itself and the main lobby building. He turned in and under the cover of trees, set down the first of 2 precious backpacks in the dirt and grass. "Gotta get this thing unlatched," he screamed in his head. Buff unslung and set down his rifle, followed by the chest rig and belt, and finally the heavy shielded backpack. He knew hauling all of that without the powerful suit was going to be challenging at best, but his primary concern was doing it with a head-splitting migraine headache. I should take this thing off where it can blow up out of the way. He left his items parked on the ground and went farther into the alcove and rounded yet another corner of the extensive building. Several yards away was the hotel's fenced pool area. Perfect! I'll undress here and just throw the stuff into the pool. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. He spun back to where he came from, and the mostly black dog was sniffing one of the backpacks. Go! He yelled. Get on out of here! Buff started to run at the dog when two people rounded the corner, aiming rifles at him.
Chapter 26. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. Easy, Buff said, the full helmet showing none of his face, playing his voice out of an unseen speaker. He had his hands up and was bending his knees as he drifted toward the two youngsters carrying rifles. He was easily 30 feet from them, the dog on his gear near a tree trunk much closer to them than himself. You speak pretty good English for a cummy bastard, the tall girl yelled with a sneer. Bob let out a small string of electronic curse words through the speaker. That's 'cause I'm from Tennessee. Would you kids quit pointing those at me? Won't matter, right? The short male said. We saw how bulletproof that suit is, right up to the point it blows up. The teens were still only 3 feet apart, tense, filled with confusion and anger. If you saw that, then you know I could have jumped you from here by now. Name's Buff. I'm American. He eyeballed his display. 17%. An American tank exploded north of the highway toward the west, the noise reaching them, reminding them. You two live around here? The two exchanged glances and lowered the rifle barrels toward the ground in front of Buff. What's with the get-up? The girl asked, ignoring Buff's question. You're like a Navy SEAL or something? Worse. I'm a scientist. He moved his hands from over his shoulders to the sides of his neck, feeling for the connection points on each side of the metal neck ring built into the undersuit. And if you guys don't want to blow up with me, then I could use a hand. The male moved toward Buff, but the female, clearly the shot caller in Buff's estimation, waved him off with a head shake. We watched a pair of special planes land near the Air Force Base about 3 or 4 hours ago. Was that you? I'll tell you all about it, if we live. But I need your help to get out of this suit. Please. The tension in his voice was driven home by the increasingly desperate struggles he displayed trying to remove the helmet. This suit will blow itself up when the batteries die. We can't let them have it. Like the other dude, the male said, looking at his partner. Cover me, she said, taking her own rifle off her body and leaning it right next to Buff's against the nearby tree. The tall girl walked over and moved behind the oddly colored suit that looked like it came from a video game. Stop struggling, she ordered, sticking her hands up behind the stranger's neck. Buff put his hands down and tried to relax, knowing that if he remained calm, they should be able to get clear with plenty of time. After a few seconds, she was able to get the helmet detached from the middle ring. Buff reached under the front edge of the visor with his thumbs and pulled up on a pair of latches at each corner, allowing him to crack the seal on the face shield. It hinged near his temples, swinging the bullet-riddled face shield up over the cranium. He took the helmet off, revealing his sweaty brown hair and bloodshot eyes to the girl. Helmetless, it became apparent that he was a pudgy man, shorter than her but taller than her friend. He wiggled his eyes a bit, trying to get used to the dark and the orange glow emanating from fires in all directions. If you can help me unlatch the torso plates at the hips and lower back, I should be able to handle the rest. What's the urgency? The boy asked. Other than the giant war and all, he said, eliminating the obvious from the possible answers the old dude could give. I need to toss this suit into the pool before it... Buff couldn't finish his statement, a look of sadness filling his face. The boy set his rifle down and came over to help his partner and the man without further conversation. After 3 minutes, the kids had cleared his back, chest, and arms. Buff started removing the overlapping composite and Kevlar plates from the waist down. He suddenly had a thought, remembering he'd stuffed a pair of foam earplugs into the pocket on his upper sleeve. He inserted those while the youth took the helmet and torso pieces and tossed them into the pool for him. Clad in the black Kevlar underlayer and boots, he handed them the remaining pieces. "I need some more help," he said as he moved over and hefted the lead-lined backpack to put it on. "Oof," he groaned as he slid it over his arms, the shielding and the content inside weighing close to 80 pounds. The tall girl picked up the other pack and put it on. She nodded at her friend once more, who went and retrieved their rifles and handed hers to her. She gave her leg a pat, and the dog came over and sat next to her. "So, what's the deal, G.I. Joe?" Buff put his belt and chest rig back on. He then grabbed his own rifle and started to leave the space between the hotel buildings. "We need to find some American troops to give this stuff to. Oh," he almost startled himself trying to spit out another important message. "And I have this brain condition. I need another set of earmuffs." He pointed toward his foam plugs. "If I pass out, do not open this heavy backpack, no matter what." "Why is that, Father Time?" Cruiser poked. "Call me Buff, and it's complicated," he sighed. Stressed and out of allies, he made a leap of faith. "I came from a secret lab near the Air Force Base. What's in this bag can kill all of us." Low over the Sierra Nevada range, western Nevada. Lou pushed down on the yoke, letting gravity assist his cruising power of 310 knots. Looking through the twin tubes of the nods was not a comfortable feeling, but one he was familiar with. All pilots who had been part of the presidential staff were required to qualify on their aircraft in the worst possible conditions, including low-level flying in night vision. Unlike the A-10 of his early career or the C-17 he hauled President Jeremiah Allen's limousine around in, the Draco didn't have a heads-up display or HUD. He dialed the gauge panel lights down as low as they could go, trying his best to read them through the slight green blur. Mostly, keeping 100 feet above ground in hills and slopes was a game of very nervous instinct. He leveled over the Flying M Ranch in the valley between Mount Grant and Bald Mountain. "Airfield there," he reminded himself. Lou had read about the former Hilton property hosting glider competitions many moons earlier in an aviation magazine. Good to know. The desert rushed by in a blank blur, unobstructed by shape and barren of nearly any trees. In only 2 minutes, he knew it was time to start ascending again. Nervously, he eyed his altitude and flight attitude, using his instrument to tell him the plane's nose was pointed above the horizon where the pitch black of night could not. The outline of the taller mountain was toward his left, the smaller peaks of the Pine Grove Hills to the right. He was trying to just shoot through a small saddle on the horizon. We'll just need to dive southwest at skimming height for 5 minutes from there. Unexpectedly, Lou's headset crackled. "Uncharted Uniform 2-8 heading west at low level. This is Alpha 30, acting as Salt Lake Control. Do you copy?" Well, fudgicles, Lou thought. So much for nobody noticing. "Copy, Salt Lake. I'm just a bit busy." How did damn AWACS see me in all these mountains 100 feet AGL? At least they didn't call out my grid. "Sir, you are directed to abandon your vector immediately. Hostile territory ahead." "You're kidding," Lou said sarcastically. He turned the radio off. "Even in war, the control freak's gonna freak," he mused. He scanned his gauges once more, watching the terrain of Bald Mountain slope up and out of sight in his left window. He was so low and close to it he could no longer see the skyline where the sand turned into night. As his hunch told him to descend the next slope, he applied a bit of steer and pedal to bank left and follow the slick mountainside down. There were 2 major subridges to crest, but he was back down below the scrub line where small brush grew on the mountain. He knew he would be nearly perfectly in line with the small tree-lined airfield when he hopped over those ridges, which ran westerly down toward the highway. He crested and pushed down once more, instantly recognizing the long rectangle of the unpaved runway in his nods. There was equipment all over it. He kept the power up, wondering if extra Marines from the Warfare Center to the south had arrived to reinforce their buddies on the mountain. He leveled about 300 feet above the highway, zooming just left of the runway.
He banked hard west, driving his right wing down, sending Rusty to the door with a whimper. He looked out the right window at the runway, seeing soldiers scrambling. What the? East Albuquerque, New Mexico. Jets screamed overhead, temporarily silencing the thunder of artillery, machine guns, and the occasional tank battle to their west. Buff's new allies, whose names he'd still not learned, were going to help move them north past the commercial center next to their neighborhood, searching for U.S. troops. "Where's the army?" the girl screamed angrily. They were kneeling along the edge of an office depot at the corner of a square support column over an outdoor roof. She watched the orangish-white flames of various jet engines rapidly disappear high overhead. The sky was a crisscross of thin lights, the planes not visible in the dark of night. Mostly it was the glow of a plane traveling away or the smaller flames of missiles being shot. Occasionally one of those found its mark, though instead of blowing up the adversary, it usually caused it to flame as it fell to the ground. Buff was farthest from the store's entry parapet. All three humans and one terrified dog were debating running north across a vast parking lot. On the east side of the shared lot sat a long multi-retailer building, the largest being a Target. "I'm guessing the major battle is to the west, trying to control the highway north," he told his partners. "But I need to move north. Try to make some ground fast and then find them on the road to Santa Fe." "We'll get you past our neighborhood, mister," the teenage boy said. "Morris Street is a smaller northwest road that cuts through the burbs for miles. Take that to Spain Road before trying to move west." The girl quit trying to scan the sky from the edge of the overhang and looked at the others. "Yeah, that'll work. We'll get you past our old elementary school. Then you're on your own." The thought of carrying both packs and a rifle didn't appeal to Buff, but what choice did he have? They didn't dare take a car. The streets were jammed with parked cars, the abandoned hopes of people who had fled back to their homes after realizing they were not going to make it out of town. "Come on, Maggie," the girl ordered her dog, who whimpered from under worried eyes and flat ears, but complied nonetheless. She took off at a run northeast, past cars and a few other straggler citizens, rifle in her hands across her torso. "Move!" the boy yelled at Buff. Buff took off after the tall Hispanic girl and the dog, with the short Asian male in the Justin Bieber haircut continuously pressuring him to run faster the entire way across the lot, lit only by the stars, moon, and flames of destruction. "Kid, I'd love to see how you run in 20 years, Buff thought with annoyance. He was huffing and puffing once more from the sprint. They crowded up at the near corner of Target, which jutted out a bit farther into the lot than the stores to its south. The girl moved north along the wall, leading the others. They passed the store entrance and the wall of windows farther down the store. Most windows were smashed, as people had looted the store of almost anything valuable in the days and weeks leading up to that point. They were about to reach a corner where the storefront and sidewalk turned hard right, ending the jutted entry area for the main wall further back. "That's far enough," a man said as he stepped out from behind the corner, aiming a large revolver at them. Marta froze in her tracks while Maggie started growling. The man was older, with greasy black hair down to his shoulders, gray streaks in his temples. He had a jagged nose over salt and pepper facial hair, and he was wearing a ragged flannel shirt over worn, tan, duck-style work pants and well-used work boots. Two more similarly clad accomplices joined him. The shorter, fatter one with red hair came up from behind the same corner. An average one of Hispanic heritage moved over from behind an abandoned car to Marta's left. Each of those were carrying a pump-action shotgun. "We'll be taking those backpacks and rifles," Beaknose sneered, squeezing the handle of his pistol. Buff's heart thumped hard in his chest, once again powered by tired adrenaline glands. He was sure his teen protectors, brave as they may be, were not ready for such a genuine encounter despite somehow having rifles to bear. Through his heartbeat and earplugs, a new sound grew. It was a mechanical screaming, not unlike what one might think a train wreck sounds like. The ambushers heard it too. All heads turned west, mesmerized by the flames and whining of jet turbines growing louder and larger by the second. Like deer in headlights, friends and foes alike couldn't help but stare as a Chinese fighter jet,
on fire and missing a large piece of its tail and underbody, was on a glide path leading it to... That thing's going to land in the parking lot, Buff realized. Just remember what I said, he yelled to Marta, just ahead of him, as he stepped out to his left with a widened stance. Simultaneously, he flipped the safety lever and blasted the man near the car once in the side of his head. Chapter 27. East Albuquerque, New Mexico.
What do we do now?
Cruiser yelled with strain.
Are they all dead?
The pair of teens had just dragged the strange, pudgy non-soldier into the dark, abandoned Target store.
I think so. No? Yes?
Martha said with confusion. She'd just survived the worst scare of her brief life.
Yes, he got two before falling. I shot the one with the honker.
She started to stammer.
Oh my God, I just killed someone.
Maggie was moving in rapid circles, barking and stressed as she felt her owner's pain. Cruiser snapped her out of it. They were both on two knees, kneeling over the unconscious man. He grabbed his best friend by her shoulders, pulling her face near his.
You saved us. He would have killed us. You saved us,
he repeated, not knowing what else he could say. He looked down at their ward, who looked almost peacefully asleep, though his head was splayed back at what could be a damaging angle to his neck.
Help me get his backpack off.
He looked around at the area between the broken storefront and the cash registers.
Then let's drag him over there on the dark spot by the customer service counter.
Marcus shook off her anxiety.
You're right. We need to act.
They stripped the heavy pack off the man they'd assumed custody over.
What the hell is in here?
Cruiser wondered as he dragged it out while Marta held the man in a rolled position.
He said not to open it,
Marta reminded. The pair locked eyes for a moment.
I think we should leave it alone,
she said, breaking the silence.
Okay,
Cruiser agreed.
Can you drag him?
I'm going to scout the sitch outside. Marta grabbed her dog and pulled her close.
I'll manage,
she told her buddy. She offered Maggie a few consolatory pets and comments. She went about dragging the man toward the customer service desk, glad she was a tall and somewhat strong girl. Cruiser came back over a couple of minutes later and set the man's heavy backpack near the counter.
The entire parking lot to the north and west of the store is on fire from that crash, and those dudes ain't moving.
Did this building catch on fire? She worried.
No, it hit closer to Petco than here.
She looked down into the dark.
Help me get him behind the counter, she said. And his stuff,
she added, as she took off the backpack she'd been wearing.
Then let's go find some help.
East Albuquerque, New Mexico. A fire extinguisher, a medical bag, Albion said. He was perusing the abandoned police SUV's rear cargo area. A bag with some deployable spike strips, a plate carrier, some road cones. Pops was calling out his finds from the right front at the same time. I got an inverter, some tourniquets, a disposable puke mask, some sunglasses. Looks like the punks rigged out some sort of gear or clipboard holder on the seat so they could sit there. The computer console in the middle was nowhere to be seen. And some AR mags and a laser rangefinder? I bet it's a speed detector, Granger advised from outside the driver's door. Grab any mags, guys, he said, throwing a pair of handcuffs back onto the floorboard. We still have to carry any of this other crap, no matter how cool. Seems a shame to just leave some of this, Albion said as he moved back toward Granger. Oh, I bet it won't sit here for long, Pop said, looking north as the angry crowd kicked the two men on the ground like mules stomping rattlesnakes. I tossed my pack back there before I popped the rapist, Granger said, heading west back past the box truck and car. The others followed. He'd just made it to the driveway with the old Chevy pickup, when just a few hundred meters south they heard a loud scream, the unique high-pitched whine of turbines. A massive fireball erupted, followed by the noise of an explosion a few seconds later. That's something you don't see every day, Pops chimed in as they witnessed the crashing jet's aftermath.
Albion remained his usually stoic quiet. Granger went to the concrete ground, retrieving his pack and rifle case from under the pickup. After standing and getting them crowded back onto his back and shoulders, he said,
"What do you think?"
"Maybe we should head back," Albion suggested.
"Probably," Granger agreed. "But someone out there was relying on those operators to extract them. I can't stop thinking about that."
The three men continued to stare at the flames to the south for another long moment.
"Let's go a bit farther south first,"
he finally decided with a heavy sigh. Sky Harbor International Airport, Phoenix, Arizona. Pedro, Jaime, Bill, and a distraught Amelia snuck through dark rows of large cargo containers. A curve blended the top and outer bulkhead, while the bottom and three sides remained square. Workers used long strings of dollies hooked together to tow the large boxes into the sorting facility, similar to how they handled rectangular luggage boxes on the north side of the airport. Special equipment that acted as both an elevator and a conveyor took full units from the plane. A different piece of powered equipment moved it from that to the empty dollies. Once inside, the workers emptied the freight and filled the ULDs with new freight that had just been offloaded from the trucks. It was a very efficient system of two-way travel for goods, and the Chinese were using it for their wartime efforts. The tarmac area ahead of them was lit from light poles mounted to the 1,000-foot-long building. Large generators nearby filled the area with noise. All four of the remaining team members were quietly studying the operation, trying to figure out how to pass through the large building and onto the next one unseen. "See that train?" Bill said, pointing to a string of dollies 8 units long. 6 were empty, but 2 had empty containers locked in place. "If we can get one of those mules or whatever they're called over here, we could just drive right around this building like we own the place." "Yeah," Pedro agreed slowly. "I think you're onto something, bud." He looked at the nervous Jaime and sullen, depressed Amelia. In the distance, the machine gun fire had stopped, but 3 more MP vehicles had practically flown down the fence road toward the invading semi-truck. "You two stay here. We won't be but a minute or 2. He waved his head toward Bill, and the pair slipped into the shadowy edge of the open paved area. There was an abandoned UPS plane immediately in front of them. To the right was another pile of ULDs and other shapes of containers. The men sprinted for that pile and then stopped. "We need to be fast, Bill. Those MPs are going to start scouring this place in a minute or 2. "I got this," the Asian American said. "You go make sure the tow hitch on that lead car in the train is open." With that, Bill sprinted around 2 edges of the pile they were hiding next to. Beyond were 3 pickup trucks out of service and one of the small diesel-powered tugs. He squatted next to it and looked around. The closest activity was at a FedEx plane nearly 400 feet away. There were mobile spotlights at each end, which showed several soldiers in uniform and safety PPE taking part in an unloading session. Bill pulled open the door to the cab of the small tug vehicle and slipped in. He pulled a chem light off a skinny holder sewn next to the pocket on his Chinese military upper sleeve. Cracking it, he could read the switch plates. This allowed him to turn a switch labeled battery disconnect. Once he did, the instrument gauges emitted a pale yellow. Next, he flipped a toggle labeled preheat and tried to wait a bit. Nerves got the best of him, and he pushed the start button. The little powerful rig fired right up. "Yes," Pedro thought upon seeing the small truck pulling through the shadows. He pulled on the veil of the moving jaw after Bill backed the tug up to the dolly train. As they were finishing that up, Amelia and Jaime came over. "I'll drive," Pedro announced. "Bill, you'll probably be the only one who can get into the drone command center," he pointed out. That's true, he realized. "I'll drive," Amelia argued. "Me and Jaime." "No," Pedro rebutted. "Yes," she ordered. "It's time." Her eyes became watery once more. She batted her lids to flush them. In the shadows of the ULDs, she pulled all 3 of her teammates together for a group hug, even the detested Jaime. "You need to protect Bill," she told Pedro. The emotion of knowing her husband was gone and never coming back, like the others who'd given their last breath for the team, was coming to the surface in buckets. "I love you guys.
I pray God will make it quick for all of us. But it's time. West of Bald Mountain, Nevada-California border. Not good, Super Bert, Lou yelled at himself, reverting to his old call sign in stress as he tried to loop back to where he came from. Bright red tracer rounds crossed in front of him wildly, slowly drifting up as he dove for the treetops north of the airfield. Rusty was whining in fear, picking up from Lou that something scary was out there, packed into the tight spot between the seat and the co-pilot pedals. That was at least 2 jets parked there, along with what, 100? Close to 100 gyrocopters? He jammed the throttle control, picking up as much speed as he could. With almost no load, he might get 350 knots of speed. If that was a vertical takeoff J-20, I'm done for. Lou ran out of trees to skim as he finished his loop to the northeast. The machine gun fire had never gotten a good beat on him. I have to get to Hound Dog. What felt like forever was another 2 minutes before he was past the 2 ridges he'd crested moments earlier. He felt beads of sweat boiling under his helmet. You never listen, moron. He wasn't worried about gyrocopters or even attack helicopters, but jump jets. Those could ruin his day in a split second. As he climbed the hill once more, this time to the east, it was a bit more stressful trying to monitor the high ground to his right across the cockpit. Calm down, Caldwell. Think. They'll come at you straight from behind. What's stall speed on this thing? 77? You can't outrun them, not on a 10-minute flight to your backup plan. But if I slow down and hide, it becomes a much longer flight. That ranch runway? No, it's in the wide open. He pushed back down the slope and a minute later leveled over the valley floor. You need to decide now. Something in his gut said to keep it floored. He could make them overfly him more than they expected by slowing down, if he could see them, and if he could time it right, and if they weren't just going to fire a missile at him. Keep the hammer down, he decided. He crossed the Flying J Ranch a bit later and then started to push up the slope next to Mount Grant. Just a bit longer. Maybe they didn't. A sonic boom shook Lou's plane and exploded in noise over him. Then another. 2 Chinese J-20s rocketed past him, flying northeast. He looked left while Rusty barked nervously several times. They were at least 1,000 feet higher, and he saw them start to bank west. They're coming around to get behind me. Several seconds later, he pushed his way over the ridge and down the next sandy slope. He banked right toward Hawthorne. Lou looked out the right window over Rusty and felt like he could touch the mountain. It looked perilously close in his nods. To his left was the giant Walker Lake. Maybe I shoot for the surface there. Would they lose me in the scatter of the water? A missile shot past the Draco, its flame white hot and headed straight for the lake. Jets! Their missiles are calibrated to find jet engines. The turboprop exhaust must not have a big enough heat signature. Just need to hold on a bit longer. Please, God. Unsure if God was involved, Lou saw his prayer answered nonetheless. From his left, in the flat desert west of Highway 95, he saw a streak of light shoot from the ground like a reverse lightning bolt. It flew past Lou and out of his sight. Moments later, the concussion and sound of a jet exploding reached his craft. It was the sweetest sound Lou could recall hearing. A second streak shot out. Gunner's mate Harry Hound Dog Keller had just saved Lou's bacon. Chapter 28. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. Granger, Albion, and Pops had checked on the welfare of the woman he'd heard being assaulted. She was nowhere in the house, a trail of blood leading out of the garage and lost in the brown grass. Albion took a pistol from the floor. The man's corpse crumpled in a blood and bone mess under the windowsill. They'd all drained their water bladders since the refill in Santa Fe hours earlier. Finding no bottled water in the powerless house, with even the toilet tanks dry, they spent a few minutes on a different procurement method. They used a garden hose to drain water from the water heater into a bucket, followed by using a small portable hiker's water filter to fill their bladders out of the bucket. Granger had explained that water from a home heater has high levels of zinc or magnesium from the internal anodes.
The pump even had a few tips to choose from, which enabled them to fill right through the drinking tube without taking bladders out of carriers. After a protein bar and some water, the men set out on foot to the south, hopeful they would find some inkling of what Voodoo's mission had been. They agreed the wreckage of the jet would be their waypoint to turn north again. Granger ordered a bounding overwatch with himself on the west side of the southward neighborhood street, the other two on the east side. They were taking cover behind mostly cars or rock gabion squares, built decoratively around mailboxes that were common in the neighborhood. With both men ahead on the east, Granger was getting ready to make his long bound up the west when he saw Pop's hand shoot up over his shoulder, ordering a stop. He waved down with a flat palm, unsure if Granger had started his bound yet. Everyone froze while Pops scanned around the corner of the metallic blue sedan in front of him. He seemed to be stuck, unsure of what to do next. Granger finally ran to the east and up to Albion.
"Watch the west,"
he whispered, continuing the crouch run another 10 meters to Pops.
"What you got?"
"Definitely armed, but not the Charlies," the short, stout man said. "They're moving up the road cautiously, look like kids, and a dog."
"Like the scum we just killed?"
"Nah, man, like kids. Average teens. I don't know. It's dark."
For the 100th time in the last 2 days, Granger found himself pissed that his only night vision was mounted on the rifle in his soft case.
"All right, Pops, let's just wait it out."
The men stayed kneeling by the grill end of the faded older car, each poking their face around just enough to see something. There was a male and female, 2 juveniles, clad in black. Both were carrying rifles. The lights of fires and long shadows were only doing so much for the men to observe. As the youth approached, it became clear they didn't know talking was a tactical error.
"Let me carry the heavy one a while,"
the shorter profile said.
"I said I'm fine,"
the taller one said, almost annoyed.
"Stop,"
Granger called out loudly and calmly, really not wanting to punch his ticket in World War III with a bullet of a nervous Albuquerquean. The girl threw out an F-bomb, while the boy shrieked a pubescent war cry. Their dog started growling, taking a low defensive stance. Both raised their rifles, as reflected by the light of a burning strip mall just a couple of blocks south.
Who's there?"
she demanded.
"Don't shoot," Granger said, "and we'll do the same."
He stood up from behind the car, just enough for them to see his boonie hat and face. Letting his rifle hang in its sling, he raised his hands a bit. When both kids on the road pivoted to aim at him, he bent his knees a bit more.
"Don't frickin' shoot me,"
he said sternly as he slowly stood to his full 6-foot frame. Cruiser swayed with unsteady nerves.
Who are you?"
"American Reserves,"
Granger half-fibbed. Pops slowly stood, though he kept his hands on his rifle.
"A 3-man patrol."
"This is it, Martha,"
the boy said. The taller girl whooped her head at her pal with a fierce look. Maggie was nervously turning circles, staring up at her owner with flat ears.
"Don't use my name."
She looked back at Granger and Pops.
"You said 3.
"Don't shoot,"
Albion calmly said from the shadows across the street. He was able to get almost even with his team members while the nervous kids were distracted. After the girl looked that way, she looked back at Granger.
"We need your help."
"Seriously," Cruiser said.
"We found something you guys should see."
"Someone," Marta corrected. They suddenly had Team Anvil's interest.
"Who?"
Granger asked keenly.
"He says he's a scientist,"
Cruiser said.
"But he was definitely something more than that before he passed out,"
Marta added.
"He had 2 big square bags. He said to not open them, and we believe him."
"Is he hurt? How'd you meet him?" Pops wanted to know.
"He passed out after we had to shoot some muggers," Marta said. "Said it was a medical thing. Said he was grabbing something secret from...
She looked at Cruiser, lost.
"From Sandy," he blurted. "Sandy something lab?"
"Sandia National Laboratory," Albion chimed in, having moved closer.
"Yes,"
both youths squealed. The 3 Team Anvil men looked at each other.
That has to be it, Granger concluded.
East Albuquerque, New Mexico. Buff Corey opened his eyes, his headache bringing him back to reality. He was lying on his back and rolled over on instinct, about to puke. Having had no food and very little water in the previous day, it was a mostly dry heave. The headache disappeared during the gastric convulsions, then came roaring back to the front of his brain when they were done.
Where am I? Where's those kids? The bags?
He finished rolling onto all four hands and knees. It was dark, even when he opened his eyes. Light trickled in above a countertop, though just barely. He put his left hand out and found a shelf, broken up by dividers. Head pounding, the knowledge that he was still alive in an active war zone forced him to sit up on knees only.
A service counter?
Buff wondered as his brain slowly caught up to the dilated pupils.
The Target store?
He moved around in a partial circle and his feet caught on the heavier of the two backpacks.
The MFMs,
he thought elatedly as he hefted the bag.
Those kids, they helped me. Didn't rip me off.
He felt his ears. The foam plugs were still in. There was a heavy smell of smoke wafting through the store, an orange glow.
Is it getting brighter, or are my eyes just adjusting?
Buff crawled to the end of the service counter and stood up, hand on a nearby wall. He found his rifle leaning up right there, so he picked it up. Head still throbbing, he looked around for a moment and then moved past the alcove toward the store's restrooms. Need to see what's going on out there.
Oh, no.
It took a moment for the magnitude of the fire raging outside to reach Buff's logic-based thought processes. The flames had engulfed the nearest building and every car between it and the one he was in.
I need to get out of the back.
He stumbled back toward the rear service counter area. The smoke was growing thick enough to burn the back of his throat. He set the rifle back down and put the heavy backpack on. It was bad enough when he was warm and limber. From the resting cold and the injured brain migraine, it was just shy of impossible. He bent forward to put the weight on his back and cinched the shoulder straps as tightly as he could manage. He picked up the other bag, both straps with one hand. Filling the other hand with his weapon, he moved awkwardly through the near-barren store. Coat hangers and broken boxes littered the floors. He trekked back through the red double doors on the opposite end of the building. A minute later, he was out of the freight room near the loading ramps. There was a road that led left and right. That way was north. He shook the cobwebs off his memory from before the attempted holdup. He turned left and started moving north, bending awkwardly to balance his heavy load. He scanned right as he jogged. Tan duplexes, people in the street. Just a bit farther and he was at a primary intersection. As he crossed it, he could see an intense firefight west down Lomas Boulevard, past the Inferno outside Target. American ground troops were trying to run north and engage south at the same time. Buff pushed north.
Need to get ahead of this.
Through the worst headache of his life, Buff ran the fastest he had since his intramural flag football league in college, stopping only to re-cinch the back-mounted bag. He was moving through a neighborhood, the few terrorized residents outside looking like zombies. He took a breather on his knees, huffing and puffing next to a fire hydrant. He started to take off the backpack, but something deep in his brain told him to stop, to Ranger up, as he once heard a veteran say, embrace the suck. As he finished dry heaving another nothing vomit, he thought he heard his name.
I must be hallucinating.
Buff! Hey! He heard for real the second time. He looked up the dark suburb lane and saw several figures running and a dog nearly to him. He tried to grab his rifle, but it slipped out of his weak grip.
Screw it. I guess I'll just die,
the tired, feeble man in his mind said.
Buff,
Martha said as she strode up.
Are you okay?
Even in the shadows of the night, his pale and sickly state was apparent. Maggie sniffed the side of his head.
Been better.
He scanned the rest of the approaching figures. American soldiers.
Thank you,
he told Martha, repeating it as he looked at Cruiser.
Thank you for helping me.
Emotion wrinkled his face through the pounding pain in his skull. "You are just too big for us to carry," Marta explained. Granger stopped just to Marta's left, right in front of the grounded buff and fire hydrant. Pops and Albion assumed an outward stance a few meters away, wary of ground troops rounding the corner at any moment. The Marine took his red-capped flashlight out and scanned Buff, seeing a wreck of a man. He looked around.
"Get up,"
he ordered Buff.
"We need to get to some cover, pronto."
Hawthorne, Nevada. After landing and slowing, Lou could see them looking, not thrilled. A Humvee sat parked at the end of the taxiway, with 2 military police in their full battle rattle, waiting. As if the pending invasion wasn't stressful enough, they had to escort some Air Force officer to the very pissed brigade commander. They witnessed 2 shoulder-operated missile launches less than 5 minutes earlier, which only added to the strain.
"We got company, boy,"
Lou told an equally nervous Rusty. The Draco had a 1,500-mile range. The trip had put a slight hiccup in his tank, but he was still good to get to Hadley and back. There were almost 24 Osprey crews waiting for his briefing. He shot desert dust over the unamused MPs as he drove right past them to the very end of the runway and turned around. "We'll get back in the air in a bit, Rusty." He performed an abbreviated shutdown routine, then lowered the built-in stairway hatch. He exited and doffed the flight helmet after turning off the nods, followed by Rusty. He blinked several times, trying to adjust his eyes to the night. The only light seeping into the small airport was critical spotlighting from the main ops center to the southwest. The 2 MPs were already marching smartly toward him. Rusty growled.
"Glad you guys are here,"
Lou started.
"You're under orders to come with us, Colonel,"
the shorter, meaner-looking one hurled. Rusty's growling intensified and his hackles raised. The men were only a few feet away. They both instinctively moved their hands toward their pepper spray canisters.
"Easy, boy,"
Lou said, putting a hand on the dog's nape, though in reality he was addressing the young soldier.
"I have critical information for you to relay to Colonel K, and I need to get in the air again. Orders of Judah Montgomery."
As best as he could tell in the dark, the 2 men were stone-faced in a stare-down with Rusty's dangerous bare teeth.
"Call off your dog, sir,"
the leader of them ordered. These kids are tenacious, Lou thought, suddenly concerned for Rusty. He bent again and gripped the purple collar.
"Listen, Sergeant,"
Lou said sternly.
"I need you to relay a message so I can get back in the air."
He started shaking the collar just a bit. Rusty converted to angry barking, the scary kind. The MPs backed up and one of them pulled his spray out of its holster.
"We're under orders, sir."
"So were the guys arresting Helen Keller," Lou called back.
"Sometimes orders are wrong. I am not going in with you."
He kept his voice in control, but resolved. He transferred Rusty's collar, now twisting wildly as the dog strained, to his other hand. Slowly, he moved his dominant hand toward his holster.
"This dog has torn a man's throat out. He may not get you both, but does that really matter?" he amplified.
"Stand down, Sarge," the taller one urged. "This BS is above our pay grade."
"What message, sir?"
The other one sneered as he reholstered his pepper spray. Both of them had moved about 30 feet back during the standoff.
"I scouted about 100 Charlie gyrocopters and 300 paratroops at the Bald Mountain airfield. They could be here any minute, and the Patriot radars might never even see them."
"Gyro what?" the calmer one asked.
"Gyrocopters," Lou enunciated. "Tiny helicopters, nearly invisible. My flyover has probably sped up their timeline, men. You need to relay that most Ricky Tick. I'm headed east to guide some reinforcements in."
The word reinforcements was all it took to sway the 2 men. The sergeant breathed a sigh of relief as his mood altered. Happy he wasn't about to have his throat ripped out. He nodded concurrence.
"We're on it, sir."
Chapter 29. Sky Harbor International Airport, Phoenix, Arizona. Pedro and Bill were still holding onto the edge of the doorless ULD, staying behind the small piece of bulkhead between the opening and where the curved roof tapered down to the small wall meant for the plane's outboard side.
Looks like she's taking a wide swath around the plane being unloaded, Pedro deduced.
It was odd to see the tug and the dollies ahead of them appear in the right side view for a moment before their dollies started turning to keep in line. He felt a tugging on his sleeve.
Look,
Bill said, pointing at the left. As the view shifted north with the turn to the east complete, they saw rows upon rows of the gyrocopters under the power of mobile spotlights. Most were missing their upper and rear rotors, but some were being assembled even in the middle of the night. Others were being loaded onto flatbed trailers for transport somewhere else. Barely the size of an old Volkswagen, most of the green open-top aircraft were no bigger than 2 people wide, though some models had a small second bench behind the first.
Like something James Bond would use, Pedro thought, not realizing how right he was. Do they actually plan on using those things in battle? He said aloud.
Crazy, Bill agreed. The cool night air was finally a pleasant breeze as the small train of cars moved east.
I wonder how much longer,
Pedro thought in melancholy. He looked back to the right as they passed the end of the long building they were circumnavigating when he suddenly saw the tug out of the right door again.
Hold on, we're turning again.
As the tug pulled the dollies south down the building's east side, the drone farm they were looking for was right there on the left. 3 rows of the larger models dominated the view. A few were being worked on or reloaded with missiles. Farther east of the big ones were workbenches and trailers of the mid-sized 6- and 8-bladed variety. The antennas and mobile command trailers were at the far end, but that wasn't the concerning part.
We got company,
Bill said. A pair of Hama security trucks were coming west from around the perimeter of the old Air National Guard facility. They weren't driving slowly. They felt the train slow down to something akin to walking speed.
I think we need to bail,
Pedro said. They were driving down a lane with semi-trucks backed up to the building on the right and a large group of the big ULD elevators parked on the left.
Now's our chance to get over there unseen.
With no further prodding, Bill firmed up his grip on his rifle and jumped the 2 feet down, nimbly landing on his feet with a light run. Pedro stumbled on his jump, feeling his ankle give a bit as he fell and rolled.
Oof!
Bill was right at him, pulling him under the armpit. He helped Pedro hobble past the machinery and into another ULD storage yard. Both men took cover, the area much better lit than the west side. Trucks were being loaded and forklifts moved about. Amelia and Jaime had only one option: floor it. The 2 police rigs turned in after them, gunning by Pedro and Bill.
Damn it,
Bill said. A 3rd rig pulled in front of the tug, forcing them to stop. The chasing faux Humvees stopped as well.
Come on,
Pedro growled lowly.
We need to blast these guys for them so they only have that far one to worry about.
He stood, sprained ankle shooting a pain message when he did. Bill pulled him down by the shoulder.
If we do that, then all this was for nothing, brother, he said glumly.
The men watched in horror as Jaime and Amelia jumped out of the tug. He started shooting at the soldiers behind, she at the ones ahead. The rapid litany of gunfire erupted from both ends, dropping their comrades into limp, lifeless forms.
We need to move, Bill ordered. Now!
East Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Into that covered entry,
Granger barked as he pointed out a destination, his patience with the scientist wearing thin. With the 2 teens and Pops leading the way a few more blocks north, and Albion covering the rear, their pack had run at their top speed. He felt like he'd had to push and motivate Buff the entire time. Everyone was panting heavily as they filtered under the eave covering the entrance to the 2-story building. Bushes and trees along the road surrounded the entrance to an office building for a local Catholic parish. Albion sought cover by a vehicle parked on the block's corner about 30 meters west, providing an overwatch. Marta ordered Maggie to lie down near a bush.
Who are you?
Buff queried between gasps, leaning against the stucco wall under the large porch covering.
Same question,
Granger countered. also panting.
"And what's in the bags?"
he added as he set down the lighter one next to the heavy one the stout Pops had carried. Buff leaned over and groaned, trying to puke again, his head throbbing. I can't tell you. You guys aren't special forces, are you?"
"We worked for them. The guys who were going to extract you got blown to smithereens by a drone. We," Granger pointed between himself and Pops, "are the backup plan. Now what's so damn important about the backpacks that a team of America's best died to get you out of there?"
Sick as he was, Buff looked up at the pacing militia leader and glared. "You have no idea what me and the A-team guy who died for me went through." The tension between the men was thick, the two teenagers wide-eyed. We need to get going," Marta said. "Home." She and Cruiser prepped to leave. "Thank you," Buff said. "I mean it. But you can't go home. You have to get out of Albuquerque." "What?" Cruiser and Marta both said in unison.
"Explain," Granger demanded, stooping. "And don't say you can't."
Just then a series of explosions, closer than any of the war sounds since the crashing jet, erupted to the west. The pressure wave was blocked by the building, but it rung everyone's ear. Everyone looked around, shocked.
"Go check on Al,"
Granger ordered Pops, who pushed through the foliage and took off to the west. Granger moved out to the parking area and checked east for the unknown surprise, finding none. After shifting his focus west, he saw his teammates almost back to the church building's entryway. "It was the damnedest thing I ever done seen," Albion said when Granger rejoined the group, eyes full of fear. "There was a fire in the background that let me see the whole thing. A squad of soldiers had just passed through that big intersection 2 blocks over, moving south like they're on the attack. About a dozen drones just flew out of nowhere and dropped bombs on them and then flew off again. You'll have to pick those guys up with a sponge and tweezers." "Say what?" Pops yelled. "We are screwed." Granger cursed in his head, grimacing.
"They're called clustering munitions, autonomous. They can fly for hours and attack as a pack, all on autopilot, driven by AI. This is worse than I thought," he thought as he gave the special black backpacks another hard look.
Hadley, Nevada. First one set of headlights lit up the small community airport, then one almost directly across, then 3 more, then 5. Soon Lou turned off the nods and turned up the brightness on his instrument panel.
"Reminds me of the night I crashed in that field," he thought.
All the vehicles were pointed across the runway, providing him with passive light without blinding him. He cut power and descended onto the black desert floor, touching down at 5,744 feet of elevation. He expected that number, having just landed there 6 days earlier. The runway was over twice what the Draco needed to land. He had approached from the north, set up to pull straight into their small square tarmac near the southern end. After parking and shutting down, they left the plane. Rusty headed to lift his leg on a bush, and Lou chalked wheels and put the padded guards on the tips of the 3 prop blades he could reach. Tethers tied them to the intake guard. He opted not to put them on the hot exhaust. Before he was done, most of the rigs in the soft dirt had fired up their engines, drivers heading south to Pablo Canyon Road. One dirty Chevy Tahoe with the local volunteer fire department's cross and logo on the door came down the runway and parked in the plane parking area. Lights and engines still running, a tall man in firefighter bunker pants and boots hobbled slowly over to Lou. His thick silver hair needed to trim, his large gold glasses smudged. "I didn't ever get a chance to introduce myself a week back," he said with a tired but friendly demeanor. He offered his hand to shake as he was still walking the last 4 steps. Rusty ran up to him out of the shadows, ears perked. He wasn't growling, but he positioned himself in front of the stranger and just stared up. "Well, hello. What's your name, fella?" Lou wrapped up what he was doing and walked over, the handshake opportunity over. The big man wasn't letting a gut built on beer and microwave taquitos interfere with squatting and petting Rusty, who was immediately licking his face. "Rusty's had a stressful night," Lou said. He stuck his hand out, and the man glanced up. He took it with the wrong one and gave him an odd shake with it, reminding Lou of when his grandfather would do that. "Haven't we all?" he chimed. "Huh, Rusty. I'm Assistant Chief Andrews, but you can call me Larry. He stood up slowly, ending about 7 inches over Lou.
All due respect, but you took your time getting here. War is a fickle creature, Larry. Sorry about that.
Lou grabbed his backpack, Rusty's bowls and kibble, and water bottle. The cool breeze feels good, he thought. I'll leave the stairs down to air this musty plane out. It smells like stress and armpits. The pair and Rusty took a quick ride in the Tahoe down the dirt road. They went west, following the route to town the volunteer runway crew did a short time earlier. It wasn't but 100 yards before they turned on a road that veered northwest, straight into the heart of the small town. Larry pulled into the parking area for a building that served as a library and recreation center. Lou recalled it from his visit with Aura and JP. Instantly his thoughts turned sad, wondering if his Marines had survived. Had they escaped, or were they captured and being tortured without mercy? As Larry was parking, Lou couldn't help but notice trucks and SUVs, more than he could count, jamming the parking lots on both sides of the center, with more filling every space near the tennis courts to the east. That's a lot of folks.
That ain't even half. Most are camping, trying to get rest, Larry said. The leaders and such are inside, along with the flight crews from the birds at the pits.
As they entered the main multi-purpose room, Lou heard awake men and women rousting other men and women from naps. He looked at his watch.
0330? Already? Rusty, he called, looking around.
Rusty was basking in the glory of being the only dog in a room full of dog lovers, so Lou left him alone. He went to the spot under the non-functioning water fountain and set out the bowls, giving Rusty the last of his water and some dry dog food.
We can fire up the generator and run the wall when everyone is getting ready to depart, Larry said.
He led Lou toward some of the key leaders, who were rolling out maps on a pair of tables pushed together. Some of the Osprey pilots were scanning the maps. Lou looked around, wondering if any of these people were truly ready for the night. How many of us will still be alive in 24 hours?
Chapter 30. East Albuquerque, New Mexico.
What do you mean we need to get out of Albuquerque?
Cruiser demanded. Marta was yelling at Buff too, who remained sitting and leaning against the wall to the church's office, pale, face covered in sweat and regret. Granger turned from staring at the two black bags. The powerful man moved through the space between the yelling teenagers and the man who was shutting down in front of them. His mere presence would have quieted the kids, but his vibe took it to a whole new level. He stooped back down in front of Buff, grabbing a handful of the black underlayer from the former high-tech battlesuit. He pulled Buff Corey's torso off the wall, his face within a foot. "What did you do?" he growled menacingly. Buff sighed in defeat, a few drops of moisture building at the corners of his eyes. "We couldn't let the lab fall into their hands." "What did you do?" Granger yelled. Buff's sad eyes tracked to the backpack. "What I had to." Granger threw the man back into the wall with his one-handed grip, causing a huff out of the deflated man's tired lungs. He stood and walked the 5 feet over to the heavier bag, whipping it around into position to open the outer protective flap. "No, you can't." "What's in here, then?" the Marine demanded. "Bioweapons?" Buff gave another sigh in defeat. "It's a long story." "Shorten it," Pops yelled. He looked at Granger. "We need to get rolling, boss." Granger took his hands off the pack, moved to Buff, and with 2 hands on his chest pulled him up to his feet in pure anger. He slapped Buff's left cheek hard. "How big?" he yelled. "How much of the city will be destroyed when the lab goes up?" Buff locked eyes with the scarred man in his face. "At least half." "What?" Marta screamed. "What are you talking about?" an irate cruiser added. "Is it nuclear?" Granger growled. No, Buff said, the calmest he'd been in a day. Resignation was setting in. Sort of. It's a micro-munition. Technically a nuke, but it won't have fallout. At least, very little. "Sort of?" Granger repeated with a disbelieving scream.
He threw the man down to the left as hard as he could. Buff smacked the exposed aggregate patio hard. "And that's what's in the bags?" Buff nodded. "When?" 6 a.m., Buff said, holding the wrist he'd just hurt from being tossed like a rag doll. Granger spun to the kids, looking at his watch. "You kids need to come with us."
"No," Martha yelled back. "We have families. We can't just leave them."
"Then get underground. A utility vault or a sewer.
The culvert's at the park," Cruiser told Martha. The kids had snuck hundreds of yards into the large storm water drain system many times. "They go deep," he explained to Granger.
"That should work," he said. "You got a couple of hours. No time to waste. Get them, grab whatever food and camping gear you can carry, and get into that culvert."
Like a piece of dream one will never see again, the two adolescents and their dog disappeared into the dark. Sky Harbor International Airport, Phoenix, Arizona. "It won't cut," Bill said of the multi-tool plier cutters on the chain-link fence. They needed to scoot east fast, and they didn't dare try to climb the 8-foot-tall barrier. "Here," Pedro stuck his hand out, receiving the pliers from his partner. Instead of trying to cut the tough galvanized wire, he crawled to the nearest post, shards of pain shooting in his ankle. The non-galvanized wires holding the fence against the post were a much better target. The wires simply wrapped around the post, and on each side the ends were bent down in an ear around the fence wire it crossed over. Though difficult to manipulate, he had the arm and grip strength to twist the leverage needed, straightening the bent-over tab. After 2 minutes, he'd managed to pop loose 3 tie wires. "Pull on it," he pointed. Bill pulled out on the bottom of the fence, creating a gap Pedro could slide under. Pedro used his undamaged foot to hold the fence out once he passed under it, allowing Bill to move under after him. They were now on the old Air National Guard side of the fence, only 40 feet from the back corner of the first of 2 large white hangars. They stayed low, looking and listening. They could hear vehicles in multiple directions, a perimeter of confusion, as the Chinese military reacted to the unknown number of invaders they had to find. "They're going to have to search every square inch," Bill said. Pedro pointed straight ahead into the dark alley behind the hangar. "That's our best bet. If I recall the briefing photos right, the big command trailer we're looking for wasn't too far past the hangars." "I'll go first," Bill said, "to check out the next obstacle while you catch up." Pedro nodded, and Bill sprinted to the dark behind the tall white building to his left. Pedro gave a quick scan left and right and did the same. "Son of a..." he cursed himself as he tried to run in shooting pain. "Stupid, stupid. Why didn't you expect to run and roll when you jumped off that thing?" At about half the speed of Bill, he made it to the dark alley. Once there, his partner took off once more, avoiding a full sprint as it was just too dark. A 2-story brick building to his right aided the left side hangars in shielding most of the base's floodlights. He was running to the outline of the structure's stopping points at the far end where light crossed a road into smaller buildings. Slowly, Pedro hobbled along, catching up to Bill as fast as he could. "I think the element of surprise is blown," Bill quipped. "But your race and uniform may provide the critical seconds needed to approach the target," Pedro reminded him. Both men were peering around in all directions. "Hold up," Pedro added, seeing 2 security trucks drive along the fence road down to the south, spotlights looking in toward the base on one and out toward South Phoenix on the other. "Okay," he said once the coast was clear. Bill sprinted this time across a small north-south lane that divided the base, while Pedro hobbled along as fast as he could. They dodged into a much smaller alley between 2 more admin buildings. A minute later, they were both camped on the back corner of the left building, slowly peering north. It was right there. All the training, all the hiding, the deception, the death of their teammates. Less than 100 feet away was a long metal ramp that led to the mid-building entry of a long triple-wide modular trailer. A loud generator was off to the right of the backside a bit, and beyond to the east were several mobile trailers with antennas of varying lengths standing up. They'd made it. They'd found the Chinese drone firmware and security command module. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. The heavy, lead-lined backpack was slamming into Granger's back, his CQB rifle bouncing rapidly on his front. The 3 Team Anvil men were jogging north. Pops was on point. Albion had the other black backpack covering the rear. Granger had given his own pack to Buff to carry, hoping the man would keep up, not caring about Buff's life, just wanting his own gear back, hopefully. The run reminded him of the Mogadishu Mile from the movie Black Hawk Down, even though he knew the director had dramatized the truth quite a bit. They'd long passed the abandoned police rig and burning block. Once more he was relying on memory. If fresh and not under the stresses of combat and wearing gear, he figured the jog back to the school to be a 20-minute venture, and they were anything but fresh and stress-free. 20+ minutes was an enormous piece of the less than 2-hour window to get entirely out of a city with roads that had become parking lots. And the icing on this manure cake was that they could get ambushed by anyone, Chinese, U.S. Army, criminal, or desperate citizen, at any moment. The illiterate echo of automatic fire erupted from their left as they crossed what Granger thought was the last main east-west artery before making it back to the rest of the team. He craned his head rapidly, soon seeing it was a firefight amongst the warriors in that direction. But as they moved north, panting and sweating, the sound grew distant, only to be replaced by the slightly slower sounds of several semi-auto rifles barking about where he thought the school was. "Pops!" he called out. The short man stopped and spun. Seeing his team still running behind him, he knelt on one knee. Though fit, the team's oldest member was puffing. Granger got down too. When Albion caught up, he was surprised to see the supposed scientist trying hard to keep up only several dozen meters back. Through heavy panting, Granger said, "That gunfire might be our guys being attacked. Need to get there fast, but quietly, hidden." "Got it," Pops panted. "Stick to the shadows. Slow down when we get near." "And him?" Albion pointed back. "Tell him to walk the rest of the way," Granger said. He nodded toward Pops. "Move us out." Headley, Nevada. The room grew quiet, minus the noise of people shuffling in their chairs and the occasional whisper. There were lanterns throughout, giving off plenty of light, but casting small shadows in the corners and ceiling that almost made the space feel foggy. He'd had the town's leaders tape the maps up to a rolling dry erase board and was holding a pool cue to use as a pointer so he didn't block the view. "Morning, everyone. I'm Lou Caldwell, an Air Force colonel that sort of sets up unique ops between the military and the civilians." He scanned the quiet room. "Flight crew's there, and there's the soldiers I requested. Within a few hours, at the most," he added after a thoughtful pause, "the surviving half of a division of Chinese tanks and infantry will roll into Hawthorne." He expected a few gasps and was surprised to get none. Maybe these folks know exactly what lies in store, he thought. "A few hours ago, I was nearly shot down when I accidentally discovered what was surely supposed to be the surprise element in their advance. Crack paratroopers are about to hop just a few miles over the mountains, probably close to 300 of them. This time, the surprised noises made their presence. They'll be riding over in nearly undetectable gyrocopters that can skim the desert, able to pop up at the last moment and parachute inside the perimeter of the brigade's command post." The undergroans grew in volume a bit more. "I mention this only to remind you that anything can happen with no notice." He turned to the map of the greater Hawthorne area taped to the wall behind and to the right. "The Hawthorne Army Depot," the pull cue hit the map south of town, "has over 2,400 bunkers. Much of the storage there has already been used in the war effort, and a lot of it has been hauled out on rail. But there's still plenty of everything in our literal arsenal for them to get their hands on." He looked at the 24 soldiers clumped together. "You men and women are from Lakehurst, correct?" He'd asked for a company of active-duty soldiers trained in anti-tank warfare. He'd received roughly 2 squads from the U.S. Army Reserve 78th Training Division. "Yes, sir," a reserve captain spoke up for the group. "Good. I hope you can use javelins because that is key to this op.
Lou half stated and half asked. We can, sir. Good. You will all mount in 4 Ospreys along with a contingent of civilians. I'm told there are several Iraq and Afghanistan vets in the groups. These Ospreys are to land in the spaces between these bunkers here. He poked a spot he'd circled with a red Sharpie. Trust me, once you fly over these bunkers, you'll get lost just looking at them. It's a huge field. So the brigade will have a couple of squads out there marking them with IR. He got head nods of acknowledgement. Captain, your job is to retrieve as many javelins as you can and augment the brigade with their ambush along these peaks east of Highway 359. Use your civilians however you see best. The rest of the Ospreys will ferry in the remaining volunteer units and disperse in 3 places. The first wave will land north of the mobile artillery here. Lou poked a spot to the southwest of the city. The Army wants as few civilians as possible in the shelling zone. Your job will be to help protect the artillery crews from infantry. The rest will end in these 2 zones to the southeast and northeast of town. Pilots, be aware that I have a contingent of civilian trainees with several dozen Stingers on a perimeter on the west side of town. They know you're coming. But don't get too close. We expect an airborne helicopter assault from somewhere over the mountains where we drove them up a highway in California. Lou sipped a bit of water and caught his breath to run through his checklist in his head. He stared left, center, then right. Finally, I'm all out of magic words, or hope, or inspiration. There are times I believe in God, like D-Day, when the miracle of miracles kept my Globemaster in the air despite the enemy's best attempts at shooting us down. Most of the time I don't know if I do. Just wondering how there can be a God that creates the planet's dominant species to continue to find new ways to rip each other apart out of greed and pride. The room was somber. But that's my challenge. After all, God tried to warn us about greed and pride, I suppose. He looked at the back wall for a moment, the first moment in a long time, thinking of his beloved son Terrence and his missing comrade Brandon. I encourage each of you to make peace with your Maker tonight, and anyone else you need to, because none of us is guaranteed a tomorrow.
Chapter 31. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. The 3 men moved at a fast walk, bending at the knees and purposefully planting their heels. Their legs were like shock absorbers, Pops and Albion having paid attention during the countless dusty hours of dry practice in the desert. They positioned themselves across the 2 easternmost tennis courts on the south edge of the high school property. Ahead of Albion was a small shack for nets and ball launchers. Ahead of Granger and Pops, a sports field Connex box. Just beyond that stood the football field the helicopter that brought them had performed its very last landing in. Several rifles were engaged in an intense fight, the sounds of shots echoing wildly off many school buildings. The men had doffed any of their packs and rifle cases in a bush at a health spa across the street. Buff had been given instructions to remain in hiding, which he gladly accepted. Granger Madison moved the sniper rifle with attached night scope around the corner of the metal shipping container just enough to scan the field and school buildings. The muzzle flashes from the roof led him to believe the rest of Team Anvil were on top, trying to keep ground attackers at bay. There was nothing happening at the football field. Whatever was occurring, it was unfolding fast on the other side of the gym.
Wave Al over,
he told Pops as he formulated the plan. The 3 regrouped on the backside of the long box.
We have to stick together. Rather than get caught in the middle of that field and the open area around it, we'll move back around that soccer field and then come up from the south. There are portable trailers we can maneuver through to get to the gym unseen. The OPFOR is over to the east, probably trying to gain entry to the gym itself.
He was referring to the opposing force of unknown attackers. The men moved the long route around the fenced soccer field, eventually entering the gaps between the portables. Moving corners slowly, checking for silent enemy took time.
Just hold on a little longer, guys, Granger thought.
They'd hit a different main building. Granger went east, not wanting to get funneled right back out into the open area between the soccer and football fields. 2 more minutes and they'd found the courtyard southeast of the gym's main entrance. Taking cover behind mesquite trees and concrete lunch tables were several attackers.
I can't tell if it's that group from last evening, Granger said. It doesn't matter. We round this corner and fan out. I'll take the middle. Pops, identify the leftmost threat and work inward. Al, same on the right. Ready? This would be both men's first true combat test other than capturing the scumbags earlier in the night. Both nodded, nervous but willing. Granger set the sniper rifle down and placed his hands on the suppressed short barrel hanging across his belly. He raised it, acquired the red dot reticle, and rounded the corner in the combat glide once more. The three cleared a corner of the main admin building and entered the courtyard. Each man triggered his weapon-mounted flashlight as they prepared to engage a target. Granger shot first, killing a man in the middle of the courtyard who had been firing up at the gym roof. Albion and Pops both flicked their lights and engaged, flicking them back off and maneuvering each time. The grounded half of Team Anvil made quick work of the attackers, who had not thought to set up a rear guard. In all, the three men killed 6 men and women, some of whom had to be silenced with a second or third round after they'd relented. The firing from the roof stopped cautiously when they saw their foes being eliminated in a fast, rude fashion. "Boom!" Granger heard Oliver yell after the fight had ended. He'd recognized his teammates with his nods. The air was thick with smoke, the ears of anyone not wearing some form of hearing protection ringing. "Boom!" Pops yelled back. "Whoa!" he added, the intensity of the moment spiking his adrenaline. "It's clear," Granger yelled. "Get down here ASAP." He called over Albion, who was making sure the attackers were neutralized. "Al, you and Pops go grab that dude and his suitcases full of apocalypse. We'll meet you guys on the football field in a few." 2 minutes later, Granger had retrieved his other rifle and was reunited with the rest of the group. Oliver held up the radio, its antenna broken off and small plastic screen cracked. "Sorry, Grange," he said. "I own this boo-boo. I set it down when we saw that group trying to sneak in on us. I must have stepped on the thing in the middle of the firefight." "Oh, damn," Granger said in genuine disappointment. "We have some intel we need to relay."
"Where's the others?" Tracy asked.
"Long story. We'll be meeting them in the football field and then trying to get north as far and fast as possible." Okay," Hooch drawled. "We have a guy we're escorting is the right word, I guess. For you all that don't know it, there's a DARPA lab in South Albu."
"What's DARPA?" PP asked. "They're the dudes with all the secret dark funds that invent the cool gizmos," Oliver chimed in with his usual infantryman's smarminess.
"What he said,"
Granger added without missing a beat.
"And this guy rigged it to blow up the city in," he scanned the Casio, "79 minutes.
"Some bitch," Hooch said slowly. "Who gonna blow what?" Tracy asked in shock.
"So if you blew through all your mags, see if the dead clowns can restock you. Elsewise, get ready to go running."
3 minutes later, the five were approaching Albion and Pops in the middle of the field. They were spread out, rifles pointed at the ground, just shy of a distraught Buford Corey. He was weeping violently, kneeling on both knees, rifle laying across his lap. "Just take the cases and go," Buff screamed. I can't deal with it. Please, just tell my family I tried my best."
"Go easy, bro," Albion said as the rest of Team Anvil finished their jog, confused. "You were in a bad spot. We get that. They dumped the impossible on you, man, and you pulled it off." As impressed as he was with Albion's empathy and willingness to talk the scientist off his personal ledge, Granger just didn't have the time. He walked right up to Buff and planted his right composite-toed Solomon boot directly into Buff's chin, hitting what boxers call the button. Buff flew ass over tea kettle backwards, knocked out cold.
"Yo!"
Tracy yelled, confused. "Pops!" Granger called while he picked up and put on the lead-lined backpack. "Carry this hot mess until you need a break. Ollie, take us out." Albion grabbed the other black bag and put it on. "PP, you got the rear guard. Hooch, you got my sniper rifle. Our mission now is to link up with the army, preferably on wheels. We need to move north, but zagging west as we do is our best bet to find them. Let's move." The civilian squad began to jog out. Pops used a maneuver Granger had taught him to pick up a dead-weight body. He pushed Buff's knees up and trapped the man's feet with his own. When he grabbed and pulled on the arms, the straightening legs stood the torso just long enough for him to pivot and pull Buff over his back and shoulders.
He did a few adjustments to the weight while he hooked an arm over the man's waist. "What is that noise?" Tracy asked. The high-pitched whine of several motors grew quickly.
"Run!"
Granger yelled. The entire team sprinted north, except for the laden Pops, already tired and feeling his age thoroughly. A series of explosions peppered the football field. Anvil members were sent flying by the collective fireball that consumed the remorseful scientist named Buff and the buff gnome named Gregory Pops Cook. East Albuquerque, New Mexico. Granger groaned a few feet from the field's northwest goalpost. Tracy's early recognition might have been the thing that saved lives.
Did everyone hear my call to run?"
Tired and thirsty, the retired firefighter didn't have a phobia of fire or burns, but he didn't wish them on anybody.
"That's twice they've nearly burnt us to a crisp."
He was angry, but his most overwhelming emotion as he cleared the cobwebs from his rung bell was worry.
"Have I just led the entire team to their deaths?"
His thoughts were flooded with the young, the teens earlier, his wounded daughter in North Carolina.
"Tracy, is that you?"
"Oh," a soft cry wailed, not loudly but full of fear. Help," she cried, moans turning into sobs. "Somebody, Granger." Woozy, exhausted, Granger did a very weak push-up from the knees. The goalpost in front of him, though painted white, was reflecting an orange glow. He spun, the fog lifting. His eyes widened. There was a grass fire along with...
"What is that?"
Granger felt his stomach drop out. Every battle-hardened person has a breaking point, and the drones had found Granger's. The pain wrote itself on his creased face.
Where is everyone?"
He couldn't even say the words in his thoughts, but he knew some of the larger small fires weren't field or sod. They smelled of burnt flesh, something he knew all too well. They were chunks of people. "Mama!" Tracy's voice called once more, bawling in pain, racked with fear. A figure ran up and grabbed Granger by the shoulders. All he could hear was a muffled voice, incoherent, like it was yelling at him through a wall of water. He looked, recognizing him, but not understanding. The man shook his head and ran off. Granger watched him, lost in the moment. A few months earlier he'd been shot and used his best friend's body as cover. A cartel IED had nearly taken him out shortly after. Then there was the entire night before this one. The camel's back was running out of room for pieces of straw. Two more figures ran up and knelt in front of him, shaking his shoulders. One was holding his sniper rifle. Slowly the veiled muffle turned into muted words, then understandable ones. "Need to get moving, bro," Albion was yelling. "Come on, man, snap out of it." "I don't see no blood," Hooch said, a small flashlight at Granger's ears and scalp. "His pupils are moving. That's got to be good, right?"
"Where? What?"
Granger started, trying to get control of himself. He'd seen the shell shock in the field. He'd never had it happen to him. Tracy's screaming increased in volume as Oliver had just applied a tourniquet to her shredded leg.
"The girl!"
Granger yelled in his mind. She was the thing that brought him back. He shook his head and tried to stand, wobbly. "Easy does it, son," Hooch said, grabbing him by his arm. "Not too easy, man," Albion said, his calm returning. He looked at Oliver. "Can you get her?" "1 minute," he said. "It's not just the bleeding. Her leg is torn up bad." He was using items from his own med kit. "Need to cover it before we can move her. You got that soft stretcher?" "Shoot, no," Albion said in realization. He was still wearing one of the 2 special backpacks. "My patrol pack is gone." He ran over to the place he'd picked himself up and found the bag he had been hand-carrying on fire. "It's a goner. Damn it." Granger had put his left hand up on Hooch's right arm as the native Georgian held him steady.
"I can carry her,"
he announced. "Man, I don't know if that's such a good—"
"I said I got her,"
Granger growled over Hooch. He checked his heavy backpack and rifle. He yanked off the sweaty boonie hat and shoved it into his magazine dump pouch and walked over to the crying girl. Tracy's pale face was full of fear, covered in dirt and grime. "I don't want to die," she told the veterans. Granger handed his rifle off to Ollie as he knelt on both knees.
"Then you don't have permission to. Got it?"
He scooped the torn girl up into his arms. First one foot took a place in front, then he stood, pulling the other into a proper stance.
"Anyone confirm Pops or Pee-Pee?"
Granger asked Oliver. They're gone, Grange. Them and that other dude. Al said he got hit by pieces of them. An explosion 6 blocks southwest snapped them all to attention.
"Then find us a medic."
The Marine vet told his Army vet comrade.
"This is gonna hurt, Tracy,"
Granger warned the wounded young lady. He started to jog, cradling her like his most prized possession. Chapter 32. Northeast Albuquerque, New Mexico. "Covering left," Oliver yelled. The remaining shards of Team Anvil were trying to head west on a major thoroughfare called Montgomery Boulevard. Despite 3 lanes for each direction, plus dedicated turn lanes and decorative medians, the road was a mess. Vehicles of every model, color, and size were clogging it, all abandoned by people with nowhere to drive due to all the other people and vehicles. Many were smashed into each other as their drivers became dangerously reckless in their haste to flee. A few had been burnt to char in the previous couple of days of panic. The one thing the cars did was provide concealment and a small level of cover. Bullets impacted the dark Lexus RX, sending Ollie crouching behind the wheel and tire. Albion popped up from behind the front-end wheel well of the next vehicle west, an older Jeep Cherokee. He fired into the spots he just saw flashes. They were shooting south down Morris Street, which housed a suburb on the left and businesses on the right. Chinese infantry were only 120 meters down, taking shots at Anvil as they passed by. Ahead of the team on Montgomery were 3 American strikers and multiple troops, less than 200 meters ahead. Oliver and Albion were bounding on the south of the road, closest to the approaching enemy. Hooch and Granger were on the far north edge, several rows of vehicles over. Hooch was taking his turn carrying Tracy. "Move!" Granger called to the other 2 as loudly as he could yell once they were past the clogged intersection. "Tank!" Oliver yelled. An olive-drab Type 15 tank rounded the corner down south by its supporting infantry. Its ominous barrel now facing the 2 men. Keeping below the concealment of the row of cars, Ollie sprinted past Albion, who had moved to the next car over. "That thing is hauling!" Albion yelled. The Type 15s were lighter and shorter than China's T-99 main battle tanks. They were the go-to armor for urban warfare. "Move!" Oliver yelled. "It's trying to flank the army up ahead." Moments after Albion ran to chase after Oliver, a high shot thundered past the cars and exploded into one a hair further up the north end of Morris Street. Both men's eyes grew into huge orbs after the explosion, and shockwave surprised them horribly.
"Let's go!"
Granger yelled, waving. He'd come past the dividing medium to motivate his men while Hooch kept running with their wounded teammate.
"We need to get to those strikers and warn them."
Sky Harbor International Airport, Phoenix, Arizona. "Just walk up like you know the guy," Pedro advised. "I'll limp along behind you. We are out of time, my friend." The pair were staring at one lone guard standing out at the top of the ramp entry along the long side of the trailer. He was looking north, sometimes west, observing the turmoil of the base security alert. "Stay back," Bill advised. "Several feet. He may have a buddy who just went to piss or something. And remember, we don't know what we'll find inside." With that, he began to walk as quickly north as he could, trying to convey calm, but maybe the proper level of alertness any other soldier would have. He kept his rifle across his belly, trying to be casual. Pedro moved out next, slowly, trying his best to hide his limp. He was barely halfway there when Bill started up the long, shallow metal ramp. A few seconds later, another Chinese soldier came out of the shadows to the left. He was focused on Bill. In the long shadows of ambient light from faraway floodlights, he didn't see Pedro's approach from the south. He heard the new guard yell at Bill, causing the one at the head of the ramp to turn and look. He had no way of knowing what Bill's verbal response said. The guards weren't completely agitated. It was as if they automatically believed Bill belonged there, but were confused why he'd be there at that time of night during a security alert. Pedro heard Bill answer the one, then look up the ramp and talk to the other. He kept pushing his way toward the op center's entry. The one at the top of the ramp yelled loudly, suddenly pointing down past Bill and the other soldier. Pedro was already raising his rifle and tapping the CZ's safety when the closer soldier spun. He pulled the trigger at about the same time Bill was shooting the top soldier. The guards fell and Bill sprinted up. Both men hit their targets high on the forehead, forgetting to hold down a bit when shooting so close. The guard Pedro had shot had somehow not completely died with the high headshot. He put the muzzle into the bridge of the squirming enemy's eyes and pulled the trigger. Seeing a grenade in the man's load-bearing harness, he removed it and ran to catch up. "Hurry!" Bill yelled. They could hear the screeching of tires in several directions. The men stacked on the door for less than a second, Bill pulling on the handle as Pedro got to him. They entered. The path of least resistance was left for Bill. He crossed the threshold with speed and trust, trying to make room for his partner to get in and cover him. Pedro did just that, rifle up to his eyes as he spun right around the threshold. A scan of every set of hands in the room revealed no weapons. One of the shocked technicians recovered and pleaded loudly. With no time to think, Pedro opened fire. Bill followed suit, the Americans exacting revenge for their countrymen, their families, the Americans dying by the millions at sea, in the space-based strikes, and in the tank battles. They did it for Tracy and the other murdered roadrunners and patriots. They did it for Pookie, Amelia, and the rest. Fueled by the knowledge of their own impending death and a mission not yet complete, they wasted no time. "Make sure they're all dead," Bill yelled. He ran back over to the entry door. He yanked off his belt, slipping it through the push-bar handle and passing the end through the buckle. He couldn't quite reach a nearby piece of conduit. "Give me your belt." Pedro looked up and figured out what he meant. He stumbled over, the pain still shooting, and removed his belt. After he'd verified the kills and Bill tied the door shut to some coolant piping along the wall, they met at a console in the middle, one of several that looked like the photos in their mission briefing. Bill shoved a dead woman out of her chair and sat, propping his boot up on the console's desk surface. Pedro pulled the multi-tool out and used the needle-nose pliers to pull 3 pins out of the heel, which allowed him to pull the heel off the boot's sole. He flipped it over. In a cavity of each right boot heel, every team member had been carrying a waterproof drive configured with USB-C. He held up the gunmetal silver plug smaller than his actual thumb between him and his partner, where they each looked at it for a moment. Locking eyes, Bill nodded. Pedro scanned the drone software console, finding a bank of outlets. He plugged in the thumb drive. The American military did the rest. They designed it to go to work immediately, as foolproof as possible for the team of civilian volunteers. A yellow LED began blinking rapidly on the end of the plastic case. It's begun, Pedro thought, a wave of emotion slamming into him. In minutes, this virus will drop every drone for hundreds of miles. How many lives will we have saved in giving ours? Hawthorne, Nevada. Lou and Rusty were in the air circling the open pit mines. It was a sight to see. He didn't know how much help hiding in the pits had been, but he doubted the Chinese AI-driven research of any satellite photos would have picked up on 21 ospreys hiding in the deep crevices. And from ground level on the only paved major road near Hadley and Carver's, there would have been barely a moment or two for ground surveillance to pick it up. It should have been 23 craft. 2 had mysteriously never arrived. Lou guessed they used a nav system or transceiver they shouldn't have, allowing hackers who were deep in the safety of China to fly them into the ground. Those who survived the initial insertion knew to return to the pit mines and pick up the remaining volunteers. And those were quite the mishmash in Lou's eyes. He'd only observed the various groups' leaders, but from what he could tell they were about as eclectic as one could expect. The racial and gender makeup was probably in line with the average Western American community. Every style of camouflage known to man was represented, though the bulk of it was hunting camo or things people had purchased that mimics the Army's newest pattern. Almost all had AR or AK platform rifles, though there were quite a few expensive-looking scoped hunting rifles, too. As the huge tilt-rotor planes lifted up and out, the entire pit became a giant dust bowl, appearing as simply a tan cloud in his night vision. He was on the cusp of not needing the nods, as the hues of black were turning purple and orange to the east from his vantage 300 feet above the rim. The craft were under orders to turn off their running lights once they were out of the man-made craters. Lou had advised that 4 of the first 8 or so to take off be those 4 destined for the specific bunker set to pick up javelins and other anti-tank warfare munitions. They needed to get to ground first, but he didn't want all of them lumped together in case Charlie had a surprise waiting. The special forces he saw in the small airfield were just too big of a wild card factor. Maybe they're already inserted, lying in wait to shoot down our aircraft. He'd become quite familiar with the topography during the previous several weeks. Lou led the first Ospreys on a roller coaster ride through as many valleys and low crests as he could. There were decent-sized mountains just east of Hawthorne that would allow them to drop in with almost no notice, if they could keep their elevation low. They crested that final ridge 15 minutes later. Holy! Burning American tanks were clustered near the highway south of the depot. Others were firing and retreating. There were artillery explosions all along the highway, the fireballs launching them coming from both north and south. He could see the flashes of 25mm chain guns on Bradley fighting vehicles engaging their Chinese counterparts, their high-explosive tipped rounds catching the ammunition in the enemy vehicles on fire when they scored. More than one bunker had been hit by crashing aircraft, their bomb-proof concrete structures keeping the munitions intact thus far. Overhead, several jets from each side were fighting to the death, each trying to survive and attack the other side's ground attack planes. Chaos was not a strong enough of a word. Rusty was whimpering in his small space near the other pedals. Lou banked the Draco toward town, letting the Osprey crews start doing their jobs as they best saw fit. As soon as this falls, Fallon is next, Lou knew. I should get down there, grab Hound Dog and as many of those old-timers as I can and get them up here. See if I can score them a ride east. He doubted the wisdom of landing in the middle of all this. He looked at Rusty's ears, contemplating for a moment his obligation to his faithful companion. But ultimately, he knew he would guilt himself for the rest of his life if he fled for his own safety at that moment. He moved into position to line up for the runway north of town. As he descended and cut power, streaks of fire shot across the sky from west to east, some ahead of him, others behind. What the? He contemplated scrubbing the landing, but the angle of the rockets confused him. Something was firing from the sky at the brigade command center, not at him directly. A striker near the depot's perimeter erupted as it sent Stinger and Hellfire missiles skyward. Where is that coming from? Lou worried. Worried about getting hit by the attack and the return volley, he committed to the landing evolution. There is no safe choice. I'm screwed if I land, and I'm screwed if I stay in the air. Chapter 33. Northeast Albuquerque, New Mexico. Oof! Hooch let out when he hit the ground, spilling Tracy, causing new screaming from the girl already on thin ice. Granger ran up and grabbed her arm, dragging her between a green Subaru Outback and an older Mazda. The impacts of bullets hitting the asphalt were barely heard by the stressed and battle-deaf Hooch as he scrambled into the same gap. The Chinese had taken the last intersection they passed through. You know how to use this thing? Granger called out as he handed the tired man his sniper rifle. I'm sucking a ton of wind, boss, Hooch said as he panted. I'm a bow guy, but I bagged a deer or two. Tracy moaned in semi-consciousness. She's lost too much blood, Granger hurled. He pulled his tourniquet off his belt and put it around her leg, applying it directly over Oliver's as high into the junction of the pelvis as he could. Oliver and Albion were both firing rapidly from the eastbound lanes. They only had 50 meters to go to get to the strikers at the intersection. One of the American combat troop carriers fired at the Type 15 tank with an Mk-19 grenade launcher. The explosives in the slow-moving grenades detonated when the shells hit the tank's skin. The fragments sent the enemy soldiers seeking cover, but all it accomplished was to get the barrel to adjust a couple of feet. The striker pulled forward as the tank shot, sending a loud shell over the line of cars between. Yo mama! Hooch called out, eyes like saucers. "Come on!" Granger heard from at least 2 American voices. He stuck his head out a bit and looked west. The shell had hit the ground just behind the striker, breaking open its rear loading ramp. The rearmost of the 4 right side tires was on fire. 2 soldiers were about halfway between it and them, waving them to move. Albion bounded west, while Oliver moved north toward Granger. One of the other 2 strikers took a direct hit and exploded in fury. Granger scooped up the woozy Tracy and tried to move out of the gap, but belt-fed machine gun fire sent a stream of bullets just ahead of him. Still crouching, he spun and went back out the side he'd seen the soldiers waving at him. Something told him to look east, and he saw 2 enemies coming up that gap between rows of cars, clearing between cars as they did. "We can't get out." The soldiers and others taking cover closer to the intersection poured their covering fire on the approaching enemy. The Type 15 sent another round into the intersection, but the 3rd striker had already started its northward bound up the block, getting out of position in the nick of time. Another explosion shook everyone. Granger looked and saw Ollie had made it to a gap between cars in the next row over. "Move!" the veteran 11 Bravo yelled as he climbed up onto the hood of a tall pickup and smashed out the window with his muzzle. He fired at the infantry coming up the lane toward Granger. Granger carried his precious cargo, girl in his arms, high-tech nuclear micro-munitions on his back, west up the lane. Hooch pointed himself east up the same gap and sent a shot wildly before turning and crouch-running after them. The 3 passed by the 2 soldiers, getting hit by the hot brass of the one on their right as they retreated for the wounded striker. Granger saw it as he broke into the intersection. It drove 50 more feet north. "Stop!" he yelled in his head. Another round from the Type 15 flew through the spot the striker had just been, exploding into a former dentist office with teeth rattling thunder. Granger sprinted toward the broken open rear end of the damaged rig. Soldiers were spread out along the street that headed north, establishing their shooting lanes to kill the Chinese as they came closer. "She's critical," Granger yelled at a sergeant inside, tending to one of his own wounded. He looked at the man in the older Marine uniform, confused for just a moment. "Set her down." Hooch and Albion jumped into the damaged striker, followed by 2 soldiers. "Drive!" one grunt yelled. Granger felt the ground tremble as an American M1 Abrams pulled into the intersection from the south, its barrel already pointed east. The concussion and sound penetrated everyone's souls as the 120mm smoothbore barrel loosened a deadly heat round at the Type 15. The enemy tank didn't have thick enough armor. It lifted a few feet off the ground in the enormous blast that ripped it open like a tuna can, the fireball setting the surrounding cars on fire. The striker started to move. Granger had set Tracy across the left side black jump seats. "Wait!" he yelled, moving toward the open hatch. The damaged ramp door was sparking as it dragged on the asphalt. He saw Oliver running for the covering fire of the remaining American infantry. Ollie's head came apart, shot by one of the Chinese on his tail. Oliver Hewitt was dead before his body hit the ground. Team Anvil was quickly dissolving into the lore of patriots that died shielding their fellow Americans. It was yet another nightmare forever searing itself into Granger Madison's mind. Hawthorne, Nevada. "You must have a death wish, you jackass," Lou scolded himself. He was crossing over the southeast end of the small runway, maybe 30 feet above ground level and 20 knots above stall speed, when he figured out what was launching the rockets. About 100 feet above him, several of the gyrocopters raced toward the depot at what was probably their top speed. They were sleek, carrying a single pilot and a missile pod on each side. They looked like stubby wings on equally odd-looking birds, but they were cheap and deadly. And there were dozens of them. Lou jammed on the power, resisting the urge to climb. He gave it a bit of up attitude, looking for a slip of lift over his wings to help keep off the ground while his power level brought the airspeed back up. "Gotta control the urge to climb too much," he reminded himself, worried about actual jet fighters in the high sky. As he raced northwest, his plane had ascended to over 100 feet up and his speed was climbing steadily. He banked due north, wanting to get some space while he decided which route to take for his investigation. West, he knew. He kept the power up and banked the powerful Draco left, bringing the wings nearly perpendicular to the ground as he pulled a tight turn. He turned off the nods, the dawn fully in motion. He could see the sun glimmering on small windscreens like twinkling stars about 500 feet AGL all over town. Some of the gyros were firing rockets at ground targets. Others were each ferrying 2 Chinese Special Forces paratroopers. Those gyros and troopers not taken down by the Hellfires were low altitude, low open, jumping right into the depot and brigade's primary command and control center. Several streaks of fire from the western edge of town brought him back to the moment. Hound dog. Luke continued his circle until he was facing the sun and leveled out, flying over the airport shortly after. The last thing he wanted was to fly along the western edge of town and get hit by his own Stinger cadre. I wonder if they're getting signatures on the gyros or if there's an airborne assault coming over the ridge. Luke continued straight, worried about the depot's defenses targeting him. He was tempted to fly toward the paratroopers and see if he could snag one with his wing and wheel. Just stop, Caldwell. You've been watching too many movies. Suddenly, the flashes of tracer rounds coming from the ground caught his attention. "Oh, hell no," he yelled. The little craft was basically a beefed-up version of a civilian Pilatus plane. It wouldn't stand up to more than a round or two before something vital was hit, no matter what nationality the shooter was. He banked hard north. "I guess that makes up your mind, Nimrod," Lou thought. He continued north toward Fallon, wondering if he could refuel and help extract any people or vital information before it became the next major asset to fall to the Dragon's march across America. The small plane once more smelled like stress and armpits. Lou was pretty sure he'd never be able to tell anyone with accuracy just how horrifying the last stand of Hawthorne had been. North Albuquerque, New Mexico. "Best we can do is get you guys back to triage," the sergeant told Granger. The damaged Stryker had dragged the rear door for 2 blocks and stopped, ready to cover the M1s and the rest of the retreating frontline units drive north. "Johnson," he yelled at the driver, "let 3rd Squad know to hold here. When they get here, take us back to the ambulances." About 3 minutes later, the damaged vehicle pulled into the wounded triage center on the grounds of the Albuquerque Academy, once a prestigious prep school. There, the M1133 MEVs, the medical vehicle in the Stryker line, were grabbing the wounded to take to Santa Fe. Razor wire surrounded the campus, not for the Chinese, but to stop the continuous flow of citizens. Some were hurt, injured from evacuation efforts or violent attacks in the rapidly spreading lawlessness of the metro area. Most simply wanted help getting out of the city. The wounded were stacking up. The few helicopters not crashed by drones just couldn't carry enough people north. Granger scooped the girl in blood-soaked hoodie and jeans and jumped out of the vehicle as soon as it came to a stop. He followed the blood and the screams to the sorting area. The medics were bent over in the chaos, trying to stop bleeding and install IV fluids. He went to hand Tracy to one of them. "We can't take her," the woman yelled. "No civilians." She took a hard look at Granger's uniform, stumped, as she'd seen no other Marines at all. "We're CIA," Granger lied, tears in his eyes. "Help her, please. I have to get some critical info up the chain. This city is about to go up in flames." About then, Hooch and Albion strode up, concerned looks on their faces. "I suppose you guys are CIA too," the medic said. The blood on her face didn't hide her disbelief. "Please," Granger pled. She looked down at Tracy's face, then back up. "Set her here," she pointed. Granger set the limp girl down gingerly, laying the teen in an open spot between many wounded soldiers. The cries of agony close and far filled the air, the sounds and smells of war getting closer in the distance. The medic looked at the tourniquets while feeling for a pulse. She moved her cheek over Tracy's face, feeling for breath, watching for any sign of breathing. She looked up at the men and just shook her head. It hit Granger in the gut like a wrecking ball. The medic stood. "I'm sorry." She scanned the men's faces. "I'll be here with her. Go, do your intel thing." Granger refused to cry. Anger filled his cells while he buried his face in his palms. "Arg!" He felt Albion's firm grip on his shoulder.
We got to figure out what to do with these things we carryin', brother, he said softly. He's right, Madison, Granger scolded himself. Where's your commo? He asked the medic, already bent over a soldier a few feet away. On the baseball field, she said, annoyed the men were still interfering with her. Go, you guys, Hooch said. I'll stay with her. The men looked at each other and Hooch and nodded. They moved around the piles of wounded and dead, the medics and field nurses, tarps, tents, equipment. They ran north and reached the edge of a baseball field that had one Blackhawk idling while patients were being brought to it. Granger scanned and saw another ball field to the east. Suddenly, the sound of the large drone's propeller was unmistakable. It rocketed over the triage center and academy grounds 500 feet up, close enough for its operators to know it was a field hospital, not a combatant staging center. The eastward path gave way to a southern arch. 2 missiles hanging under the wings sent shivers down the men's spines. That a predator? Albion asked. Granger was silent for a moment, watching the southern arch turn east again. It's looping back, he mumbled. I think it's a Chinese predator knockoff. Is that thing coming back? Albion asked in disbelief. God, Granger thought, I don't ask for much, but when's enough enough? Chapter 34. Sky Harbor International Airport, Phoenix, Arizona. It's green, Pedro called to his partner. Bill had just moved over to the door. That was freaking fast. I guess the CIA or whoever knows their stuff, Bill said. We got bigger fish to fry. Pedro moved out from behind the row of consoles and limped over to the left side of the computer center's door. He looked out the door's slender window along the non-hinging edge. Bro, was all he could muster. He felt his stomach drop as he saw at least 10 soldiers approaching the building from the direction of the drone farm. At least it worked, he tried to feign happiness. There's a fireball on the drone tarmac. Maybe one crashed. There's a team of them stacked at the bottom of the ramp, Bill said. He moved his face from the slender window's right side and stepped back behind the windowless wall. He and Pedro caught eyes. You ever see Butch and Sundance? Pedro just smiled. As a matter of fact, I did. He glanced down at his hand, drawing Bill's eyes to the grenade. It's been an honor, Yan Ling, or Ling Yan, or, you know. Bill stuck his hand out. Pedro shook it with his other hand. Look for me in Valhalla, brother. The men broke their clasp, and Bill unbuckled the belts. Pedro double-checked his grip on the grenade spoon and pulled the pin. I always wanted to use one of these things, he said, smiling. He moved his hand near his edge of the door. 1, 2, Bill bumped the panic bar on the door and shoved it open just a foot. Bullets immediately came in from the far left as the Chinese squad was moving up the ramp for close-quarters battle. Pedro tossed a perfect throw out of the slender gap toward the ramp and pulled on the door handle. A powerful but rapid explosion occurred just as he looked and saw Bill looking at him, bleeding from a hole in his throat, speechless and eyes wide with shock. "Let's go, Bill!" Pedro called in his best war cry. He hit the metal door's hardware with full force, kicking it open with a sprained foot, enjoying the pain for its last moment. Both men stepped out into blinding floodlights and a hail of gunfire that peppered their bodies in rapid speed. "God bless America!" Pedro del Sur screamed his last words. North Albuquerque, New Mexico. The enemy's CH-4B drone finished the wide arch in front of the lightening sky on a line to fly west over the academy. "Let's get into a dugout," Albion suggested as he started running toward the small structure on the field's third base side. Granger stayed put, mesmerized. "Seriously, God, I can't." He fell to his knees, watching. A missile dropped off its pylon only a couple of feet before igniting its tail cone. The guided death stick shot over Granger's head, hitting the Blackhawk that was loading patients at the next ball field. For the countless time that night, a fireball erupted, sending a pressure wave in all directions.
Granger felt Albion's hands grabbing him. The powerful man pulled his team leader up by the wrist and armpit. Granger ran along with him under his own power, tripping and falling into the small concrete field housing just as pieces of the helicopter started raining down on them. "Man, I know you had your fill," Albion chewed him out, "but you can melt down later. It ain't about me and you. We need to get these things on our backs out of town before the Charlies get 'em." Granger shook his head, making eye contact with Albion. "You're right. Follow me." He picked himself up and looked at his watch. "We have about 22 minutes. He looked out and saw the drone finish a loop for another eastern pass. Just as its wings leveled out, it suddenly started sloping. As Granger waited for another missile shot, he was truly surprised by what happened next. The craft glided over the two fields, its propeller still and silent. Slowly it descended, almost as if it didn't have a care in the world. The lopsided weight distribution of having only one missile gave it a small arch. It curved northeast, crashing in the field past the campus. The men watched as an approaching Black Hawk, there for more wounded, came in for a smooth landing in left field. The burning wreckage of the helicopter in one direction, the drone in another, filled the area with foul smoke. "Go grab Hooch," Granger yelled. Albion sprinted south while Granger ran north. The helicopter had barely cut throttle when he got to it, the crew chief opening the sliding door and hopping out. The rotor wash and the engine noise were obnoxious. "I work for Colonel Lou Caldwell," he yelled, "who works directly for Joint Chief Montgomery." The sergeant had a confused look. "Good for you, buddy," he hollered, trying to ignore Granger. A Stryker ambulance was just beginning to drive over the field with wounded to give them. "The south side of this city is going to blow up at 0600, Granger yelled. "I need you to take 2 cases to Santa Fe." He received a skeptical look. "The DARPA lab. There's a huge self-destruct on the way," he started, pointing at the case he'd set down. "We need to get these micronuclear weapons out of Albuquerque." The sergeant's eyes shot down. "You said there were 2 cases?" His look had gone from dubious to reserved. Something about the unbelievable man with the unbelievable story felt real. Granger looked back and saw Hooch. Albion was right behind him, carrying Tracy's body. They'd just passed the ambulance that was 100 feet away, unloading the wounded. "The other one is right there." The crewman looked Granger in the eyes. "Is this legit?" Granger nodded and looked at his watch. "We got about 18 minutes. You need to have your pilot pass it to the entire brigade right now." The man shook his head. "Let me see. No way this is real." Granger undid the flap and zipper on the pack, opening it up. He pulled out a case and unlatched a lid. Hooch and Albion crowded around with the sergeant. A warmth radiated off the specially notched sphere inside. Granger slammed it shut, annoyed. "Satisfied?" The sergeant waved them into the craft. Still plugged into his headset, he updated the pilots that they needed to take urgent cargo and relay a dire evac order to the main army. "Wait!" he yelled at Granger. "What about OPSEC?" "The Charlies will be wiped out before they figure it out." That was good enough for the man. Al delicately handed their deceased sister to the waiting Hooch and a second crew member in the chopper. The surviving 3 members of Team Anvil shed their rifles as they strapped themselves into the jump seats. The Black Hawk gained a high-pitched whine as the pilot throttled the engine. 15 seconds later, they lifted off, throwing outfield grass all over the confused medics and wounded below. Granger Madison leaned his tired head back against the rear bulkhead. I still can't believe it all," Hooch called over the noise. "You guys took over the Delta dude's mission, found the other dude. We survived the drones, and the other drone, and the tank." "Hooch," Albion shushed. His eyes looked at the resting Granger. He shook his head to quiet the Georgian. Granger suddenly opened his red eyes and sat forward in the uncomfortable seat. He looked down at Tracy, who had reminded him so much of his own daughter. She was laying across the floor at the feet of all of them, her head closest to him. He reached down and wiped the dirty hair out of her face, brushing it past her ear. Her pale face was almost peaceful. Hot tears streamed out of his puffy lower eyelids. "I hear you, God." He started to sob uncontrollably. "I can't handle this anymore. I'm done. Time to find Karen and go see my babies." Naval Air Station Fallon, Nevada. The 8 GJ-11 crash sites in the desert mimicked the flight pattern the devices had flown on their approach to NAS Fallon. The expected impact debris fields were there, skewed with still burning tires and wreckage. 2 of them looked as if their payload had exploded from prolonged exposure to fire. Though cleared to land and worried about the raging fight 58 miles south, Lou circled to his left to take a deeper look. The Chinese drone crash sites, on top of and just past a drag strip south of town, were in a rough hexagon with 2 evenly spaced impacts in the middle space. "What do you make of that?" he asked Rusty rhetorically. They weren't small drones. The wingspans were nearly as big as the Dracos. Most of the wreckage had laser-guided bombs and air-to-surface missiles scattered in front of them. Like they just flew into the ground. Like they've been doing to us. "Ha! Take that!" he yelled with a few premium obscenities added. He had no doubt they were flying directly toward Fallon. Lou course-corrected and landed as soon as he could. As he taxied to the Hangar 300 tarmac, now even emptier than 2 days earlier, the tiredness finally hit him. He did not know how much, or rather how little, sleep he'd gotten in the previous week. "But I think it's Sunday?" he questioned. "Was that nap I got yesterday, or the day before?" Lou heard the control tower call him while he was yawning. He looked at Rusty, who was also yawning. "Were they talking to me?" he asked the canine. The dog cocked his head in quizzical amusement. "This is Interceptor Lead, Tower. Was that last for me?" "Affirmative, Interceptor. You are directed to taxi directly to Hangar 1 and follow ground crew instructions." Peculiar, Lou thought. Too tired to really care, but knowing it probably meant being rushed into a debrief of what was happening in Hawthorne. "Wilco." Received. "Will comply." He moved the craft along the painted lines all the way to the farthest northwest hangar. One of the ground team and their magic orange wands were waiting there. She was holding her right wand out, pointing into the hangar. The left was making partial circles in front of her. Lou steered as directed. Once inside, he immediately noticed 2 things. There was a large gathering of some sort on the far end, on the other side of a plywood wall that had been erected as a partition. And the hangar doors were closing before he even started his shutdown procedures. He began those rapidly, trying to cut down on the dust and other nuisances being caused by his turboprop. A few minutes later, Lou could unbuckle and move back to pop the hatch. He grabbed his bomber jacket, bag, and Rusty's items, not recalling or caring where the leash was. The pooped pair moved down the steps onto the gray-painted floor. A petty officer greeted him, informing him there was a collection of military and civilians at the far end, and that the base CO and an admiral were on the way to conduct the briefing to sanitize the base before final evacuation. Lou noticed that his was the only plane in the hangar. 2 enlisted sailors had chalked it and applied guards to the spots that needed it. "Mind taking Rusty here to find a bush?" he asked her. "Would love to, sir," she smiled. "Is there a latrine here? Sorry, a head, I think you squids call it?" He was tired, but being alive was enough to evoke a bit of playfulness. "Water's been shut down, sir, but there's a bank of plastic heads right out where I'm taking your dog." Lou followed Rusty and the girl, both looking like they'd just fallen in love. He made his business, and when he came back out of the honey bucket, he saw Rusty playfully diving and chasing rocks for the girl. "You man whore," he thought. He went inside and straight to the plywood door in the middle of the temporary wood wall. He pulled on the handle and stepped into the area. An old bungee at the top of the door pulled it shut when he took his hand off it. Both military and civilians were scattered and seated at about 16 tables set up in 2 rows. A variety of conversations were happening. Some noticed his presence, others did not. He found an uncomfortable metal folding chair and plopped into it, setting the backpack on the floor next to the table's legs. Lou had just parked his face in his palms for a mini nap when the lone man at the same table said something. He sat at the far end on the opposite side. "You want a coffee? I'd be happy to go grab you a cup." Lou looked up, red smash marks from his palms already forming into his cheeks. His bloodshot eyes were a dead giveaway. "Sure, bud. Why not? I'm going to turn into a statue for about 12 hours whether I have caffeine or not." "Be right back," he said as he stood and moved toward the far hangar wall. There was a large silver percolator and a stack of paper cups on one of the blue workbenches. Lou watched the man. His uniform was modern but bore no patches except a reverse American flag in tan and brown on the right sleeve. His hair was a bit too long for active duty, the gray version of what had been blonde when he was a decade younger. Even in his mid to late 40s, the man was fit and rock hard. At 5'10" he was not much taller than Lou, but he carried himself with a fierce energy. Soon the man returned with 2 cups and sat across from Lou. "Thanks." The burnt coffee was one of the best Lou had ever sipped. "No sweat. You the guy that just drove that little prop plane in here?" "Guilty as charged," Lou said. "I'm Lou. The name placard is on the jacket if he needs more," Lou thought tiredly. "Nick Williams," the man said as he extended his hand. As the handshake started, Lou asked, "You a retiree, Nick? You don't look active, but you definitely don't look like most of the civilians I've met the last several months." And that question started several minutes of conversation about past and current life. Nick was mesmerized by Lou's career as a former pilot for the president's limousine. Lou was impressed to learn Nick had spent a career as a scout sniper. But it was what he'd been through before the current war that snapped him up out of his exhausted slump in the hard chair. "You were in Seattle during the big quake?" "Over on the Olympic Peninsula," Nick corrected. "But I was all over the place before I left." "Until this thing with China, I didn't think I could imagine what life was like in the Cascade region," Lou said. "Now I think we're all headed down the sewer." Nick's stare drifted off, lost in thought for a moment. "I think you're right." It went oddly quiet. Just when Lou was tempted to check his eyelids for light leaks once more, Nick picked the conversation back up. "So, what's your call sign?" "I didn't really use one for most of my career. In the early days, I was in A-10s at the start. They dubbed me Superbert." He grinned sheepishly. Nick's eyes got wide. "Excuse me a minute, would you?" He got up and moved through the plywood door. By the time it slammed shut, Lou had buried his face into his palms again, elbows on the table. He was already drifting off, the noises and chatter of the room lulling him to sleep, when he heard what he thought was a dream. "I said wakey wakey. The nap room for old geezers is in the next hangar." Lou picked his weak head up and turned it. He blinked his crimson eyes twice, burning from being dry. Brandon? Marine Captain Brandon McDonald took a step forward, placing his hand out to his old partner and boss. "I've been praying for you, Lou. A lot." Lou stood suddenly, awake, aware he wasn't dreaming. He looked behind Brandon and saw his new friend Nick with the subtlest of smiles. He grabbed the tall young devil dog around the shoulders and pulled him in, squeezing. Elation was not strong enough of a word. Tears formed in Lou's dehydrated eyes. "I thought I'd lost you, son." Chapter 35. Janitor's Closet, Sandia National Laboratory, Albuquerque, New Mexico. The little drone sat silently doing its job. Not even tasked with flying, it had no LEDs blinking, no screen. Nothing to show it had means and opportunity to commit mass murder. The state-of-the-art battery and circuitry that would be reserved strictly for military use for at least 10 years could have lasted weeks. Buford Corey gave it to 6 a.m., reasoning that one of the 2 extraction sites would have him safely back to his wife by then. He'd have hours to let the Army know, but he also wanted to give the invaders a limited opportunity to snag it, and negating the entire purpose of his mission. Buffett grappled with the decision. Not a religious man, but believing in a higher power, he assumed he'd bought himself a one-way ticket to hell. But like every ounce of energy he'd given to the A-Team and the country on this mission, his motive had been simple: take the hard path to give his family a chance to survive. He'd found no way to activate the lab's internal self-destruct. The basement of several critical buildings all contained one part of the system. Dozens of wide, deep misting chambers penetrated over 100 feet into the ground. In the top of each chamber, nozzles sprayed a diesel-based fuel oil. Gravity took the droplets down for the 15-minute duration of the spraying. Canisters of ammonium nitrate and aluminum powder would drop into the chambers 10 seconds before the countdown ended. When the computer reached 0, a large arching solenoid at the bottom would set off the explosive reaction. The system had but one purpose: keep things in multiple labs that ought not to see the light of day from doing so. Buff, a round peg, had been placed in the proverbial square hole that combat is. Murphy had arrived. He knew what he had to do. One MFM would have to stay behind. The microfusion munitions, though a nuclear core, did not require the fission reaction of a traditional atomic bomb. The lab had perfected a method called biotechnics to create the intense heat and pressure needed. More importantly to its inventors, the radioactive after effects were limited. The beauty of it was that the trigger was completely contained inside the notched sphere, allowing it to be attached to the delivery drone. Like a timer-operated coffee pot or porch light, the internal circuitry sat dormant. The device sat in an empty paint can, waiting. 055957, 095958, 055959. Santa Fe Regional Airport, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Though the helicopter had come dangerously close to its never-surpassed speed of 222 miles per hour, it did not quite make the 60-mile trip before the bomb at Sandia detonated. The flight and ground crews unloading the wounded at the airport stood and gawked in disbelief toward the southwest. Granger Madison and the 2 other survivors of the fated mission did not bother looking after landing. Granger, as the leader, wouldn't let the others carry her. They helped delicately pass their fallen team member out to the scarred firefighter. The 3 battered men no longer looked like strangers to the soldiers that might have paid attention. Different gear didn't matter. Different clothing was a minor detail. They were American warfighters looking for a place to rest their comrade. "What happened there?" a stunned triage doctor asked as the men approached the field hospital in the airport's main parking area. She was still staring at the billowing mushroom cloud. The tall, slender center of the anomaly was easily 30,000 feet high with no sign of slowing. The single ring was about halfway up, fatter than the stem and much wider than the top. With the sun breaking in the east, the sky over Albuquerque was still a deep blue. The cloud was reflecting the sun's bright orange. The sight was horrifyingly beautiful. Ignoring her stupid question, Granger bluntly said, "Point me to your morgue." The woman snapped out of it and scanned the girl in front of her. She had the good sense not to mention the deceased's civilian status. She locked eyes with Granger, no longer mesmerized by the mushroom cloud, but by the battle-hardened burn survivor in front of her. "Carmen," the Army doctor called out. The Navy had sent individual augmentees to the combat theater, much like the wars in the early 21st century. The young man looked over from the patient he was kneeling next to on the tarp below him. Seeing the dead girl still being cradled, he said, "On it, doctor." The sailor hustled off to find one of the few gurneys. Its yellow frame, large rubber tires, and suspension made it ideal for field use. The casters had the blood of many users prior caked into them. He rolled it up to the odd-looking soldiers, assuming they were special operators of some sort. The doctor had moved on to a patient. As the man locked the casters, Granger laid Tracy down. Hooch moved to cradle her head. Albion moved to a supply cart and returned with a disposable mylar blanket. It was the best they could do for her. "Will they take our gal here?" Hooch asked the corpsman, who he caught ogling the cloud over Albuquerque. "Freezer trucks have been shipping them to Delaware. There just aren't enough planes anymore." "We got a friend who came in wounded yesterday," Albion said. "Hannah Barnett?" "What's her unit?" "Civilian." "She most likely got shipped to Denver," the sailor guessed.
Let's go find coffee, Hooch suggested. The 3 hungry, exhausted remnants of Team Anvil moved around the corpsmen to find somewhere they might scrounge for food. One question, you guys, the kid said, pointing. They turned. Is that radioactive? The 3 men looked at each other. Granger was in no mood for strangers. It's Lex Talionis, Albion said. Lex who? He asked, accompanied by a quizzical look. It's Latin, the former lawyer replied, turning to join Granger and Hooch 2 steps ahead. Means law of retaliation, or eye for an eye. Epilogue. Prineville Airport, Prineville, Oregon. Lou touched down at dusk. There were no runway lights. There was no volunteer fire department there to shine lights on the pavement for him. Brandon McDonald sat in the co-pilot chair, which was fine with Rusty, who shared a bench with Nick Williams, staying warm near his leg. The retired soldier's trip to Fallon had taken days longer than he'd liked, but ended weeks earlier than he'd feared. The small Chinese landing force had made use of the port at Eureka. Lou's raiders on D-Day had had an effect. But the mission had long odds from the start, let alone when one of the 4 squads never made it out of the plane. There were still 3 usable piers in Eureka after the raiders attempted sabotage, and the bulk of the military response by the Americans had been at the southern border buildup and the West Coast landing at Long Beach. The citizens in Washington state had sent the cartel invaders packing months earlier, leaving a power vacuum in their place. The small Chinese force that hit Eureka had quickly run over the civil and local guard units from there to Portland. It was there they encountered a new enemy, quake-damaged bridges. They controlled the I-5 highway corridor and everything west, but nothing else. The people of the bulk of Oregon were not the black-clad masked anarchists in the cities the news had favored showing for several years. Most of them preferred a simpler life, going to work, growing a garden, hunting. What they had heaps of in spirit, they lacked in equipment and knowledge. They needed supplies, and before that they needed training. That's where Nick Williams found his new mission. In the last days, just before Operation Venom Spear, literally the day they kicked the cartel's butt in Seattle, Nick had what he considered the biggest failure in his career. After he slipped out of town quietly, he trekked back to his sometimes girlfriend Janice at her small horse ranch and licked his emotional wounds. Together they took 4 horses and started riding pioneer style, all the way to her brother's place in Prineville. Crossing the Columbia had been the trickiest part. Cascadia had knocked down or damaged all the bridges. They bartered one of Nick's less prized pistols to ferry their animals south. Life had carried on not too badly. That was until the Chinese arrived. The good citizens of central and eastern Oregon, like everywhere else, were amassing to fight back. Once Janice's brother had leaked word of the former sniper's presence, well-meaning people were counting on Nick to lead the way. Nick made the trip to Fallon on his own in a borrowed truck, hearing from an old service buddy that a Marine was there in town recruiting, training, and arming civilians. But once the power had gone out permanently, with no way to pump gas, he'd been forced to walk the last 130 miles. Lou took the midfield taxiway to the tarmac and stopped the craft, performing the usual post-flight checks. Nick and Brandon unloaded the plane full of rifles, ammunition, MREs, and other basic infantry gear under Rusty's supervision. "You guys sure you don't want to stay the night?" Nick asked. "We're just going to take a minute or 5 to stretch and eat and dump the old tanks, if you catch my drift," Lou said. "We have about 1,200 miles left on our tank of fuel, and I plan on burning most of them." "Cheyenne, was it?" Nick asked. "Just for gas and a nap. I need to stop in and check on some folks in Kansas." He looked at his tall protege. "And then see about getting this jarhead home to his wife for a bit." The usually pleasant Marine cracked a toothy smile. A half-hour later they were comfortably at 10,000 feet, cruising. Lou had removed the night vision. Rusty was sleeping, and Brandon was talking about his wife and daughter, who had turned 3 in his absence. Lou had gotten a solid 12-hour nap before prepping the Draco and shuttling Nick to Oregon. He let out a yawn. "Sorry, Lou. I'm trying to help keep you awake, not put you to sleep. I got a better idea. Consider it an order. Must be serious, Brendan quipped. I'm going to put this thing on autopilot. You're going to sit here and make sure it doesn't slip out of autopilot while I nap. After you slip back there into my pack and find that inflatable pillow, that is. Well, what do I do if it slips? Brendan asked, just a hair of nerves in his tone. Do what you do best, young whippersnapper, Lou smirked in the dark cabin. Pray. The end.
This has been Patriot Shield, Blades of Grass, Book 4, written by Austin Chambers, narrated by Stephen Floyd. Copyright 2024 by Patrick O'Dell. Production copyright by Patrick O'Dell.